Joshy, Washi, Pashi, Stashi. It's Game of the Year, baby. Are you ready for this?
Episode 17, Game of the Year.
Game of the Year.
It's basically the Oscars for video games.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, for real.
Kind of a biggie. Is her name Lene Loveletter?
Love Lady.
Love Lady.
Yeah.
That's a cool name. Lene Lovelady
cool?
sounds like a superhero. Go! Oh, wait, you gotta stretch. Oh, that feels so good.
All right, brother. Count it down.
Count it
ready?
down. 3, 2, 1.
What is good, my friends? Welcome back to the Flash Bros podcast. It is episode... Oh, my gosh. I have the wrong episode pulled up.
No,
here,
you
Joshy.
don't.
Yeah, it was 18.
Oh.
We're not there yet.
We are
okay?
not.
That's our special
So
episode.
then-
We'll get to that.
If we're the episode before 18, then that must mean we're on episode 17.
That's correct.
That's gotta be.
It is episode 17 today. Ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
Welcome to the Flash Bros podcast. My name
Welcome.
is Sam. As always, I am joined by my very special co-host, one of my best friends and roommate and lover, Joshy. How we doing, Joshy?
What up, y'all? How we doing?
Oh, good.
Are you doing
Real
good?
bro.
Doing
yeah.
good?
I feel it's 1:30 p.m.
Yes,
right now.
it is.
We had honestly, I felt like it was a really, really good morning. Like
Yeah,
we
I
were gonna
agree.
record earlier, but we both just felt really tired and
Agreed.
we just been go and
Agree.
I mean, you stayed up till what, 5:30 watching Attack on Titan?
I mean, I didn't stay up as late as Trin, so I think it was like...
Really?
Yeah, like 5 or maybe even like 4:30.
Yeah.
I missed some of the last episodes. The reason
Okay.
I stayed up
Yeah.
so late, by the way, for everyone out there, I'm rewatching Attack on Titan.
Hell
Just
yeah.
like...
Yeah,
You were.
right. So
You
this
have
is your
been.
first rewatch from episode 1.
Yes, kind of.
Yeah.
I rewatched season 1 with my mom and
Ooh, I think I remember
my
that.
dad. I also started it with.
Oh, okay.
But I got all the way to season 2, rewatched a lot of things that I kind of forgot about a little bit.
Specifically in season 2?
Specifically in season 2. Some things in season 1 too.
Yeah, for sure.
Just a lot of little tiny
finer details.
Yeah, finer details.
I feel
that
like
I
that's
I missed.
exactly how I felt.
Yeah.
We talked about this too
We
when
did.
I was kind of catching you up, but
Yep.
dude, season 2, it's like you already told me after finishing it. You're like, dude,
Yeah.
you remember what happens in season 2? It is filled with shit.
It's literally
And
just balls.
oh my gosh, it is so filled.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I know,
one of the most non-bullshit
Swear.
seasons of any anime I think I've seen.
Gosh. It literally is like, I feel like they cut it down too, just episode wise, so that they could just have nothing but straight heat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like they didn't try to stretch it to 24 or even to 20.
Yeah.
Cap it right at 11. That's
Definitely.
perfect.
Yeah.
And I felt like every episode was just...
And to be fair, a
business.
lot happens, but
Yeah.
time-wise, it's not a lot of time, right? It's like 2 nights.
It's like
is
2
season
nights,
2.
yeah, literally.
So I don't know how they I think what I felt when I was watching it the first time was
Yeah.
maybe even a little impatient because I still had all of these questions, and it was like this really drawn out, so
Yeah.
many flashbacks.
Oh, yeah.
But I appreciated it so much more watching
Agree.
it the second time.
I completely agree too.
Yeah.
I think I already appreciated it, but I just appreciate it even more. Just for everything it does too. And
Yeah.
to be honest, all the big reveals I feel like are hinted at so much more than I really even expected.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I can't wait for really doing
Yes.
a complete second watch
yeah.
through
Oh, yeah.
after finishing it. Because,
After finishing the final
yeah,
one.
because I'll just chime in where I'm at because Kendall and I are still just going ham on this.
Yeah.
We have told you this I think yesterday. Past the point now of where I was.
So
right?
it's all things you haven't seen.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
And for those who don't know, Sam watched the whole series and up from what they had back in
back in
2021.
2021. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, and it was up until literally we were watching it week by week,
Week by
right?
week.
It was
I do
coming
remember.
out every Sunday or whatever,
Yep,
and
I
we
do
get to
remember.
the final episode of the final season, part 1,
Uh-huh.
right? Silly ass name, but
Yeah, love it,
I hate saying it
Love
over and
it,
over
right?
again. But yeah, right at that point, so I'm we're probably 5 or 6 episodes past that.
Yeah.
With literally, I have 4 or 5 to go, including those hour-long specials.
Yeah.
So it is I can't. Stopping hurts.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like stopping hurts, and I'm
Yeah.
about to get on season 3.
True.
You know what I
True.
mean?
Very
and
true.
That's I think one thing that I also think that I appreciate season 1 more too, because I think every time I've rewatched it, I know what's gonna happen so hard that because I am watching it with Trin, she didn't. I had no idea what was going on, intentionally by the way the show is written, of course, and it literally I was compelled by how compelled she was, if that makes sense, and I think that. Because my whole AOT experience was weird because I tried watching it back in like 2014 or whenever it came out. Yeah. Right? And it was huge on like Tumblr and like all the websites that I use. Like people loved it and thought it was like so good. So I knew everything that happened and I watched pretty far because I remember watching until the female Titan showed up. And so I guess I watched like 15 or 16 episodes.
Yeah.
And
most of it.
Yeah, most of it. And then I remember just kind of what happens. And then when I was rewatching it recently, I rewatched it and then I fell asleep multiple times during the finale of season 1.
Really?
Yeah. And I just was like, oh, I know what's going on. And I think I just kind of ignored the emotional impact of everything that was happening. And I want to keep it a little
feel that.
free.
I really do.
Yeah.
I feel like sometimes what happens with me is like my brain will automatically like kind of pick up on like kind of the tropes that are happening and I'll start to kind of like make guesses, which is why AOT is so good because you literally can't guess. You cannot predict right? it. It's designed in such a like masterful way around like just that concept, right? Yep. And so, you know, like it even happens like if I'm reading something. I feel like that's why everyone like has such like a short attention span because you're already kind of predicting what is going to happen or be said. And then you kind of like reach a point sometimes where you're like, oh, I got to figure it out. And then you are just not interested.
You're not really
anymore. You're not really plugged in.
Yeah.
And I get that because, you know, like usually I'm even like watching anime like at the end of my night. So fated or not, I'm tired, right? And I'm taking it in and sometimes I'm not taking it all in. I rewind like 10, 20 seconds. I'm like, all right, focus in, take this in. Yeah, take right? Get out of my head. Like, stop thinking what's happening. No, just take it for just what is on screen right now.
Absolutely.
You know?
I completely am with you.
Yeah.
So I think I was kind of at least season 1 for me was a victim of that. And then because I had never seen season 2, I was locked in. So when I was watching it, you know, back in
like the rewatch. Yeah. Well, and you like...
No, my first time watching it.
Oh, so, true.
And then the rewatch, I rewatched season 1, and my mom kind of had a similar vibe. Okay. And so I didn't appreciate season 1 still, even most of the times that I rewatched it. Okay. And then there were just little details that I just like, I don't know, I just wasn't really like as locked, if that makes sense.
Totally, it does.
Because my mom had already seen season 1 and all that. But season 2, killer. I loved both. I literally could not stop. I stayed up like all night, basically.
Yeah, I think Kendall and I chunked it out in like 2 days.
Yeah,
like,
2 days,
like,
no question.
We were just, it was like 6 episodes a day done.
No question.
Start of season 3, you know?
Easy.
Yeah, I think you're honestly reminding me a lot of like my experience with Demon Slayer. Like I really feel like I had a lot of kind of the same thing. I feel like it's weird. I've talked about it with like The Last of Us, but there's something about zombies and demons, like flesh-eating things, because I was turned off on Demon Slayer right away, and AOT right away, and The Last of Us, right? Yeah. For all kind of, it's just in my brain. I don't know, like I'll kind of just assume in the direction it's gonna go.
Exactly.
But Demon Slayer was not like that.
Those are 3 examples of things that you think will go away and really do not.
No.
You know what I mean?
100%.
Like it's
100%.
not really about the demons. It's not glorifying the demons in Demon Slayer. Yeah. And then it's the same thing with Last of Us. It's not about the zombies. No. It's not at all. And then it's the same thing with AOT.
For sure.
You know what I mean? Yeah. It's not about the kills. It's not about the blood or the gruesomeness or the scariness of the Titans. It's about what's going on.
Right.
And I think that is the most powerful pieces of media will flip your expectations in ways where it's not only gratifying, but you're like, holy shit. I did not expect I would even feel this way. Yes. About the piece of media like something called Demon Slayer.
Yes, bro.
You know?
Yeah, no, for sure. Because it's like, even Demon Slayer as like a name, it is badass. It is on the flip side, it's also kind of generic. It's very You know generic. What I mean? Like, absolutely. And so you can really like look at that title and be like, oh, okay. You know?
I think I get what's going on.
I get what's going on. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, I'm with you. What else is going on, bro?
Yeah.
Catch me up. I'm going to preface right now. This is going to be a very info-heavy, chunky length episode. All right? We have a lot of info we got to unpack. But I want to take, I really want to spend the most time as far as like casual conversation, like right here at the beginning, because we're just going to be like chunking this out.
I'm with that. Cool. And for this week, I would say, it was a busy one. Twin leaves on Friday. Oh my God, rest in peace.
My heart, bro.
I know, dude. I'm gonna miss her so much. It's crazy.
Rest in peace.
No, she's I've been basically spending every single day with her, just as much as I can while she's here, and that's been great.
Hell yeah, man.
And so I've been loving AOT. The other biggest thing, which I don't even think I told you, I beat Spider-Man 2.
I did not know that.
I 100%ed it and I platinumed it. Yeah.
Let's fucking go,
there's nothing left for me to do unless I want to play New Game Plus, which I really do. I
really?
really do. Yeah.
Like right off rip, or do you want to wait?
Well, it's one of those games where you want that ending to really like stick with you.
Yeah.
And I don't want to undermine everything that went down in that game by just starting it from the beginning.
For sure.
Because maybe I'm not gonna. I want to start it from the beginning so I can play it again, but I'm not in a rush to just let that ending kind of just be done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I miss it. I just love that game, and I love everything about it. And I love New Game Plus, especially for the Spider-Man games, because, I mean, you...
Don't you go into it pretty much with, like, everything you've unlocked?
Everything you've unlocked. So, like there's a skill tree, of course, for both Miles and Peter. There's abilities that you get, tech that you get, and then suit tech. So, gadgets and suit tech.
Yeah.
So there's like 4 things that you will literally be carrying over. All those are like you grind for those. Yeah. Like that's all stuff that like you really work for. And kind of in the sense of like you know how like Ratchet and Clank, the way gadgets work like that, where it's like you can upgrade them and then you can buy new ones or like get new ones and keep upgrading. It's just like that, but on steroids because there's so much going on in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I want to say, though, as a quick little review...
Actually, I was going to ask you, literally, if you could give, like, a little quick review.
I would love to.
Yeah,
I'll make it super quick. But everything that I've been hearing from everyone, I was expecting something that would kind of feel a little bit, like, disappointing, right? And my whole experience with it is not disappointment at all. I wish I didn't hear anything from anyone because I was waiting for me to get disappointed. And it's amazing because I really sat down after it ended and I thought about everything that happened in the game because this game is jam-packed. And I called it a kind of like a not a mess, but like it's got a lot going on.
Sure.
So much going on.
And 2 kind of like coinciding stories, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. 2, there's multiple. There's so much going on in this game. Like, it's a story about Peter. It's a story about Harry. It's a story about MJ. It's a story about Miles. It's a story about, like all the things that they have been going through. Yeah. All culminating into this massive tale that takes Kraven the Hunter, fucking Venom the Lizard, and all these massive villains and just grounds it in this sense that it's everyone's story. Yeah. You know? Yeah. And one of the things that I just think is incredible is Insomniac's vision of Spider-Man and their vision of Peter Parker and Miles Morales and how they emotionally deal with things, but also villains are huge because there is this level that I've never really seen in any other like Spider-Man story where these villains are humans first. They are absolutely treated like people. Literally from like the beginning of the game, like it's literally like you're helping people, and there's this sense of that Peter and Miles to a degree he's learning, and you feel that in the game, and there's something kind of deep about Peter trying to balance all these aspects of his life of forgiveness and love and having this relationship with MJ and reconnecting with Harry while also being a mentor to Miles. While he's also, he's older in the series, but he's a kid himself. He's learning all this stuff and he's trying to pass on the best he can do. He's trying to be the best boyfriend he can be or the best friend while also being Spider-Man and the mentor to the new Spider-Man. It's this dynamic that seriously like feels so heavy and so rich and so real. And Insomniac treats like Peter and Miles with like the most I've ever seen of Spider-Man respect.
That's amazing.
Like seriously, second only to like OG Tobey Maguire and Spectacular Spider-Man, some of the best adaptations that we have of this character.
Yeah.
Like, he's up there. No question. Yuri Lowenthal gives some of the best video game performance I've ever seen. I'm not even making a joke right now. Yeah.
Yeah. He was on the nominees,
he
right?
Was.
For yeah.
And little spoiler, he didn't win it.
Yeah.
And I am completely disappointed with everything I heard.
Yeah.
It's like the way he delivers sells some of the lines that, like, maybe if it was a different guy, I wouldn't believe as much.
Wow.
But he sells it. And acting aside, just the story. I said it's big, it's massive, it's a huge web of all these things going on. But everything they do, in my opinion, is incredible. It's like they're balancing all these things, and it really does go by fast. It's like set piece to set piece to set piece, but every set piece is like masterfully done.
Dude, that
and the funniest thing is the complaints that people have is it's like, okay, well, they rushed over this. Okay, but what we did get of this is incredible. It's like a 10 out of 10 of these things. I'm not saying that's the game score, but that's like every vibe that I'm hitting.
Yeah.
The fact that they treat the lizard like he's a human. Like Peter cares about Curtis Connor before he cares about the lizard. And the same thing with Quentin Beck and Mysterio, and the same thing with the Sandman, Flint Marko.
Yeah.
And the way that they treat these characters, it's like he sees the person. And there's this kind of theme in the whole thing of redemption or getting over your past, a huge one. And it's amazing for Miles too, because he's facing the man that essentially like ruined his life. You know, and it's about like, how do you, and it's such an interesting dynamic, because it's like, how do you teach that to a kid while you're also struggling? You know what I mean?
Totally.
And Peter goes through it in the same way that, like, you know, you kind of see in the Sam Raimi's, like the black suit, kind of ruining his life, pushing away the friends that he has. It's a symbiote story, you know, I'd say at its core.
At its core.
Yeah, it's that story of Peter doing that, but how does he then teach that or extend a loving hand to MJ, or help his best friend when he is destroying himself? And the best thing about symbiote stories is you really don't want like things to go wrong. It's amazing the way they're able to translate that into a video game. And I know I'm talking so much, but this game
I'm
really
taking this in.
Okay, good.
Yeah, this is good.
This game really.
I know we got some Spider-Man fans out
there.
Dude,
they better be out there listening to this right now, because I swear to Garsh.
Mikey is a huge Spider-Man fan.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Mikey, if you're listening right now, I need you to know, man, this game is incredible. If you're a Spider-Man fan, gotta play it. What I was gonna say about the symbiote is, you don't want things to go bad. You know, every good symbiote story, it starts with this power up and this like incredible feeling that it really is at its core an addiction story. And you don't want to see Peter no,
you care.
Yeah,
you emotionally care.
You emotionally care, absolutely. But it's like you don't notice until it's too late. Once it's like, you know, people start telling him, hey, maybe that black suit's bad for you, right? It's like, what are you talking about? This power is incredible. And the fact they give you abilities that are so busted in this game, like using the black suit as its thing. It has this thing that charges up so quick, and it's like you click down both sticks, and it's basically rage mode or Spartan Rage from God of War, where you literally just like 2 hits, you're knocking out all these dudes, and it is like the power you feel. You're like, I like this. I like this. Like this.
Wow, that's crazy, because like they make you feel the power that Peter feels.
Exactly, but Peter has been struggling the entire game with balancing all this, and sometimes it feels like he's not strong enough. And with the symbiote, he is strong enough. And then it's like, and then you get down to all the interesting dynamics of like how he treats Miles and how he treats Harry and MJ and even like
when he's wearing the black suit.
When he's in the black suit, and the way he treats himself. It's so interesting. I've heard some people also say they just wish there was more. And I'm with that. I agree. Like, but it is it is so powerful in what it is already that yeah. Should I give it a Flash score?
You definitely should give it a Flash score. I think you would be the perfect person to give it a Flash score.
Okay, I'm gonna say, me personally, from what I've experienced, I would say a 5 out of 5.
5 out of 5.
I know that's hard to say perfect.
Hell yeah.
But I'll say from what I understand.
Yeah, we don't give those out freely.
No, absolutely. And also, I don't platinum games. I don't I don't do that. That's just how it works on PS4. No. If I love a game, I will play the hell out of it.
What was your first platinum?
Spider-Man.
Yeah.
OG Spider-Man.
Yeah, so
I have 3 platinum.
There you go. Yeah,
so it's platinum. Oh, sorry, platinum. It's Spider-Man 1.
Okay.
No, I have 4 actually. Spider-Man 1, Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2, and Astro's Playroom.
Have to, bro. Have to. How you gassed it up?
I know, it's actually so good.
No surprise there.
But I would say, me personally, 5 out of 5 from what I can recognize as a game.
Yes.
And the things that it does have. I would say a 4 out of 5. There are some things missing for some people, and I can see any complaint. I can see a complaint coming around and someone saying that this is. But for what it does to my heart, as Josh, as the person that I am, it is a 5 out of 5.
Yeah,
no
your
question.
experience was 5 out of 5.
My experience was 5 out of 5.
Hell yeah.
I can recognize the game as 4 out of 5, though.
Sweet.
Dude,
that is amazing. I want to add on, too.
Please.
I think it's absolutely amazing that I feel like right now, in the midst of everything that has happened with the Spider-Man IP, right? Outside of its original source, outside of the comics.
Yep.
With the ups and downs of all the movies, we're in this place right now where Sony's finally figured it out with the Into the Spider-Verse series, right? Compared to two just failures. And even just on that, like Spider-Man 3, the original with Tobey Maguire, how much better I feel like from what I'm getting from you, this game tells that story in a different way, but everything you feel from it, and I know you've said after rewatching Spider-Man 3, it is better than you think initially, right?
It is, absolutely.
But I'm sure sitting here, it kind of sounds like this game is a lot better than that movie.
The way that I would say it is that the issue with that movie, in my opinion, is not the way that they do the symbiote. Truthfully, or at least symbiote Peter. Yeah. It's the way they shoehorn and quickly try to get there. When they get there, it's so entertaining. And so heartbreaking. Like him really losing a part of himself and gaining.
It's hard to watch.
It's hard. That when he hunts down Flint Marko and he literally is like gonna murder him in the subway station. And you hear the pain in his voice. That's all good. But they rushed there and then they rushed out of it. They rushed Venom. They rushed Eddie Brock. Like all these things are bad, but the symbiote at its core in that movie is good. And that's why I would say I would agree with you. Yeah. They do this way better. If you want the perfect symbiote story, though, watch Spectacular Spider-Man.
Spectacular. Okay.
I'm telling you, they just do it perfectly.
Okay.
There is.
Well, my point really is like with this game, right? And even like we'll say Insomniac Spider-Man.
Yes.
Sony Spider-Man, and then Marvel Spider-Man with like really the last renditions
MCU.
they've had of within the MCU of Spider-Man and his role, but especially that. I forget what it is.
Which one?
No Way Home?
No Way Home, yeah.
The last
with
like
Toby
and
there. Andrew?
Dude, all 3 of these mediums, like different controls and different visions of Spider-Man with different unique... you can't fully predict it because it's not 100% original to the comic, right? They each have their own take on it, and it's amazing.
It is amazing, and I will say there is something special about the Spider-Man IP right now because what Spider-Verse, this latest movie, did was truly, because No Way Home did it slightly.
Right.
They connected all the live action movies. Spider-Verse connects everything. You see Toby, you see Andrew, you see like live action Prowler, who is from the MCU Spider-Man universe. They mentioned Doctor Strange and the Peter Parker from universe 199999, which is the MCU universe. All these things are connecting, all these different art styles. I will say, and I really don't want to spoil this because it is so huge for me, and I did not want to look anything up. I just wanted to play the game to know what happens. There is a side quest that connects perfectly into the way Spider-Verse is setting up this whole universe. And you see, I'm not going to say what you see, but you see shit that really connects to Spider-Verse, which excites me because I don't know what they're going to do in the third one, and it is so set up for a third one. Absolutely set up for a third game. And
hell yeah.
It just feels like they're just going this route that I am so excited for Spider-Man as a universe.
Yeah.
You know, because
hell
even
yeah,
like it feels like they took that little cameo that the Insomniac Peter had,
yeah,
and they want to do something with that.
Yeah.
You know, because he's in it for like a minute in the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
Cross Spider-Verse.
Yeah, Cross.
Yeah. And it's just exciting. I feel like they're making this whole web of, if you're from a comic book, you exist in the Spider-Verse. If you're from a movie, you exist in the Spider-Verse. If you're from a TV show, Spectacular Spider-Man was in freaking Across the Spider-Verse with the original voice actor. Like, that is so hype already. And the fact that they're just like, oh my God. It really is incredible. And I agree with everything you're saying. But the Spider-Man IP as itself is just... so solid right now. So solid. So, that's my little review.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Peter.
Yo, no problem, buddy. I'm like, no problem, Miles. Got you, buddy. No, but yeah, I would say that's probably some of the most exciting things I did. I did a couple. We had a little adventure. Me and Trent and her brothers, and we went out a bunch and had some fun stuff. But
yeah, we talked about it. You went to the lake.
I did.
Yeah,
Wild Lake. Very fun little trip we made. Did a little hike, nothing too crazy.
Hell yeah, bro.
Yeah, but it was fun. It was really fun, and that was kind of my week. But
pretty much it.
What about you,
bro? Let me catch you up, man. I'll try to keep it brief too. It's just been really busy.
I tried, by the way.
I tried
to keep it brief.
Perfect. It's perfect. It's like I said, we got to get this casual conversation in now because
we're going business.
We're going business mode. You know what I'm saying?
I'm with that.
We got our special episode, which like I said, the second time I'm alluding to it, but we'll talk about it.
Yes.
And that'll be all casual conversation.
Yeah.
So this is just, let's get this info out, shall we? First up is, Pokemon Go still. Right?
Oh, yeah. Still running it?
Yeah, still running it.
You showed me what you caught.
Yes,
the other day.
Yeah, so specifically this week, my raid hunt was there's Mega Altaria, and I just wanted to you have to beat her twice to get enough like Mega Energy to Mega Evolve your own. So I just wanted that because I just wanted to add it to my decks. But truly, there's so much better Pokemon that like I just don't care about.
But it becomes
Altaria.
A dragon type, right?
Yeah, it becomes Dragon Fairy actually.
Fairy?
Yeah, and so
wait, so is it already a dragon type?
It's Dragon Flying.
Dragon Flying.
Yeah, Dragon Flying is like
and then it becomes Dragon Fairy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's an interesting typing.
It is.
Is there a typing like that at all? I don't think there's another Pokemon that's Dragon Fairy, right?
You know what? I don't think there is.
I don't think there is.
I think you're right.
But that is a very cool type.
Yeah, if anything, there's probably a legendary, if anything. You know what I mean? True. Or something. But
I should gonna look that up. But
look it up. But yeah, so I'll just cut to the chase. Zekrom, okay? Like, that was really my goal for this week, right? Specifically a shiny Zekrom. I thought, since I wasn't really trying for a shiny Reshiram, but got one, and I got so hyped about it, right? I was like, oh, well, it'd be so dope to have both, right? Like, back to back. In fact, I think my most sought-after Pokemon besides Mewtwo right now, too, is like, and the Galarian Birds is, dude, if I had a shiny Groudon... Have you seen like shiny?
It's a pink.
It's like yellowish.
It's a yellowish.
Yeah, instead of like a reddish.
You know what I'm thinking of? The freaking anime. Do you remember that episode in the OG Indigo League? They find a pink. It's not a. You're thinking of Groudon, right?
Yeah. From Gen 3.
Never mind. I'm thinking of the wrong one.
Oh yeah. No.
Wait, Groudon.
Groudon like the legendary, like Groudon.
Oh, I'm so stupid. Yeah, my bad. My bad.
Okay, well, there's the primal form, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So have you seen like primal shiny Groudon?
I have not seen.
My
that.
guy,
I'm looking it up right now.
Look that up. That is a sexy ass fucking Pokemon. I'll tell you that much, bro. Oh my goodness.
No way. You're talking about this one, right?
Yes, man.
Dude,
yeah.
That is a Pokemon to be held. It's got this design, to anyone who's not going to look it up. It's completely black and just has like this yellow magma running through its veins, basically.
Yes.
Looks like a demon. I'm not kidding. Yellow claws. That is one of the coolest shinies.
Yeah,
I got to say that now.
Straight up. So,
have you seen Primal Kyogre too?
I have. It's just as amazing.
These are all freaking sick.
Yes, bro. Like some of the coolest, like the trio with Rayquaza, like all three of those guys. They're awesome on their own, but then they gave them all like a primal form.
Yeah.
And with your little rant about like Diamond and Pearl, this was all things in the remake before it. You know what I mean? Like,
wish we got it,
Wish we got it,
That'd
brother.
Be awesome, dude.
Yeah, so cut to the chase, I got the shiny. He popped up. It was probably on my no. Groudon not available yet. Not for me. But Zekrom. Yeah, so I was on my Zekrom hunt. Found the shiny. Popped up. I was right near your room, so I came over and I showed you. Yeah, came right in, baby.
Badass. Freaking love that. Shiny. I love little things like that. Even just it's got this slight blue tint. Yeah. And then it's got blue eyes. Yeah. Instead of the red.
And the tail. And the tail has like a cool.
Was it like a yellowish? Like
green. Yeah. Instead of like blue, I think normally.
Normally it's blue. Yeah. And then
like when it glows.
But what was
Reshiram?
Yeah.
Oh, it's got to be because they're opposites. Because Reshiram's is normally red, and it's purple, right? So green and purple. There's got to be some opposing force there. Yeah, because that's what they are, right? Like they're opposing forces. So they're so
two
sick.
Pieces of the same puzzle. But they're like the yin yang.
Exactly. Yeah. And I already caught you up in AOT. That's been like a huge part of like Pokemon Go and AOT is pretty much my only form of like free time entertainment right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm like so busy otherwise. Like pretty much the last couple of weeks, and especially this last week, it's been like trying to write out Christmas cards, trying to like get everything planned. The trip. Going back home,
soon, right?
Yeah, this upcoming Monday.
Oh wow!
Next Monday.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
I do.
I do.
It's already
bro.
December 13th. That's
isn't that nuts?
Yeah, that's so
literally
wild.
12 days till Christmas.
Holy crap!
Whoa!
Oh my god! 12 days till Christmas.
12 days till Christmas.
Holy shit! I gotta write a Christmas.
Wow!
list.
Everyone got to start doing your songs. It'll be 10 by the time the episode's posted.
Will.
But everyone better be counting down. Get your advent calendars out.
What's the 12th day of Christmas? Oh no! It starts with first, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember it.
No, it works down to 1. Yeah. It starts at 1.
No,
and it keeps working down every time.
It works up then. If it starts at 1. On the first day of Christmas,
you're right.
My true love gave to me something, something, something. I don't remember. I don't know.
I don't remember.
Either.
I literally don't remember.
I'm a dingus.
Forget it, bro. All right, so really like nerdy shit for myself though. Super Mario RPG, the remake,
You're
right?
Still playing?
Not really, because I haven't had like time, you know, honestly. Because Pokemon Go is just I'm using the convenience of it being on my phone to
and you
play
can do it anywhere.
Anywhere, right?
Which you can play a Switch anywhere, but you're not going to have your Switch anywhere.
No, and I don't really don't like bringing it around with me like all the time.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, like if I feel like I have like this tiny bag that I take with me everywhere, and it's not very protective. And like if I'm bringing my Switch. Like, even if I got a case, I still want it to be like protected. You know what I mean?
It's pretty bulky. Like
it is pretty bulky. Yeah, especially the OLED. You know. So my goal is to play Super Mario RPG, probably beat it over my Christmas break.
That's a great idea.
I can talk about it.
You could have some playing time.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
You should play it on any downtime.
You know, it's funny you say that because I always think of like what I'm doing on any flight or any kind of travel, I'll play my Switch.
Yeah.
100%.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if anything, I think last time I flew was the first time I flew with an OLED.
Oh, yeah.
And so amazing. Just that stand changes the game.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I would say the OLED is worth it for the screen and the stand alone. Like it's got a better battery life, right?
Yeah.
A little
bit.
And I've noticed that too, playing Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
It absolutely is noticeable, especially if you're playing a big game.
Yes,
you know.
Yeah.
And honestly, like I have not hit a moment where like my Switch starts to die like it used to with my OG original edition, and it's been so helpful. Like the other day, we were doing. It's one of the reasons I want a PlayStation Portal so bad. But I was we were watching with Trinity's brother, and me and Trin started this Minecraft world, and we've been going ham on it.
Yeah, I walked in when you guys were playing it, right?
Yeah, you did. Yeah. So we did this thing where we I grabbed the back stand and I opened it and I like kind of clinched it onto the covers that we were on, and we just played like 2-player split screen.
Oh yeah.
On the OLED, and it was a perfect.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's
honestly.
So fun. So good. So perfect.
Honestly,
for
like
flights,
the slight increase in screen size too is amazing.
It's
everything.
It literally is everything.
I mean, I know you've we've talked about this a little bit, I think, on cast, but off cast we've talked a lot about how how much you and I both appreciate portable mode, right?
Of course.
But I did not really enjoy my portable mode experience with the original Switch, you know?
Switch, yeah.
But changing, it was like an instant. As soon as I got the OLED in my hand playing it, I'm like, oh my God. This changes the game.
Yeah, it's something so small but so huge.
Huge.
You know what I mean? You would not expect. I remember seeing the pictures of it, and I was like, it doesn't look like that much of an increase in size.
Right.
but it really is.
You feel it when it's like inches from your screen, your eyes. You know what I mean?
My eye screens.
Yeah, your eye screens.
Yeah,
screens.
No,
you know
I'm
what I'm saying?
it.
Joshy,
Yes.
the thing I really just wanted to say before we just jump into this is there was a
boy.
couple of emails I got, right? From, we talked about like Spotify Wrapped and like things like that. So it seems like that's like the trend now.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
It's going everywhere.
Dude, Reddit did it. Did you see that?
No.
Do you use Reddit at all?
I do use Reddit, but it's like seldom now.
It was really funny. They have a Reddit Wrapped.
Reddit Wrapped.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know if that's what it's called, but it's like at the top you can check every like subreddit you've joined, read a part of, or your favorite, like all that stuff.
Honestly, I'm interested.
It's like a Spotify Wrapped.
Yeah.
So everyone's doing it. You're right.
Hell
Because
yeah.
YouTube Music just did it.
Yes, dude. It's
thing.
everywhere. So the two emails I got that I wanted to make note of for the cast today is PlayStation Wrap Up, was what they called it.
Wow.
And I also got one from Nintendo for the first time. I'm pretty sure I've never heard of this before, right? So it said Nintendo Switch Year in Review 2023. So I want to run you through my stats real quick.
Run it. And by the way, I tried. It was
the email?
The link was not. It said something is going wrong, and it kept.
Oh, maybe it was like specific for like. I sent you the link for my email. Maybe it linked to my account.
It might have. That is possible because it was trying. It like kept saying failed to load, try again, like failed to load.
Yeah,
something has gone wrong. So I tried.
Okay,
but
Well, if you get the stats for later,
we'll read
totally
it
we can talk
next
about it.
week.
Yeah.
Easy.
So for PlayStation, these were like they had like categories, right? And I'll just kind of like run you through. So first thing that pops up is biggest hitters. Which is basically your biggest games that you've played. Okay. And it said a total of 8 games. Okay. But my biggest hitters, it looks like it's a top 5.
Okay.
My first was Elden Ring, right?
Oh, yeah, because you ran that a lot with Caleb.
Yes. Yep. Still going through it. I think we're at like 50-something hours right now. But I don't know when the wrapping stops. Like if it's like the end of November or something.
What is it called? You were doing Drunk Souls? Or what is it?
We were doing Drunk Souls for a minute.
Is that what it's called? Drunk Souls?
Yeah. We're just like you're taking a shot every time you die.
Every time you die?
Oh.
Which you'll get
brutal.
cooked.
Yeah. There's a couple of nights where, we had to stop after playing for like an hour. You know? It's like, excuse me, you can't even communicate and it becomes unplayable. No, you know, it's already tough
because the more you lose, technically the worse you get at the game.
Definitely.
Unless you just lock in like insanely.
I will say your patience can go way up though.
You think so?
Yeah, like because you're just not getting frustrated. You know what I mean? Like you're just like you don't give a fuck.
Yeah, like
we like got past like an insanely hard part that we were stuck at. I think we died like 3 times in a row.
Oh, wow.
And then I stood up. It was like on top of a castle, and I stood up on like the edge of the wall.
Yeah.
Turn around towards Caleb, and if your circle button is like your dodge.
Yeah.
But if you just tap it while you're standing still, you just do a quick back step. So I'm just standing on that ledge. I'm facing him, and I'm like, he's like, no, dude, no, don't do it. Off the cliff, and it's like right into the ocean, like 300 feet down. So you die, obviously, right? But I didn't care. It's just so fun. Like, honestly, sometimes you just got to make the game your own bitch. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm like, hey, I'm gonna die on my terms. All right. But it gave me a ratio too. So for Elden Ring, it said I got 8 trophies and 47% playtime ratio.
Wow.
And then down there is Minecraft Dungeons, which I played so much last year, and so we were like wrapping up playing it at the beginning of this year.
Yes.
So I'm pretty sure the last time I played it was like February. Sure. Somewhere around there.
Yeah,
19 hours though. So, I definitely played a big chunk just this year.
I did not think you played 19 hours.
I didn't either.
Wow.
Yeah. But, dude, I could get so lost in that game. Minecraft Dungeons is a top multiplayer game, I'm telling you. Yeah, I played it a little bit by myself. There's like a tower mode that you can only do solo. Okay. Or I think they actually have an update so you can do co-op now, but it used to be solo only. You get crazy rewards from doing it, and it's kind of like a roguelite. So if you die, you lose, right? And you got to get to the top. So that was fun. But everything else in the game, because it's multiplayer and because multiplayer just adds so much to the game, it's meant to be played multiplayer. Right. Yeah. Couch co-op, even online. It's so fun. Yeah. Up to 4 people.
It really does seem like it.
Highly recommend. Yeah. It's on every console. And with the new Minecraft game that came out.
Minecraft.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Realms?
I almost said Realms, but you're right. It might be Realms. I was going to say Realms, but the reason it's weird is because a Minecraft realm is a thing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's like a server you kind of pay for.
Oh, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just can't remember what it's called. But you know what I'm talking about, right? It's like this new kind of like action strategy game. Yeah. Apparently it's not good. And I haven't played it.
Have heard that.
Yeah.
I think Drew tried to play it.
Okay.
And he said he didn't like it.
Yeah, apparently it's also like very buggy too. Like so that obviously doesn't help. But apparently the core game, like a lot of people are saying, Dungeons was a lot better, and I am on that Dungeons train. So I hope they come out with a second one, honestly.
Yeah.
But then I have the Quarry, Until Dawn,
and
Destiny 2. All right. Then it was gaming style. Mine was role player.
Ooh.
No surprise there.
Who could have
Big shocker, right? 47% of my playtime is spent on role-playing games.
Okay. Nice.
82 total hours gaming on my PS5. Wow. Yeah, it was all PS5, I'm pretty sure. 82. This is crazy. This is just like a small stat they threw in. It said your favorite controller. Because the controllers like sync up and they're all different colors.
Multiple.
I have two. I have the white one that came with it, and then the red one because I loved that color.
Like a scarlet, or not like a scarlet.
Yeah.
It's like almost like a pirate color.
Yeah,
like
you're right.
Whatever that is, like a light red.
Yes, yeah, like with a slight like hot pink.
Yeah, like a hot pinkish. Yeah.
So I love that controller. It's my favorite, and it literally popped up on there. Yeah. Right, the pirate controller popped up and said, "This is my favorite DualSense."
That's
I'm like,
cool.
Wow, okay, yeah, cool.
I can't believe they kept that as a little.
Me too. Yeah, like a little something to set them apart, right?
I love it.
You know, because Nintendo's didn't have that. I'll tell you that much.
No.
38 total trophies.
Oh wow.
0 platinums. Probably the first year.
Where you didn't platinum
since I got into PlayStation where I did not have a platinum this year.
Yeah.
I just don't care as much anymore.
Yeah, and honestly, like PlayStation in general, I've noticed there are so many bullshit trophies. Like when I beat Last of Us 2, I literally had this feeling where I was like, I would love to platinum this game, but it's just not the fun type of...
Yeah, it's funny you say that. Because Last of Us 1 and 2
it's
are
the same
both
way.
known notoriously for having a dumb trophy list.
It's stupid. It
I'll
is
run you through. This will be a little tangent, but like what I feel, and I feel like there's like the consensus, is natural trophy progression is very rewarding.
So much so.
You know? That it feels good every time that trophy pops up.
Absolutely.
You know, like you're like, oh fuck yeah. You know, like that's the hook. That's what made me achievements back in the 360 first made it stand out. So a natural progression system, you know, where like maybe fully beating, you get to the last boss, you roll credits.
Yeah.
Maybe that's like 80% of the trophy list.
Perfect.
And 20% is like side quest or extra shit.
Or even, I'm okay with a couple fun ones.
Yeah.
I think Spider-Man 2 did it perfect. I just did this a couple days ago.
Yeah.
So it's fresh on my mind. There were only a couple where I was like, this is just fun.
Yeah.
There was one where it's like they added this big baseball stadium because they have like all the extension of New York.
Yeah.
And it's like run a home run. I'm like, that's cute. I'll do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
definitely.
And it's fun because Peter has like a special little voice clip, and the trophy pops up. It's all good fun. I did not run into a single kind of bullshit one where I was like,
because you know
this
when
is
you're
dumb.
like, oh my god, this
Absolutely.
is dumb. You know,
even ones that are kind of a challenge, I enjoy.
Yeah.
I enjoy something a little bit as long as it's like fair.
Yeah,
you know, and not like ball busting like stupid. You know,
which. I have gone through my ball busting
you have
trophies.
100 platinum trophies, right?
I think I have 50 or 51.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, maybe I do have...
I thought you had 100 with
Maybe I do have 100.
You do, because remember that the 99th?
Yes.
Was that really shitty
that
one.
shit game,
was
and
it
I wanted my 100.
Or was it 50?
Yeah, I remember it being like...
it was 100.
It was a set number, though.
Yes.
I think it's either 50 or 100, to be honest with you.
I think it was 100.
God damn it.
Just give yourself 100.
Fuck it. We'll do 100.
Yeah.
We're going to have a whole episode. I really feel strongly, early in next year about trophies and achievements.
Yes.
And kind of how it affects you as a gamer playing it. And
Absolutely.
almost also seeing, getting off the high of it. And you see it for what it is. You know what I mean? So... To go back to The Last of Us, the way they have their trophy set up really is it's almost as if they made the entire list as a additional reward system to the main story.
Right.
So you only get 2 natural progression trophies.
Yeah.
2.
And I'm not kidding. It's frustrating because I look at it and it's 12% complete. I'm like, I beat the whole fucking game and that's all I've got.
Right. And it's not even like you just went through it.
Yeah.
You probably really check shit out.
I made sure to upgrade everything I had in both versions of the game. There was really no stone unturned when it comes to the game itself.
Yeah.
No,
so
that's frustrating.
100%.
That's
no,
not,
I'm with you, and that's
also would love
trash.
To do that
yeah, okay,
yeah,
you're so
that
down.
Would be so much fun.
Yeah, bro. There's a lot to unpack with it
there is.
because like there's a Nintendo who doesn't have one and hasn't, right?
Yeah.
And then like Steam and like, they have their own, and theirs is probably the best fleshed out version.
I really like Steam's trophies. Those are so much fun.
Yeah.
I really have enjoyed those, especially when it comes to like Half-Life.
Definitely.
Those are especially like their games. I feel like they just put a lot of effort in.
Yeah.
And I've seen that.
And I completely agree. And I'm not even like in the PC space, but that is what I have heard from a lot of people.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's really good. And they do this really fun way that they set it up. Almost it feels a little more fun than PlayStation is even, which to each their own, because I'll say, and granted I haven't been in the Steam, but I love the trophy system compared to achievements. Totally. Right? Well, compared to this numbered, Xbox's approach is like the higher, the total score, right? Yeah. Whereas PlayStation is like, you have a level, right? Which is whatever, but it's weighted on your trophies. And really it's like you look at it and just instantly looking at it, like you look at that platinum number and then you look at the gold, then the silver, then the bronze, like it's absolutely. It's just different. The chase for the platinum, that was the most addicting part of all of it for me. Totally. I mean, you'll literally get to a point where you're like 98 complete. Yeah. And you're like, I got 2 trophies to go. 2. And one of them is just something I got to do. Yeah. And then the next one is my platinum trophy. I'll take that thing.
I'll take it, baby.
I'm so down for that episode. Though.
So, hell yeah. So I had said 3 gold, 5 silver, and 30 bronze. It said my social style. No idea what that means. It said squad hero. And then it said under that 33 hours with my squad. I'm guessing squad means playing online. Because I literally didn't. You saw the games. No. So they're all local or like invite only cooperative. None of these are like a Call of Duty online, where I'm playing with random people, right? So social hero, right? Squad hero, baby. And then it gave me a little digital collectible for going through the whole list and everything. You literally unlock like a collectible that it like assigns you based on your achievements. Wow. So it gave me a Spider-Man spider bot. And it's just like a little like trophy that you actually can visualize on your phone or on your PlayStation, spin it around. It's a virtual trophy. Kind of like Smash Melee.
That is so sick.
Isn't that cool?
I love it.
Yeah.
That's sick as fuck.
Yeah. I'll show you after the episode too, because you can like spin it and stuff, and it's cute. I'm like, oh, that's cool. So going into Nintendo's, which I arguably care the most about. Yeah. I mean, stat wise, you'll see this too, because I'll reiterate, PlayStation I had 82 hours. Okay. Excuse me. With probably playing once or twice a month, I would say, for a PS5. Okay. Yeah. Nintendo Switch year in review 2023. First game I played of the year.
Yes.
Can you guess?
Sea of Stars?
No, I think that came out in like March.
Oh, did April.
It? Yeah, somewhere around there.
I don't know.
It was Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Obviously,
I sometimes forget that's a game.
Me too, because
it's like its own thing.
It is, and we're like in this headspace too for like game of the year and like what's current. And Smash is just like forever
always
relevant.
There. Yeah, exactly.
Always, bro.
That's so funny. I should have thought. Should have known.
Excuse me. 23 total games played compared to my 8 played my PS5. Nice. I was shocked it wasn't a little higher, but like I play a lot of like the same games, for hours, especially like Smash.
You mean like closing and opening? Is that how they?
Yeah, like I think it's like the amount of times you actually physically opened and started a unique title,
and then it closed and then open would be another one.
No. Like only a unique title. So if you opened up Smash, and then you went to Mario Wonder, and then you reopened Smash, you still only have 2.
Have 2.
Yes,
okay,
exactly.
I'm with that. I'm with that.
So at 23 with 566 total hours this
insane.
Year. Fuck yeah. Nice. Yeah, I feel good about that.
Yeah.
A 500
year.
Your
top game?
It does. So, shocker, Ultimate, okay? 262 hours.
No way.
My Switch this year.
That's like almost 50%.
You're right. Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, definitely most of it. Yeah. Second, Fire Emblem Engage. Nice. Because I was going ham on that game a little bit after it came out. I was, man. I was playing that for probably like 4 months pretty consistently, you know? And then right under that, that was 132 hours.
Okay, nice.
Yep. And then Sea of Stars at 58 hours.
58 hours?
58, yeah. Wow. I feel good about that, too, because I did everything in that game.
And that's amazing for a title like that.
Oh, absolutely. I was so satisfied with that.
To be satisfied,
Yeah, my biggest, after everything was going so well with the game, then my biggest fear is, oh, is it short? Because that's kind of more or less the standard these days, right?
Sure, why not?
So no, it was perfect. And then next category was gaming trends. So it said action, 25%, arguably so. Smash, right?
Smash,
yeah. Party, 22%. I don't know if Smash also falls under that.
That's a great question because I'm not kidding. There's even the debate online of people saying, is Smash a fighting game or a party game?
Ooh.
And it's a heated debate.
It's a heated debate.
Because some people are like, well, it's not a fighting game. Like a fighting game is a traditional fighting. Right. This is like a party game.
Well,
but I disagree.
What if this stat tells you anything? I also had 22%, the same stat in fighting category. It gave me party and fighting at 22.
It's got to be both of them.
I think it is. I think it counts as both.
Yeah.
Or at least that's how Nintendo looks at it,
that's how Nintendo sees it. Yeah.
Role playing, 22%.
Oh, nice.
Strategy, 11%. And adventure, 4%. Which is probably the little bit of time I spent in Tears of the Kingdom. That's probably where that's going. And then it said August was my most played month with 126 hours
126
in August.
In one month?
That's like full-time job status.
You're a demon.
In August.
I love that.
Yeah, bro. And that was my last. You know what? That was also when I was in Minnesota, and I played Switch a lot at night.
That'll do it.
Yeah, and then and carried over that month when work was dead. So that makes absolute sense. That's the deadest I am at work.
Adds up.
Joshie, that's all I got for you. Nice. So we are an hour in. Let us dive into this episode, brother.
Let's dive it.
Oh, we are. Where we at? 101. Oh, perfect. Ooh. All right, my guy. Well, we had a little bit of recording time at the beginning too, so I think it's a little bit less. Yeah. But Joshie, let's get this kicked off, shall we, man? Yeah. What are we about? This Flash Bros podcast is all about casual conversation and building community with the people we love. You know what I mean? And just talking about all the things that we love, right? And we're big nerds, so we're big on video games and anime, manga, and everything you've heard us talk about for the last hour.
Even beyond that.
And beyond.
I talk ears off about Spider-Man. And I think Spider-Man has some of the best movies and some of the best TV shows, cartoon animated shows.
Yeah, it's like across all mediums, right? Because
that's what I'm saying.
In like comic book style,
absolutely,
like everything.
Talk about whatever we love.
Absolutely. That's what it's about. We're here. Our episodes are accessible across all audio platforms. Yes. Okay, we based out of Spotify, but you can find us anywhere, including YouTube. So check us out. You can also check out our website, where you can become a Patreon sponsor if you wish to support the channel. That will be patreon.com/flashbrospodcast, where you can also submit comments, questions, concerns, thoughts, ideas, whatever you want.
Whatever you want to say. If you want to say it, then you should say it.
If you do have to be a sponsor to message us on Patreon. Yeah. So if you don't want to sign up, totally fine. You can just email us. We got flashbrospodcast@gmail.com.
Nice.
Just send us a message over there, and especially for our write-ins, because we love reader mail.
We love it. We have an entire segment for it, and yes, sir. We love like diving into each question.
Yes, we really do.
We really do, especially like I don't know. I'm not gonna dog on any other podcast, but I feel like we go deep into every question that we have 100%. Because we love them, and that's kind of the whole point.
We're as thorough as we want to be, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But that's also the point of a community, you know.
Absolutely.
We talk and we hear what everyone has to say, and everyone gets as much thought as we can.
Absolutely, you know I mean? And as much as we feel support from all of you, we are here for you too, and we want to support you and just and give back. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Because we love you.
We love you so
Let's get this started, Joshie. We've got our Patreon sponsors right here, my friend.
Speak of
the devils. Let's start at the top, as always, with Austin Bowman.
Austin!
Shout out my man. Next up, we got Annette Anderson.
Annette. One of the most beautiful women on the planet, right?
No question.
No question about
seriously,
it.
Yeah, my mom is gorgeous.
She's a wonderful woman, dude,
and she's so fit. Like, she really takes care of herself.
She does.
Yeah, she is always on that. Her diet, on point.
Can I ask? Yeah. Is it inappropriate to ask how old she is?
I don't remember. I want to say she's like 54.
Because for a 54-year-old woman, she does not look it.
No.
She looks like
she looks amazing.
42.
Seriously.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No.
She's a wonderful woman.
I look up to her.
Yeah.
You know, in many ways.
I love her.
All the time. Next up on here, we got Donald Duck.
Donald Duck.
My man.
Speaking of fitness.
This
dude's fit as a mug.
This dude, I know, man. He's wilding around.
I know.
And we got Kendall Sutherland. My gorgeous girlfriend.
One of the other most beautiful people
Absolutely,
in the
world. Man. No, I really do. Sophie took a picture of her last night with a really pretty sunset.
Oh, yeah?
Out. Did you see it?
No, I did not.
It was like one of those like classic like Arizona pink.
Beautiful.
Overcast. Yeah, dude.
Is it on Instagram or something?
I don't think so. Yeah, I'll pull it up. And next up here, we have Adrell Williams.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Why is everyone on this list so beautiful?
That's what I want to know,
That's crazy. Adrell.
Maybe we're just like really attracted to attractive people.
That's got to be it.
I don't know.
Oh, that is beautiful.
Really
also, those clouds are incredible.
Yeah, dude.
Oh my god, I love
stellar
I love that.
photo.
That's a beautiful sunset too. I love it.
I know, man.
Beautiful. Adrell is a legend. He's our roommate, but he's also a hilarious Twitch streamer. If you guys want to check him out,
very entertaining. That man's so very gifted,
and he does it. I think every Wednesday too.
Yeah,
at least he tries to.
Yeah.
So
busy schedule, but my man's on it. And he streams whenever.
That's
he can.
right. Yeah, it's at Sweet A, and that's spelled Sweet AYEEE. That's 3 E's. But make sure to check him out on Twitch because he is hilarious.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
He's always he's got a similar community where he's always pretty plugged in. You know what I mean?
No, he is. Yeah, he's very involved. I love him. We got Johnny Rao the Fourth. Yes,
John
sir.
Rao the Fourth, the legend, the man himself. I cannot wait to talk with him. I said last month I wanted to talk with him about the GTA 6 trailer.
Yes.
Because legendarily, when I first met him, he was literally dressed as the main guy from Vice City.
Yeah. What's his name?
I don't remember his name.
Okay, yeah.
But he's got a revolver.
Yeah.
And he's got this Hawaiian shirt.
Yeah.
And it's such an iconic look. It's like this blue Hawaiian.
Dude, and he wore it so well.
Yeah, he made it look. I literally, right when I saw him, I was like, GTA.
Yes.
That's the one.
And he came up to me before you were out because I think you were still getting ready. And I haven't played GTA really, right? And he's like, do you know what I'm from?
Yeah.
It's from a video game. I'm like, well, if I was to make a guess, you're a character from GTA. And he's like, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Johnny, we fucking love Johnny,
love you
bro.
so much, Johnny.
And I want to get Johnny on for a special episode next year about Metal Gear Solid.
I would love that.
Yes.
Do you have any plans to play Metal Gear Solid? Just real quick.
It's kind of, to be honest with you, Johnny talks, like, it's definitely one of Johnny's favorite series ever. Yeah. He talks about it as much as probably you and I talk about Xenoblade or about AOT with each other.
Well, absolutely.
Every time I've seen Johnny in the last couple of months, we get in the topic of Metal Gear Solid.
Well,
it's fascinating.
Yeah, speaking of the topic, I mean, it's Hideo Kojima, which is, this dude is legendarily just pushing the idea of what you can do in a video game as a story. Yeah. And at the Game Awards, he brought out Jordan Peele. Yep. The guy who did Nope, Us, and Get Out. Yeah. Very, very well acclaimed.
Is it Quiet Place too?
No. Okay. That's a different guy, but he's also a really good director, and I'm forgetting his name. But Jordan Peele, so incredibly talented. But he said the first time he really got some exposure to Hideo Kojima. Yeah. Because he's like working alongside him in this new game that he announced. Not going to say anything yet. But he basically said he started with Metal Gear Solid 2 and just went down the series and has been following Hideo Kojima his entire time. And I got a lot of respect for Metal Gear. So Johnny,
me too now, because Caleb also shout out to my buddy Caleb, avid listener as well.
Oh yeah,
he is also a huge Metal Gear Solid fan. I've known Caleb for over a decade, and I've heard like a lot of info and a lot of like just his passion for it, and now hearing it like in a different way, because it's somebody completely different, you know, and Johnny's whole viewpoint on it and the level of depth that they both go into it. Dude, I feel like I know so much. Yeah. But obviously I haven't played it, so it's like, it's so complex, it's fascinating. It makes me want to.
I want to. Yeah. I would say I've had plans to. Yeah. Since I started playing Half-Life. Okay. Because my whole thing with Half-Life was I was like, people love it so much. I love Portal. Let's see how I feel about it. And I was playing it and I was like, I get it. Like, I get it so heavy. I get it. You know what I mean? No. And unlike something like Xenoblade, where I felt like I got into it myself, and I didn't hear a lot of hype around it. Definitely. Especially with Xenoblade 2, which I played right when it came out. Yeah. And there wasn't a lot of talk on it. That was kind of like something I experienced beyond hearing about it. But Metal Gear Solid is one of those things where people talk about it, and I want to play it, and I want to get into it. So absolutely, I would love to do an episode. Maybe even if you and I like beat one of the games, we can talk about one of them. Absolutely, with Johnny. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Or even because I was even thinking like on just some games that I feel like are on my backlog that I'll never get to. Sure, watching like a playthrough slash or like a video summary slash but even like Johnny's like, dude, there's like. He's like, I'm going to tell you right now, if you go that route, unless you are directly, like, watching the cutscenes, he said even if you just watch, like, the in-game cutscenes together and get the story from that, you're missing
like a piece of what makes it special in the gameplay itself, with like these hidden things and tropes and actions and like under the breath comments, which I understand, right? It's like if you were to watch Xenoblade as an anime, you would miss all the things that are a part of the Xenoblade experience.
And that's one of the reasons video games are such an incredible medium, in my opinion, because they have that ability to absolutely just like change the way you experience it. And I feel the same way about even like Spider-Man 2 because of what we just said about the black suit. It's so easy to watch that and be like, oh, I can see Peter devolving, but being there is different. There's things you'll miss. So
definitely.
Anyway, yes.
Yeah.
Love you, Johnny.
And love you so much, Johnny. Next up here is Lene Lovelady.
Lene Lovelady.
Yes. My half-sister. Love her to death.
I was just talking about how cool her name is.
Actually, we were talking right before the podcast. Like, is it really, would you say it was like love?
I said love book.
Love book, yeah.
Like,
no, it's actually Lovelady. It's actually her last name.
Which sounds like a superhero. There's like Miles Morales, Peter Parker, Lene Lovelady.
Well, you know what? She's
Bruce
a superhero.
Banner.
So
she kind of is, huh?
Yeah. 100%.
I love it.
Bruce Banner.
Love it.
And then Mike Sandoval.
Mikey.
Yes, sir. Love this guy
Mike
to
himself.
death.
Still have yet to meet him, but I really want to.
Yeah, he said he cannot wait to meet Peter Parker himself.
What? You didn't say
that's what he said, bro. I'm telling you. Yeah, and we also talk every week about the podcast multiple times. So I'm going to see him tomorrow. Shout outs to you, Mikey.
So excited about that.
All right, brother. Let's jump into our first section here, Joshy, which you already know is Retro Recap. Yes, sir. I got a list of a few games here, 5 to be exact, of some games that have come out over this last week. You know what's ironic is the entire list is Japanese release dates.
Wow.
-1, which was, we'll get into that. But it's funny because, like, if you... looking back in the past and talking about when like big games are released, I don't feel like a lot of big games are really released like in December. It's pretty rare if it's pushed back that far. I feel like it's like if it's a big fall release, like Nintendo games, they usually come out November.
Totally.
Maybe October. Yeah. Right?
December is kind of rare for Nintendo too. I mean, like I could think of like Xenoblade 2.
Yeah.
But I felt like...
Actually, that's what I thought of too.
Oh,
so
yeah?
It's really funny. Yeah. It's like one of the few I can think of in my mind of like a big game.
Yeah, Scarlet and Violet was November of last year.
Yeah, see? Yeah. So maybe... Was Sword and Shield in December? It might have been.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
It was.
Yeah.
Sword and Shield was.
Those are the only examples I can think of. For
me
real.
too.
So let's get into this. This is a list of games released between December 11th and 17th.
Let's talk about
it. Some years in the past, and today is Wednesday, December 13th.
That's right.
So that being said, Josh, the first one I got here is Mario Kart 64.
Ooh, the OG.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I know we've talked a little bit about it, but I wanted to kind of pick your brain for a second, see if really there was if you had like a lot of experience in this game or what yours is.
Yeah, I mean, sorry.
No, I was going to say it came out December 14th, 1996 in Japan.
96.
Yes, sir.
Did it come? Do you know when it came out in America?
I think it came out the next year.
Next year.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, I don't have an insane amount like I do with a lot of other Mario Kart games. I usually go very ham. But that one was kind of like, I didn't have an N64 to myself.
Right.
Personally. But obviously, you know, I played the OG Smash like my friend's house. And same thing with Mario Kart. It was just a classic that you would play anywhere. And then if you remember, McDonald's kiosks used to have N64s.
You're right.
Did they have those in Oregon?
Yes, they
because
did.
they had those here. And I remember Mario Kart was always what they had going. The controllers were beat up to shit and slimy and sticky, but that shit did not matter. That shit was so much fun.
Now with that joystick, bro.
Hell no,
yeah,
dude.
Are you kidding me?
Fuck.
Did you like? So was that like your first Mario Kart?
Technically, yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, it was my first one, and then Double Dash I played at my friend's house as well. And then the first one I really played was Wii. Was when I got into it.
And that's like when you would say like you really like got into it.
That was when I started really playing it.
Okay.
But when I got into it was when I had my own copy, because that was kind of like a family console. The Wii for me was Mario Kart 7 on the 3DS. That was when I like everything. Time trials, get all the coins, get every character, get all the vehicles, like beat everything 3 stars first place.
Ham.
I went ham. And I have on every Mario Kart game since including 8 and 8
64 is on the emulator, right?
It is. Switch. Yeah. I played a little bit actually.
Okay. Yeah.
Which is fun. I always try to play. I tried to play some of Super, which is kind of hard. but
I do not like Super.
I don't like it either.
It honestly, like, Lene was actually teasing me about it because I think you mentioned that on an episode.
What did I say?
You said, like, you're like, oh yeah, and the worst one, talking about Super Mario Kart.
No,
and she's like, no, that's the one I grew up with. Like, that was her like childhood memory with that game.
Respect to that.
Yeah, but I played it when I was younger too.
Yeah.
It was probably the first Mario Kart I played was the Super Nintendo for a minute, and that game was always and is still hard as balls.
It is hard as balls.
Yeah, and it's very different now.
A little different.
Yes.
Yep, it does.
Yeah.
And I think no matter what, kind of the first game in any series, especially like a long range series like Smash or Mario Kart, something like that,
definitely,
just is like an experiment in itself. Mm-hmm. And then usually the next one is when they go.
Yeah,
they figured
shit out.
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
And you always got to get one down so that you can make something really good. You know what I mean?
No, you do. You really do.
That's how it goes.
So, Josh, the next game on this list here is a game called Pierre Solar and the Great Architects.
I've never heard of this.
Okay, I was going to ask if you'd ever heard of this game. Nope. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This is I would say, like a very niche hidden gem.
Did it have an American release?
So check this out. Okay. It did. It had a worldwide release on the Sega Genesis.
No way.
In December 14th, 2010.
Little Genesis game, huh?
I don't know if you heard me right, Josh. Genesis in 2010.
Wait. Hold up.
Hold up. Yeah, that's the year I graduated high school, by the way.
Yeah, when did the Genesis end?
The Genesis ended before... there was something else after the Genesis, and then there was the Saturn.
The
right?
Saturn? Yeah.
No. It was the Genesis, then Saturn, then Dreamcast.
Dreamcast.
Yes. Yeah. So this is a game that's an independent studio called Watermelon, and it was like 4 guys came together. That I think they first announced what they were doing in like 2004 or something like that. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to recreate an epic RPG reminiscent of the classics. Okay, how many times have we heard that though? Right, like
plenty of times,
especially today.
In
right?
these times, absolutely.
But this was kind of one of the originals.
Yeah.
And this was it's called Pierre Solar, Pierre Solar, and the Great Architects. It is available on a plethora of platforms, which we'll get into. You actually cannot play it on Switch, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah. It's really unfortunate. I don't know why, to be honest with you. But I wanted to run you through like just a tiny bit of history on this game because it's pretty special. And I played a good chunk of it, put it down. It honestly ended up kind of entering the realm of uninteresting.
Okay.
A little bit. Like it had some significant problems. Sure. My biggest problem really is I can't stand a modern game that doesn't respect your time. And it really like has unskippable cutscenes. Like it's very slow. Just moments like that. Even like my big thing too, if you're playing like a grind heavy RPG, the battles either have to be insanely interesting or short or both. Right? And these battles were really interesting at first, but then you get into like just the grind mode, it's so slow to get through. So
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, I just started slogging, but this game was really special because these guys came together and they wanted to work on a Sega Genesis game in the modern era. So it literally is the last Sega Genesis game that's ever been released, and it's an official release of it.
And Sega was down with this and everything?
Well, I'm not sure on the specifics on how this works because it's a discontinued product, but there's something about... It might be related to Sega, and Sega in Japan specifically, but submitting to whoever like the cartridge makers are, the manufacturer.
Yeah, the manufacturer.
Which usually like Sega could have like what's it called? Like outsourced. Right? Yeah. So if they go to that manufacturing company directly, they will print it themselves.
Interesting.
Right? Yeah. And usually though it does stem from some sort of whoever the console was for, so Sega in this case.
Right.
But they somehow got it done. All right.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and I'm not sure on the nitty-gritty there.
That's amazing.
Pretty amazing.
I'm loving it.
And then fast forward, it got so much fan hype, and this is before the days of Kickstarter, okay, right? It got so much fan hype and fan following behind it, and they wanted and this is a tiny team, and I think they were in Europe, okay?
Really?
So they released this, and there's so much of this outcry, especially on Twitter, to release this on modern consoles, whatever. And then years later they announced, I think it was 5 years later, they came out with Pure Solar HD.
Wow.
And this is what released basically everywhere. And it had really cool options. This is ahead of its time, but these are kind of modern standards now, I would
Right.
say, for like an RPG from like that stood the test of time, like
Sure.
Chrono Trigger and like whatever, right?
Totally.
But it has like an option to like switch the graphics between like old pixel art and new pixel art. Same
I
thing
like
with the
that.
backgrounds.
Yeah.
And I will say the best thing about the game is the music. It's very like I'd say true to the era, and the graphics very true to the era.
I like that.
So and the fact that it is literally playable on a Genesis.
That
like
is so crazy.
You know that's mind blowing.
I can't think of anything else that's done that. I mean,
There's like a couple of examples
where they just like because of
I want to say that there was a company after this that created a Game Boy Color game or something
really?
like that.
Really?
Or a Game Boy game.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was playable on a Game Boy. I'm not really sure. Yeah. Definitely what like if anything it's so few and like nobody's heard of them.
Right.
You know what I mean? So all I'm going to add on here is overall this is all the consoles that this game is available on.
Okay, let's hear it.
It's available on PS3.
Okay.
PS4, so then by extension PS5.
PS5 as well.
PC, Mac, Linux, Ouya.
Ouya? I think
One of the
Ouya's-
few Ouya games. And there's that Ouya
Yeah,
controller.
you see that?
Yeah. Wii U,
Wow.
Xbox One, and Dreamcast.
They put it on Dreamcast.
They put it on
fucking
Dreamcast.
crazy.
Yeah, they literally printed a Dreamcast disc.
Wow.
Dicks.
Come on, man.
Disc.
It's gotta
They
be a
did,
disc.
and like and everything about it too. When you like look at because they also make like after like it's like the Dreamcast for example has gone under and it's not being like made anymore. You know, like all like the back of the cover art on the box and it shows like all that info and it has like required number of play and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, they don't have to like put all of that anymore because it's not really like in.
It's not like
in,
a.
what's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know.
Like it's not manufacturing anymore,
Sure,
right?
sure,
Or
yeah.
distribution.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's cool. Like if you go
Yeah.
on their website, you can see like because they don't sell them anymore.
Okay.
You can see like they made like original game boxes.
Yeah.
For the Dreamcast.
Well, I was just looking
and
at
the
pictures
Genesis.
and they have like it's like literally the pictures and it says like Genesis on it and it looks like an OG title. I really like that.
Isn't that so cool?
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah. So I wanted to shout that out because I
very
think
cool.
this is the definition of a retro recap right
Oh,
here.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I
Hell
love
yeah.
that.
Fuck yeah. All right.
I'm
Number
loving
3,
it.
Joshy,
Is
is Donkey Kong Jungle Beat.
Jungle Beat.
I put this in here for a very specific reason. This
Jungle
came out on the GameCube, okay? December 16th, 2004 in Japan.
Okay.
I brought this up because when we were talking, I can't remember if it was the GameCube episode or if it was a couple weeks back,
Yeah.
we were talking about something with renting games and Donkey Konga.
Yes, Donkey
Right?
Konga.
Yeah.
Okay. So Jungle
And I
Beat,
couldn't remember.
Yes. Jungle Beat is the game one, right?
Nailed it.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Cool,
and
cool.
so
Donkey Kong.
That's where my head is at today, bro. Yeah. So I'll break it down. I
Yeah.
did a little research on it. And yes, you're absolutely right. Jungle Beat was an actual Donkey Kong game that can also be played with a controller.
Yes.
But it's designed to be played with the bongos
bongo
from Donkey
extension.
Konga, which came out, I think, a year prior.
Yes.
So Donkey Konga came out first as the rhythm game.
Right.
And then Jungle Beat was this new, like, adventure,
Right.
So there's some other tidbits here that I don't know if you knew. There was did you ever hear of these games that were on the Wii that said in the corner of it, new play control?
Control?
Yes, with an exclamation point. These are first-party Nintendo games.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, check this out.
Okay.
I don't think I knew about this either because these all were released around 2008.
Okay.
And I think I was about falling off the Wii about this time.
Sure,
Like,
sure.
I don't think I was buying, like, Wii games anymore.
Right,
I think I
right.
was very ham on my Xbox at this time.
Xbox was the time.
Yeah. So, basically, this came out on Wii in 2008, along with Chibi Robo, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat,
Yeah.
Mario Power Tennis, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, Pikmin, and Pikmin 2. All of these got a re-release that had widescreen, enhanced graphics, and motion controls.
Yes. Okay, so that's really interesting because I did know this.
You did?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because Pikmin famously, people claim that it is so much better with the Wii remote than the original. It's almost like
It makes sense.
How were motion controls not a part of the original game?
Yeah.
So that's really funny.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure that stays until up until Pikmin 4. It's motion controls the way that you collect your Pikmin and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's not like a stick.
okay.
I mean, you can use
Yeah,
a
because
stick.
I've only played Pikmin 2. Yeah, like just a little bit.
On the
and
Wii
that was
or-
just on the GameCube. Yeah.
And you use the C stick to grab all your Pikmin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was kind of cumbersome if I remember right.
Just
yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, like
just
it's
compared
still-
to the
Exactly.
absolute freedom of motion control.
So that's funny. I did know that.
Yeah.
But I did not know that about Jungle Beat.
yeah,
which is
right.
very, very
yeah.
interesting.
So now we know, and now we can correct that and put it in the past. You know what I
mean? From what I've learned, because Donkey made a whole video about Jungle Beat.
Oh, did he?
It's an amazing game.
Okay.
It's basically like...
The reviews are super high.
Yeah, they're super high, but it did not sell well, really, at all, because from what I believe, and I think Donkey said this too, most people assumed you needed the bongos in order to play it, and then Donkey Konga came out, and people weren't looking at it like it was a real game, and more of like maybe a rhythm-based game, kind of similar to Donkey Konga.
For sure.
And so it didn't sell as well, but Donkey claims that a lot of the tech that you see in it, like there's like a whole bubble level, and the way that you like squirt around, like, you know how you have like the air, is very similar to the way a lot of things are done in Mario Galaxy. And so lot of the ideas, it's almost like a precursor to Galaxy. Like they literally like kind of reinvented the things that they were trying to do in Jungle Beat because it wasn't really as popularized. They kind of put into
that's so cool.
I know Galaxy is a cool little part of Nintendo history, and I love that.
Yeah, I do love that.
That's
really
what
I'm also hearing basically is that the reason it didn't sell well is for the same reason you and I brought this into the conversation.
Exactly,
because it was confusing.
Because people didn't understand, and I didn't even understand. I mean, I forget the names Jungle Beat or Donkey Konga. Yeah, you know what I mean.
That's right. Yeah,
and
100%.
Sometimes I think as a kid I didn't think they were different games. I think I saw them and I thought they were the same thing.
Yeah.
But that's already confusing enough.
100%.
And then also you would look at that as a kid and be like, oh, I don't have the bongos.
Honestly, and I wasn't even a kid. I was 16 when this game came out.
I was still a kid.
Oh wait, no, 2004. Whoa, I was a kid. Yeah, 16. My bad. I thought I said 2014. My bad. 2004.
Yeah. How old are you really, Sam?
No, 12.
Talk to me.
I was 12 when this came out.
That's a kid.
Which wouldn't even make sense for the year I just said anyway. Right. But I was 12 when this came out, and I'm telling you, I definitely I looked at it and was like, oh, you need the bongos.
I can't play it.
That's
what I always thought, but it was almost such a back thought of like, that's not even a game I will play.
Yeah.
Because I'm as a kid, I wasn't really like, a rhythm game. If I'm gonna pick up a game, I'm gonna play a game.
Yeah.
You know?
No.
Galaxy 100%. Or whatever, whatever I want to play.
Yeah.
Very interesting though.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, very
I love
interesting.
Little stuff like that.
Thanks, Joshy. This one I put on here for you. It is Mega Man X.
Ooh.
Yes, sir. And actually, it is the 30-year anniversary this year.
Is it really?
30 years
of
X.
Wow.
That blows my mind.
Yeah.
So this came out in the Super Famicom.
Yes.
Which is crazy to me that... I'm sorry. Can I ask a question?
Please.
X is a different series.
It's a completely different
base
series.
Mega Man,
right?
Yeah.
But it's a different character and kind of different lore too, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's, if I understand it right, it's not actually the 10th game.
Yes.
Right?
No. There's a Mega Man 10.
Didn't they make Mega Man 1 through 8 on the original Nintendo?
On the OG NES.
I
think it's 1 through 8, and then there's up to 11 now.
Yeah. But they were made recently.
9 and 10 were made, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, with that original style.
Yes.
On the Wii eShop. And that was kind of how it was
That's when it
made,
came out? That's crazy.
Yeah, my older sibling played 9 and 10 on the Wii, and I remember being like, why does it look old?
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's the style. But it was kind of a widescreen, and it had that whole look of it was modern, but it was emulating the original style, which, there is something, so fun about the original style.
No, I'm with you on
harder
that.
than Dark Souls, but hey, what can you do?
I wanted to ask specifically on Mega Man X, which came out December 17th, 1993 in Japan. What made... You've played this, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. What made X just hit in a way that was so new and exciting?
Absolutely. There's so many things about it, but the biggest thing I'd say there's a couple big things as a kid looking at this versus the original Mega Man. Style, characters, story, plot progression are all so interesting, but the biggest thing is the tech. So there's this kind of style where... you know how Mega Man charges up his Mega Blast?
Yes, yeah.
That's technically from
Mega Man X.
Mega Man X. So that Mega Blast that you get, you have those natural kind of lemon looking little
the pellets.
That's what you naturally shoot. But if you hold down the button, you shoot this big massive beam. It's like a much bigger, powerful attack.
Okay.
That already is enough. But there's wall jumping, there's like ducking, like all these things. It's just a more dynamic Mega Man game. And Mega Man, absolutely, by the time of 3, they introduced like sliding, that underneath sliding mechanic, which already, the down tilt already is such a cool like little addition for an NES game to be like to just expand on what it originally had.
Definitely.
But being an SNES game, it just felt like they took everything and expanded on it. They also introduced Zero and a lot of very, very popular characters into it.
Yeah, Zero's like a fan favorite,
no question. And he even got his own series.
You're right.
Mega Man Zero. It actually wasn't Zero. His name is Mega Man Zero. He's like built to be Zero. It's super. It's like it's got its little. It's got its own lore.
Yeah.
But it's really, really interesting. And I will say too, I mean, as a kid, I didn't I mean, you can recognize things as a kid, but you don't really like break it down on why it works. But the level design was genius. And if anyone's interested, Egoraptor, the OG, if you ever watched like some of his original videos, such a classic.
Yeah.
But
Game
he
Grumps.
did this. Yeah, Game Grumps, nice. Yeah. The original one of my favorite series he did was something called Sequelitis, where he talked about how sequels to games work and how they can work. Yeah, it's so good, I'm telling you. So if you're ever interested in a little bit of why the gameplay itself works, he has an entire video, super funny, super entertaining.
No, I'm sure I'd love it because, to be honest, he did that video on like basically the argument that Ocarina of Time is bad.
That's an episode of Sequelitis.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
So it's from the same series.
So I've seen that.
You have seen that episode, yeah. But it's that same setup where he does that. Very entertaining, very funny, and very like animated. But he really does break down things. It's his opinion, of course, but there is something objectively really good about Mega Man X and the way that it does it. Like even just like showing you how to do mechanics instead of having a menu that pops up and tells you, hey, you can wall jump.
Yes.
It's like literally like it does this thing where the floor breaks down in the first level because there's like this giant helicopter, and I remember it so well, shooting at you, and then it blows up the floor. All this debris is falling, and then you land.
The first level, right?
The first level.
I've played the first level.
Did you really?
Game.
Yeah. So you remember that part where it falls down, and you're kind of like, okay, it doesn't tell you what to do, but you run to the corner, and you're like, okay, what can I do? You jump on the wall. You see you slide. It kind of has this smoke animation, and then you're like, okay, I can slide on this wall. Okay, what are you going to do naturally as a gamer? You're going to hit jump again. And so then you're jumping, and you're like, oh, I can wall jump. There's no like part of it that's like breaking it down on why. There's no screen that comes up and tells you
freeze.
It's just exactly. Yeah. It just gives you what you need. Yeah. And it's
and that is good design.
Genius.
That's design.
Oh my God, absolutely.
Have you ever like seen like the design breakdown of why Mario, like the original Mario Bros, like design wise was a masterpiece?
Oh, I mean, I haven't seen it, but I mean, I completely agree.
I watched literally like a 20-minute breakdown on the first 10 seconds of the first level of Mario. And then it breaks down the entire first level. Yeah. And how like if you've never played a video game before, you start off and there's no enemy on screen yet. Yes. Not until you move. So by design, and also I'm pretty sure that once you move forward, you can't move back.
No, not in the original. Right?
Yeah. So in that first screen, before you like, if you've never played a game, you're holding your controller like, oh, what is this? Yeah. It doesn't tell you anything. Yeah. So if you press buttons, you figure it out right there in that screen. Okay, move right, left, jump, duck.
What else you need?
All right, move over a little bit. Yeah. Oh, well, there's a block, and there's something moving. I don't know what I can do.
Yeah, exactly.
So you run into it. Oh, you die.
You're dead.
Okay. Yeah. Now I've learned can't run into it.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna get the block, and usually if you're running, you'll hit the block and kill the enemy in one motion.
Yes.
It all teaches you.
And all those things are a reason why some classic games are genius in their own right. Mega Man truly is that same way. Yeah. Because I played up to 4, and I have only ever learned there's no point that tells you what a power does. There's no point that tells you how to jump, how to shoot, all these things, what you can do, can you jump and shoot, all these things. And this is an NES game, an OG NES game.
That's nuts.
And so it's constantly teaching you, and X just takes that to the next level. Really, it's a Super Nintendo version of the original game, and I have so much love. I not only just nostalgia, but I love the pixel art so much. Like literally, if I just
from the first level that I saw,
picture, oh my god,
the
animations, the enemies, the way that you just like learn. Seriously, like genius level game design. Yeah, for a side-scrolling adventure action game. genius level. That was on the the SNES.
Yes, bro.
Come on, dude. So I have only good things to say about
No, I'm glad I put it on here for you, bro.
Yeah.
To be honest, Joshy, I have one more on here, but I'm like slightly less interested in it, and I think we should just move on to the news.
Let's do it.
Because we got so much to unpack.
Let's hit the news.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
A massive episode, as I have said.
Okay.
We're about to hit the news. Would you like a break? Like, do you need to piss at all? Are you good?
I'm feeling all right.
You feeling all right?
What are you feeling?
I feel good too.
Let's
let's go on a break whenever we feel like it. Okay. Yeah, sounds good. Let's jump into the news, brother. First thing I want to update the channel on is we now have over 500 plays across all of our audio platforms.
We hit 500.
We hit 500. It's almost like 550 even too. So that is so exciting, and over 250 views on YouTube as well.
Yeah.
So the climb is real, and it's like it's really cool to like be at the end of the year, look back at like, you know, the last like quarter of the year that we really started this, and just see like just the growth. It's really awesome, man.
It's beautiful, and everyone who's listening to, you are a part of that. And
Absolutely.
You are the most important part of that. And so I hope everyone who's listening feels as valued as we value you guys listening. Whoever's listening right now, whoever you are, you know, whether or not you're Johnny or you're Mikey or any of the people who come back every week, Lene Lovelady, the best name of all time. Like you are so valued in our community, and we love it. And I love to see that, hear that kind of growth, and I love to experience it too.
Me too, man. And thank you for saying that.
Of course, no, it's so important.
It's so true.
It's so important. But very cool stuff.
Yeah,
I'm loving it.
So it's so hype, man.
Yeah.
Last week's Q&A also on Spotify.
Yes, sir.
I asked with our Smash Ultimate episode, who's your main Smash fighter? We got one response on there, and it was Caleb, and I was kind of surprised at his answer because, well, one of Caleb's probably his favorite character from anything ever is Sephiroth and maybe Raiden, like from MGS, okay?
Yeah.
And he put Ridley. But and I texted him after I saw it, and I said, Ridley, he said, I was like, what about Sephiroth, you know?
What's going on
and
with
he
that?
Mostly plays him ever since he came out, you know? But he did play Ridley beforehand. Yeah. He said, I just feel like I'm more consistent, and I actually really like Ridley. Yeah,
Ridley's a fun character
to
play.
I love Ridley.
Very different, very interesting. I love everything about the weight of that character.
Yes.
Very, very different and very interesting, especially 3 jumps on a character that size with like just the way that the up B is so interesting with the physical like
he like drifts so much
the drifts.
too.
It's crazy.
He's actually such a good character.
It seriously is. I it's funny because when the first and the last Smash Ultimate, first and last tournament I went with a bunch of old friends from the Wii U days.
First and last.
Yeah, first and last. I didn't go back because I wanted to learn the tech a little bit better. I didn't play Dark Pit. I played Ridley. And I cooked a couple people with Ridley until until I got beat. But it was really fun.
Do you know who you lost to?
I don't remember his name, but it
was
who it was?
The character.
I don't.
Okay.
But I was running Ridley.
Yeah.
And I remember I cooked this guy with Ridley, and I was like, it was because we were really just trying the game out. It was probably like.
It just came out.
Yeah, like a couple weeks after it came out.
Oh, wow.
And everyone was just set up with their switches. I've never seen that kind of game like get pushed that quickly already.
That's so fucking
cool. And the whole appeal was my buddy was like, yeah, you want to go to an ultimate like tournament? Because I would go to local tournaments for Wii U and stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
But it was really fun because I cooked this guy as Ridley, and I remember like looking at my buddy. I was like, should I like play it? Because we do sets.
Oh yeah.
Like, should I play him again as Ridley? And it was like, dude, you're cooking. You're doing cooking. But it was one of those things where Ridley's a good character, and there really is like a tech to him that there
is because I didn't like Ridley at first.
Did you really?
Yeah,
I loved him.
I did not like him. Yeah, and now he's one of my favorites.
He's one of the best.
To be honest,
one of the best.
So Joshy, let us jump into the news, my brother. You said you had a couple here this week.
I do. I only have 2.
Yeah, perfect. Because I told Joshy beforehand that there is so much info.
Yeah, we got a lot
and we have a lot of news this week going along. Like a lot of it ties into the Game Awards, which is already a lot in its own.
Yeah.
So I was cutting Joshy a break, but he said he found a couple really interesting news articles.
Just a couple. Yeah. I mean, I would say. It's not really interesting to everyone, but to you, I think you'll love it.
Hell yeah.
So,
I'm in.
You want me to get with that first one?
Yeah, let's get started.
Check us out.
Yeah.
Demon Slayer Season 4 coming.
Yes!
Spring 2024. So we were supposed to have that announcement I reported on in December. We have a name of the new arc. It's Demon Slayer Hashira Training Arc.
Hashira Training.
Yeah, can you believe that?
Yeah, well, Tanjiro finally slayed a...
Well, don't tell me.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I can't know.
I'm not gonna say anything.
So once again, they're gonna do the first episode is gonna be an hour long. So we're gonna see a bunch of returning faces that we will love. It's gonna be March through May is when it's gonna start in March, go into May. First episode is gonna be an hour long, and then it's gonna be kind of the same setup. I think it's gonna be about the same length because Swordsmith Village and the entertainment were both the same length, right? About or no?
I want to say, yeah, if anything, the Swordsmith might be a little shorter.
A little bit shorter?
Yeah.
I think they're going to go at the same time.
Okay.
I think that's kind of what they're sticking to. The first season was kind of like getting it kicked off, so they had,
like
20...
It's like 24 episodes.
24 episodes?
Yeah, 25 maybe.
So yeah, we're going to kick it off with an hour-long episode, which I think is just
I love the hour-long intro.
I really do like that too, because that gets you into the arc, you know what you're doing, and then you go episode to episode.
Definitely.
I remember...
And I feel like you need more than a 24-minute episode to really get you dive in,
yeah,
you know?
No question.
Yeah.
So yeah, get ready in March, and we'll...
I'm fucking ready.
We'll be back in the Demon Slayer, so...
Good shit, bro.
That's really exciting.
That's so hype.
I read that, and I was...
you had to put it in.
I was certain
you had to. Oh my god, I needed to hear that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
no, your problem.
man.
You can tell Kendall too.
I will.
Got something
immediately
to watch in March.
So, Joshy,
Yes,
for my first piece of news here, it is all of the announcements from the Game Awards 2023.
So doing this in one article?
Yes, in our main topic, we are going to be breaking down the Game Awards themselves.
Okay,
and so I thought it'd be appropriate to just take up one of our news slots with all the announcements because there was a fuck ton.
Yeah, which
I literally have a list right here.
Yeah.
And it's not numbered with like 1 through something.
Sure.
It's A through Z, and it goes to... You know how after you go through Z, it does AA?
Yes.
It does AB?
Yes.
It's AQ.
No
That's
way.
how many announcements.
Holy shit. Well, let's get it started.
Yeah, there's like 30-something announcements,
let's
I think.
Get into it.
Check it out, because I think the Game Awards, it spanned over like 6 hours-ish.
Yeah.
Over the total kind of like length of it or something like that.
I believe so.
So, you know, like it was like just presented as this huge like spectacle event, kind of like the Oscars.
Yeah, of course.
Which, unfortunately, did you see kind of like... reception around the Game Awards after the fact?
No. I kind of stayed a little...
Pretty poor.
Really?
Specifically in regard to how the awards themselves were handled. A lot, and this was, if I remember right, a complaint from last year and the year before.
Interesting.
Which is that basically the consensus from the consumer was that and I saw this a lot on Reddit and a lot on X myself.
Yeah.
Big backlash on basically people... feeling like obviously advertisements need to pay for this, right? I mean, that's like the big reason.
Big event,
yeah,
too.
it's huge, right?
Yeah.
And if we're talking on like things like E3 and like and how that has kind of like really suffered in there, like ad revenue is like the biggest part of like really in sponsorship. That's how they're getting their money, you know. So it makes sense, right? I don't think that's
kind of
anything...
like a sad pill you gotta swallow.
Exactly, but with that, right? And I'm sure all these exclusive announcements, I'm sure they all paid a pretty penny too, right? And that's where like a lot of this revenue comes from. But then it really felt like in contrast, like they did 2 things that stuck out as like kind of rubbing people the wrong way. The first is that there's so many videos uploaded online from people in the audience recording with their cell phone, but every time someone walked up to an accepted award, as in who is it, Nomura? No, who accepted the Tears of the Kingdom award?
It was
a creator of Zelda. I'm pretty sure.
I'm forgetting his name.
I forget too. Is it That's his first name? I can't remember. Pull up his name.
Yeah.
He was accepting the award, and in the background was a massive teleprompter that had a timer of 30 seconds. So they only had 30 seconds to give any kind of speech or anything.
Wow.
And as soon as it hit 0, it said, please wrap it up. If they didn't wrap it up after that, the person who was like behind the tech booth would hit a button and it would start flashing, please wrap it up. So
really?
Yes, it was it would just kind of rub people the wrong way, and me included. You know, to be honest with you, like I feel like the awards, like, that's what this is all about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, yes, the reveals are hype. Yes, ads need to pay for things.
Yeah.
But we're here for the awards.
That's
like,
what it's about.
And with every news piece that we've had, like this year and last year, about the crunch and stress and bullshit that game devs are under right now, how it's basically like the worst conditions for a game dev, at worse than it's ever been.
Sure.
And they're the ones like being told they gotta rush their like recognition.
That's kind of bullshit.
It's kind of bullshit, in my opinion.
I'm not a fan of that at all.
And Jeff Keighley put out a tweet. Okay, I'll add on here. This is not like recorded anywhere in the news. This is just like what my own homework on it.
Yeah.
And so he put out a tweet recognizing it and saying that he agrees that they should have been given more time, and even like defending, saying a little way through the show, he pressed onto the staff saying, hey, let's be a little more lax on the timing.
Yeah.
But that was followed by, honestly, hundreds of comments after that about, like, no, this is bullshit and here's why.
Yeah.
You know, and, like, here's evidence of, you know, this person's speech and, like, all these things. So, you know, that basically is, like, the big, like, kind of backlash on the event.
My thing, personally, is that is bullshit. And a game developer is the reason that there is any award to be given. And the Game Awards cannot profit off of the award they're giving to people without giving the people their time to truly speak on what they have going.
Right. The time.
Yeah,
like,
the
that's
time.
Like a big, like, respect thing.
No, it's
you
all
know?
about that. And that's so, you know, the way I see it is give them backlash. Let's hear it, you know, because that is bullshit and it needs to be said.
Absolutely.
And hopefully next year, seriously, like if they start prioritizing how much money they can make off of it, it is not going to last.
Right.
Like Game Awards are going to be seen as a joke.
Yeah.
And that's happened in the past. Where
Absolutely.
Things have taken over and it's felt more corporate than it should. Let's give the time to the people that deserve it. And the reason that everyone's there.
Right.
You know, no one's there to see a G Fuel ad. No one is.
No.
And so there is there's no excuse for that.
There's no excuse.
But backlash is good.
Yeah.
Let's hear more of that, and let's hope for better next year, because these developers deserve it.
I completely agree.
Better.
Thank you for saying that.
Oh, of course.
So
we know how passionate I am about the little man. Right?
Yeah. 100%.
Even if it's a big company like Nintendo, they are putting in work, and that's work that they are getting rewarded for. So.
Yes, yeah, and like, and the shout out, like the team, it's got to be like, and to their credit, Jeff Keighley did add, and I don't know if he did this last year. Every single time he announced an award, like when he himself he would say the award, the winner is blank. Like thank you, and then thank the studio.
Yeah.
So not say thank you Nintendo, like thank you, like whatever team is behind
worked
it.
on the
respect on that. But then literally it would be like thank you. All right, next award.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
okay,
I'll jump into this here. If you, I wanted to say again, this is a very info heavy. So if you want to interject it, I'll just be my guest. Okay.
I will. Yeah.
So first on here is It Takes Two. Okay, developers, they have a full remake coming next year. First announcement. Second is Pony Island 2, Panda Circus. Okay. Next game coming from Inscription. I've never heard of them, so I'm guessing they mostly make games like these, and not in my wheelhouse at all. So, The Rise of the Golden Idol is coming to PS5 and Xbox Series X.
Okay.
Usual June, next game coming from Finji Studios.
Okay.
Arknight Enfield got a new trailer. I've not heard of that game.
Never heard of it either.
Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader received a new trailer. And I don't know if you've seen anything on Warhammer 40k, but it is one of the highest rated Steam games right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, Warhammer 40k is a huge lore-based like system of stories and in books and all these really interesting things. Friend of the show, Santi.
Oh, yeah.
She got really, really into Warhammer 40,000.
I do remember you telling me about that.
Him and I talked, we were sitting in the car for a minute, and he told me, he's like, if you are into like lore that is like deep and goes deep, the reason it's called 40,000 is because it's the year is 40,000. And there's shit almost every year, right? And there's tales on how everything came to be. He's on I just talked to him recently, like his 5th or 6th audiobook that he's listening to. and it's deep stuff.
Yo.
So yeah,
like on lore.
Yes,
basically
lore and all this stuff goes with that Steam game. So all that stuff is interesting to me because I know that there's a huge passion behind it.
Yeah,
and more to the universe is fun. I think that's really cool.
Absolutely. Yeah. So that's hype. We got Thrasher, a new game from the Thumper developers, coming in 2024. Did you play Thumper? Know anything about it?
No.
I'm pretty sure it's the game I'm thinking of, and it was one of the first PSVR games I played.
Okay.
And it's a rhythm game where it's like a horror rhythm game.
Yes, you showed
I showed
this to
you,
me.
right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's the one where it's like you're kind of traveling through the
and there's like a big like there's monsters and shit.
And it's kind of got that creepy vibe to it.
And when you're in VR, you're like in it, and it is like it's an experience.
I would love to play that.
So
game.
I'm definitely.
So what is it? A sequel?
It's just a new game by them, and it's called Thrasher.
Okay.
First game's called Thumper, so maybe there's some connection there. I don't know, but a new game from them, I think that's pretty hype.
That is very hype.
And then we got going along with my prediction, my bonus prediction, a Persona 3 Reload got a new trailer.
Yep.
Yes, sir. We got Dredge and Dave the Diver releasing a collab expansion next week.
Cool.
That's cool. We got World of Goo 2. First sequel after 15 years.
Yeah, I played all of World of Goo.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, because it was one of the first games released on Switch that used the AR motion tracking like it was a Wii remote. And I just bought it because I wanted to see how well... This was early Switch days.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I wanted to see how well the game played and how well like you really could use a Joy-Con like it was in Wii, because I remember when they first announced they were like, yeah, you could use this like a Wii remote, no sensor needed, no nothing,
right?
And it was amazing.
Really?
The controls were great. The game was really fun. It's got this really unique art style. It's kind of like this cartoony, like almost like Tim Burton-esque, not so much, like world going on to it, and it's all about like kind of building like these bridges using these little goo guys.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's just fun. It's just a fun little game. I beat it though, and I thought it was really fun.
So you have interest in this?
I think I do.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on what it looks like, if I want to get around to it, but I'm already very familiar with the first one.
Yeah, hype.
Cool.
All right, I'm glad one of us is.
Yeah.
We got ReFantazio, new gameplay and release window, and this is coming from the Persona developers.
I was going to say, wait, that's Platinum?
No.
What
Atlas.
Atlas.
Yeah. This was a game that I remember like seeing like the reveal of like the title. They just did like one of those, like when it was like Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, right? So you didn't really know anything about it, but new gameplay was shown, and I actually didn't watch this trailer, and I really need to because fans are popping off.
People
about
are loving it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, Atlas is like the gold pumping machines. You know what I mean?
They're called Atlas, but they should be called Atmore.
Atmore. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, you saw that news article where they're literally, we're successful.
Yeah, we're
giving everyone a raise.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so I have no doubt this is going to be a game on my radar.
Absolutely.
Coming up. Exodus. Did you see this game?
Not.
Okay, cool. This is veteran developers who are no longer with the guys who made Halo, The Last of Us, Baldur's Gate, and the Mass Effect. I'm sorry. It has Mass Effect energy.
Oh, okay.
So the trailer of it kind of looks Mass Effect-esque.
Yeah,
right.
Like
so
space varying. Like
definitely, yeah, and just kind of like
choose your own adventure,
but yes,
yeah.
Choose your own adventure and like just kind of the sci-fi base and like graphically, it just looks really good.
That's cool.
Hype.
Very
hype.
To
be honest, it was one of the big reveals. And after that is your prediction, my friend, which is the God of War Ragnarok Valhalla received the free roguelike DLC.
Yeah.
Did you see that's free?
Yeah, I did.
That's
not see
mind blowing.
Did you see the trailer?
No, because I avoided the trailer intentionally because I didn't know if it would spoil anything from Ragnarok.
It doesn't.
That I haven't seen.
Yeah, it doesn't. Can I tell you what's in it?
Yeah.
This is crazy. It's Kratos opening these doors, and he walks into like this dark room, and the one thing that lights up is Kratos sitting on a throne, and it's the OG Spartan Kratos from the original games.
What?
Yeah, it's like him. And I don't know what it's going to be. I don't know if you play as just that Kratos, but they're cooking up something.
Oh,
it's going to be cool.
That's hype.
It's going to be cool.
Man, like, we're in, like, this era where it's always, like, we have all these, like, new gen shit. Yeah. Like, we're talking about Spider-Man. And there's, like, these collabs with themselves, right?
It's
a mashup of the old and the new. And it's so cool.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Yeah, I'm so with it. Okay.
I'm loving it big time.
So, apparently it's an epilogue story for Kratos, and it's coming out next week. Or it's already out.
Perfect.
Somewhere around there.
Sounds good to me.
Hype. All right.
Yeah,
devs from the Untitled Goose Game have a next game coming out, which is no title yet, but it is a cooperative online walker talker.
Okay.
And that's all we got.
All right.
Yeah, but Untitled Goose Game was very popular, so
very much
sure it'll be good. We got Kimuri, a new game from the studio headed by Ikumi Nakamura of Ghostwire Tokyo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't know too much about that.
Yeah, me neither. Then we got Ori and the Blind Forest.
Oh,
okay, those devs.
Yeah.
I think it's Moon Studios. If I'm not mistaken.
I might not know. I didn't play Ori, unfortunately.
Okay, I haven't either. Okay. I want to. That's a game that's
it looks amazing.
Yes,
it really does.
Graphically, and it being a Metroidvania, I know I'm gonna love it.
I would need to.
And the second game, but this is a brand new IP from them called No Rest for the Wicked, and it's completely new. It's an action RPG.
Yeah.
So they're completely going away from everything
style.
that was Ori. Yeah.
I like
but the thing that they want to keep from their experience with the Ori is this very almost like painted artistic style.
I like that.
Hand painted.
Yeah,
and
beautiful.
I highly recommend watching the trailer for you and everyone out there. It looks really good.
I definitely will check it out because that sounds really interesting.
It actually looks like this is not their first action RPG.
Wow.
Yeah, like it's like almost a top-down viewpoint Diablo style, like hack and
Hades
slash.
a little bit?
Yes, but it looks unbelievable.
Wow.
So I'm very hyped.
Very
for this.
excited, yeah.
Sega reveals 5 games at once with and more afterwards.
Wow.
But they revealed Jet Set Radio, Shinobi, Golden Axe, Streets of Rage, and Crazy Taxi. Those are all Sega classics.
Yeah, they are.
And it seems like they're getting some kind of like new set, kind of like modernized refresh.
Okay.
And they didn't really be specific on it.
Like if it's
it
a
sounds
remake
like because we've gotten like HD remakes of some of these or like a port. So I wonder if it's going to be like a new game.
A new game.
Yeah, right.
Very cool.
Well, that's hype. Okay,
like
we got Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what that is?
No, it's a new Budokai Tenkaichi game.
It's Budokai Tenkaichi 4, which they announced a while ago.
Okay.
But it's Sparking Zero, right? Is the name?
Yes.
The hype that's behind that. My favorite, literally one of my favorite Wii games of all time was Budokai Tenkaichi 3.
Okay.
Which was the game that came before that. If you don't remember, that game has like 180 characters.
Yes.
Obviously, I'm not going to set that.
I do remember when you brought up that list. We were talking about it last week with Smash.
That was Budokai Tenkaichi 3.
Got it.
So this is the next game in that,
all
Sparking
right.
Zero. And I mean, that game, fighting-wise, is so much fun. And seriously sparked a lot of my love for Dragon Ball Z because I bought it because I was into Dragon Ball at the time.
Yeah.
But the thing that hooked me was just the characters, the fighting, the everything about it. It's so fun. So I am excited about this, and I'll probably get it. To be honest, unlike
I want to see it.
Kakarot or Fighter Z, which I don't think I really stepped into as much. I definitely would love to check this out.
Hell yeah!
I got a personal.
You said it sparked your love. Next one on here, Sparking is we got the casting of Frank Stone.
Okay.
This is hype. It's a first trailer from Supermassive's Dead by Daylight spinoff.
No way.
Yeah. So this is gonna be a new in Supermassive. So this is gonna be like a Supermassive. They made Bastion and.
Oh wow!
Yeah, like that. Those series of games. Yeah. There's several others in there that I can't think of. There's like Tella. Something, but they've made some really good, very artistic, unique games. And so next game in the series, I'm pretty hyped.
That's super cool. I would love to see more about it.
We got Rise of the Ronin from Team Ninja and Koei Tecmo. Pretty hyped. That's March 22nd. 2024 release date.
Wow.
We got Outlast Trials console release coming March 5th.
Okay.
Hideo Kojima and director Jordan Peele.
Hey.
New horror game for Xbox unlike any other game. The game, I didn't put the title, but it's OD.
OD.
Yeah. At least that's all we saw from the little trailer. And I did see the trailer, and it's good.
Looks weird, right?
Yes.
Like I think one of the coolest collabs I think I've thought of ever is Hideo Kojima and fucking Jordan Peele. Like, have you seen any of those movies?
No. Okay. And I'm not really, like, in the horror genre unless it pulls me in a specific way.
It's not, like,
but
horror, dude.
I looked up... I watched the trailer, and then I looked into Jordan Peele a little bit, and I think you're right. Dude, I think this is going to be crazy.
It's going to be probably one of the most insane horror games ever. Because it's like... Jordan Peele's whole thing is it's like... It's... horror with a purpose, almost like a metaphorical kind of thing behind it. And
that
already
interests me.
It does, but already doesn't that kind of sound like Hideo Kojima?
Yes.
This dude literally is all about that shit. But dude, sounds unbelievably hype. And I'm not even like, I didn't play Death Stranding.
Yeah. Same.
Wasn't too hyped about it. But this kind of stuff, I might actually get this.
No,
this sounds like
I want to experience
game changing, possibly.
Did you see
just
like the details in the eyes?
Yes.
Like when each character had like a slightly different pattern of like rings. I'm like, oh my gosh,
insane.
The detail in this is crazy.
I'm extremely excited. I'm gonna keep up.
Yeah, we'll keep updated. All right, next is Jurassic Park Survival.
Nice.
Announcement. That's it.
That
all right. Yep. We got Fortnite Rocket Racing, a new game mode launching December 8th. Which Fortnite has also addressed the community. I want to add in. This was like a piece of news, but it was so small I didn't want to make an article about it. But they, excuse me, there was a lot of questions from fans because they put in like. I'm not a Fortnite player, so correct me if I'm wrong, but they put in Fortnite OG, right? OG, but that was a temporary mode, and now we've got like season 5 or like the 5th update to Fortnite.
Chapter 5.
Chapter 5. Yeah. And in this, they have a bunch of new things, and now Fortnite OG is out, and apparently all the new features in this fans absolutely love, and so they were like, oh no, is this going to be just a temporary thing for the chapter? And they've come forth saying like, no, everything that's in the game now,
very cool.
Fortnite Rocket Racing and Lego Fortnite, those are all permanent
little parts,
permanent things of Fortnite now. Which
I think that's really
awesome,
cool.
and I think that's nothing but amazing for their brand building.
And that's super cool for brand building, but also there's a lot of really cool things. They have like brand new movements, which are going to be crazy. New even like animations. They updated everything to kind of look a little bit more modern, a little bit like higher budget, to be completely honest. But another really cool thing that I noticed as a retired Fortnite player is they have build climbing. So you can climb builds now, which is wild because...
Wait, what does that mean?
So it originally with Fortnite, you would build and you could build up, and there was no way to get up unless you started building yourself.
Got it.
But now you can literally like jump, grab onto builds, and like propel yourself up infinitely. I watched a video where you can infinitely do it, which is a game changer because
that is a game changer.
With climbing, you can't shoot, you can't do anything, but there's a lot more you got to be worried about. Like it's just. Well, like,
I'm a fan of verticality.
Me
in
too.
Games,
me too.
And I know you are because Spider-Man.
Of course. Yeah. And any other game that really like has that freedom of it, like Tears of the Kingdom, I felt like
definitely
when I look at like the original Zelda, it's like there were ways to get up, but it really didn't feel like the air belonged to you.
For sure.
But with Tears of the Kingdom, it's like that's all out the door. Any way you want to get up, get up. You know what I mean? And stay in the air. There's enemies in the air. Let's fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
So
that's
just cool stuff.
That's super hype.
And I got a lot of respect for just making a little game changing.
I do too. I really do too. Looking from the outside, like I said, it's still like I respect that so much because like what I feel like strongly from a lot of like big games like this in the past is like how do you really like guarantee the game doesn't succeed long term? You don't change much.
No.
Right?
You keep it the way it
constantly
needs to be.
like update and keep it
TF2.
like it works with something like Smash.
Sure.
Right, but like something like these constant online like I want to say like not MMO but like multiplayer online games. They need to be fresh and like adding modes and like adding these. That's what fans want.
And fans want that, and it even also just changes your game consistently over time.
Definitely.
Which will
keeps it relevant.
Only ever keep it relevant. So I got a lot of respect for the Fortnite devs, and I always going to have. But they consistently...
well, we got... next on here is Black Myth Wukong. Okay. I don't know if you see anything on this.
Dude, the Wukong game.
Yes.
Dude, this game... Did you see the original trailer?
Yes, I did, but I did not see this trailer.
I haven't seen this one either.
It looks...
Oh my God.
Crazy.
This looks like next level action.
Yes.
Like, seriously insane. It is, you can do whatever you want in a trailer for an action game.
Of course.
Specifically action games. It can be, much more cinematic than the game turns out to be.
Absolutely.
But from what I saw, if they're trying to have that kind of vision, really, really exciting.
Hype.
It seriously does look hype.
Yeah, apparently we got a new trailer with a release date of August 20th, 2024.
Okay, I'm loving that.
So that is hype. Yes, sir. Warframe, right? Warframe Whispers in the Wall. I don't know if this is... I think it's just like a new expansion on the Warframe IP. But December 13th, that's coming out. So that's hype. We got Banishers. It is today. You're absolutely right. It launches today. We got Banishers Ghosts of New Eden. Got a new trailer.
Okay.
Tales of Kinzera Zhao. Brand new.
Is this the Tales of series?
I don't know, but it's a brand new EA original starring Abubakar Salim. I'm so sorry if I mispronounced that name, but hype. And it says Tales of, so I'm not sure, but I'm guessing, especially from EA Origins, because Tales of is a Bandai Namco IP.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it is. I think it just, Tales of just has the trope in there, right?
Yeah.
Lost Records Bloom and Rage, an S game from Don't Nod.
Okay.
Don't Nod, I know these guys.
Yeah.
Life is Strange.
Okay.
Yes, new Life is Strange series game.
And those are really, really popular.
Very.
It's a very well-received series.
Definitely, sure. Yeah. I want to play through, I think, Life is Strange with Kendall just after our experience with the not the super massive, but the super giant games.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, sir. All right, we got first Berserker Kazan. New action RPG reveal. We have Blade, a new game from the Dishonored developers.
I saw that.
That looks hype. Yeah. We got Last Sentinel, new open world game from the GTA 5 and Red Dead 2 veterans, like people who are no longer at Rockstar, and they started this new game called Last Sentinel.
Wow.
That looks hype. We got Mecha Break, closed alpha coming soon.
Okay.
Again, with Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2.
Back at it.
New expansion. That is a September 9th, 2024 release date. We have. It's kind of surprising to me, like that release date's so far out. You know what I mean?
Far,
like for a pretty specific date. I don't know why you wouldn't just say like Q4 or something like that. But hey, whatever.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
We got Den of Wolves from Payday's co-creator as a new cyberpunk themed heist game. Okay. So kind of in the same vein as Payday. Yeah. But I'm all about the cyberpunk style, to be honest. I love that style.
Yeah, I love that.
We got Exoborn, new open world tactical extraction shooter from the X Division staff, the guys who made The Division. The Division, right? Yeah. Looks hype, to be honest.
I didn't see anything about it, but
me neither. But again, respect, in the regard of
that's
kind
what
of
I feel
taking these paths. Yeah.
With some of these that I've already heard, even it's like, respect for
that. Yeah. It seemed like a lot of these. This is like kind of a list of announcements that appeases to everybody.
I kind of agree already. Yeah. I mean, I'm waiting for some other ones, but that so far seems like it's
at least with new IP wise.
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
And I know that like the open world tactical extraction shooters, those are so popular right now. Rust, Escape from Tarkov. Yeah, that's like an ongoing conversation I have with a few of my friends.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Nice. Like Big Sammy, he's always playing Tarkov. Right
Is he
now.
really?
Literally.
Tarkov's big on Big Sam. Huh?
Huge, man. Next up here is Asgard's Wrath 2. Got a new trailer. We have Light No Fire. A combo of Valheim, Death Stranding, and open world Lord of the Rings is kind of the vibe.
Is it a Lord of the Rings game?
It's not a Lord of the Rings game. Yeah, it's just in like kind of that vein.
That style,
But it's by the No Man's Sky development team.
Okay.
So kind of hype.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have a lot more respect now.
Right.
Think people have kind of,
opened up
very
to similar
that
to
game,
like CD Projekt Red.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So yeah, I hope it's good.
Me too. Yeah, I want nothing but good things for everybody.
That's what
I want us all to succeed. We got Stormgate, new game on Kickstarter with a summer of 2024 early access window. Yeah. And I'll be honest, I do not trust Kickstarter games. Sea of Stars and what is it? Ritual of the Night. That one that was like the same vein of Castlevania. You know, those two games are really like the only exception. Except for Shovel Knight.
Shovel Knight.
Thank you. Okay, you're right.
On.
You're right. I needed to. You got to.
Yeah.
Those 4 games, I can't think of like any others really that like haven't gone through at least some kind of development hell. Yep. Because like even with all the games we just mentioned, they were pushed way further back than what their initial kind of like thought of the early release was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's my tidbit on Kickstarter. But if you want to go support that,
hey. You're not saying that a Kickstarter game cannot be good.
No.
None at all. Because that is, I think, a great opportunity for small developers to get a dream project really up and going.
Absolutely.
A lot of the times it can be just an undercooked product. But let's see what they got.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm all for it.
I
said, I just said it. I want everyone to win,
Absolutely.
We got Final Fantasy 16 DLC, which I know Caleb... mad hype for this, so it's out right now.
So that Final Fantasy campaign, everything about it was just single player, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I didn't look into 16 really at all.
Okay.
And I didn't know if they were doing some kind of MMO thing with it because I haven't looked into it at all.
No, it's not. It's brand new, like lore story DLC.
Just like 15.
Like available.
It's
just like
game,
that.
But it's got DLC to it too.
Yes, yeah. And they also announced, so that's out now, with more coming in 2024, which is hype. Yeah, I didn't know if they were going to expand on it at all. And also, I don't really know much about the story or the ending at all, and I want to play the game.
I was going to ask, do you plan to?
Yeah, I do plan to. Yeah, I want that to be a good PS5 experience. And Caleb says it's an amazing experience.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. It says the game has flaws, not his favorite.
Sure.
But it's a worth play. So I'm all for that. And it continually supporting it, like, dude, I'm down.
Keep going.
Yeah, please.
Keep it.
We have the finals is out now. Have you?
The finals, no.
We talked a little bit about this on the AI episode because it's one of those games where it got a lot of fan backlash because there's a lot of AI elements in it, including voice lines.
Yeah, you were telling me.
Yes.
The shooter?
The shooter.
The finals.
Yeah, the FPS.
I absolutely remember.
Apparently, though, it's pretty good. Like, it's getting a lot of good feedback on Steam right now. We have Monster Hunter Wilds announced.
Yeah, I saw
the
that.
next successor of Monster Hunter, and that's hype.
So last
specifically for the Monster Hunter World fans.
Yeah, I was gonna say World was the last one.
No, they had one more. It was like Rise or something like that. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure that Monster Hunter Worlds was in such a huge scope of a game that Rise was more of a traditional kind of older school Monster Hunter experience. And there's something. I'm not a Monster Hunter player, but my understanding is that there's a lot of depth to World, and it's different from the other. So I think that this is made in that vein.
Okay.
Almost like Breath of the Wild.
Kind of like Tears of the Kingdom.
If that makes sense.
Wild.
Yes.
Okay, I'm loving it.
So then we got last announcement of all those. Baldur's Gate 3 out now on Xbox.
Oh,
because
wow.
it was a PlayStation
it was
PC
PlayStation
exclusive.
PC.
Yep.
Wow, very, very cool.
That's it, baby.
Loving it.
All right. So that is all of the Game Awards announcements.
Big announcements there. Big announcements.
Yeah, I'm going to take a break. You want to, or I mean just vocally. Do you want to say your next news piece?
I feel bad because it's not going to be a big one.
No, cool.
But it's something that me personally, I am very excited for because every time one has released, I'll just get into it.
Yeah.
So brand new My Hero Academia movie coming out, set for summer 2024.
Okay.
I don't know if you watched any of the movies.
No.
But they are such fun action adventure movies. And they really are non-canon. They try to claim that they are canon, but there's a lot of things that happen in them where it's like, let's we're pushing.
We're dancing.
Yeah, we're dancing.
Yeah.
But the reason there's a fourth one is because they are just fun movies to go see, like especially a summer movie.
Yeah.
Like they always have insane animations. There's never been a time when I think I saw them all in theaters except for the first one because COVID just hit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, do you remember that? The first it wasn't. It was the second My Hero movie.
I don't think I do.
Yeah, so the second My Hero movie was supposed to come out, and then they shut down a bunch of theaters. But it still did really well because they released it on streaming and all this. Okay. And then it got a third movie that I saw in theaters as well. Okay. But every ending to the movie is like scream hype. Like so I know it sounds silly, but because it's like a non-canon anime movie, but I've just had the most fun with these movies every time I sit down and watch them.
So worth a watch, you'd say?
Absolutely. I bought them all on Amazon too. They were like,
well, I'd love to watch them with
$3. Yeah, I watched all of them except for the last one, which I think is my favorite, on with Dylan when we were.
Oh yeah,
we're just kicking it, having a couple drinks, watching some anime.
Yeah, you'll have to. I'm down to watch. You'll just have to kind of like guide me in like what I can watch with what I've seen.
I would say for the first two, you'll be fine. Even the latest one, there are some things you see. Especially like power system wise, that you have to see like the latest seasons, but up to the first two movies you'll be fine with everything you saw because you saw up to the
Bakugo and
Deku Clash.
Deku Clash.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Okay.
It's they're just good movies, and they're fun, and not a lot of animes get these many movies unless they're like real classics.
For sure.
They always try with some, Demon Slayer got a movie, JJK.
Yeah.
Same thing with Black Clover just had its movie, which I also had so much fun watching. But a fourth movie is like we're getting to like
We're serious.
We're getting to I'm trying to think of like, Naruto has like 10 movies, One Piece has like 20, Dragon Ball has like 20.
Well, I think it goes hand in hand with like how successful they are, absolutely. Because if you've got the budget for that, like movies are way more expensive to produce than like chunked out animes.
Or even absolutely, but even just like the level of like, is your world in a position to tell these kind of like
for the world
stories? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Is it able to? And My Hero does it really well because for the most part, there's always downtime, if that makes sense. In like, you finish a season, it's like they go home, everything's fine. Yeah. Maybe there's a mission or there's a summer break or something like that.
For sure.
So I'm excited, and the one image they released looks like they're going to be kind of following up a little bit on what's going on right now in the anime, which I am almost caught up. I'm like a couple episodes from being caught up. Yeah. And it's really good. Cool. Very compelling.
All right.
It looks like good stuff.
It's amazing, bro.
Yeah, that was honestly the only two news articles that I felt were, worth mentioning. Nothing too crazy. There's just a lot of stuff with JJK too. But nothing that is worth mentioning that you and I would be interested in.
Yeah, okay. Sweet. And you know what? There's some irony here, Joshy, because I said like, just a verbal break. No, I actually got to take a break now.
You want to?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
I got to pee.
Let's do it.
All right, we are back. Joshy, the next story I have here for us is The Day Before. Do you remember this game? Have you heard of this game?
The Day Before? No.
The Day Before. It looks like The Last of Us, like same font, and it has like a picture of like a dude that kind of looks like he's like in the snow.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit about it because it was kind of like under development hell, like with one of the news articles early on in the podcast.
Super.
So there's quite a big story about it, and I want to kind of dive into it.
Run it.
The Day Before, developer is closing down. Yes, sir. That is the name of the article. By the way, The Day Before released December 7th.
It came out?
Yeah. Dude, early access, actually.
Holy crap. I'm looking at reviews.
Yeah.
This is bad.
We're going to dive in. Dude. So, The Day Before, a highly anticipated zombie shooter game, faced controversy and accusations of being fake before its release on December 7th.
Oh, yeah, we talked about that. Yeah. That's what it was.
Despite multiple delays, the game was finally released in early access December 7th, but received mostly negative reviews for failing to live up to its promises. The developer, Fantastic, announced the closure of the studio due to financial failure.
Holy shit.
4 days after it launched in early access on Steam. This is like record-breaking, bro.
This is insane.
I've never seen something quite like this.
Wow.
By the way, the game was in development for 5 years.
5 years?
Could you imagine being in development for 5 years and you close down 4 days after?
That's crazy.
What is that?
My Lord.
Right? The Day Before remains available for purchase, despite everything I just said, on Steam for $39.99. Devs saying the game's future is unknown. Those servers will remain, quote, operational for now. But no updates will come out for this game.
And it's online, though.
It's still online, right? You mean like online multiplayer? So basically, this is the ending statement from the studio. We apologize if we didn't meet your expectations. We did everything within our power, but unfortunately, we miscalculated our capabilities. Creating games is an incredibly challenging endeavor. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, no fucking shit.
Yeah, no shit. An ex-dev, I have a couple more things to add on to the whole story. An ex-developer had like a public conversation with somebody on X, and mentioned this amongst a lot of things, but basically the game was getting the first thing I said, the egregious statements towards it about the controversy is because when it was first unveiled, I think in 2021 was like the first like unveiling in a trailer, or it was 2020 and it was coming out in 2021.
Yes.
And it was supposed to be an MMO survival horror game.
Okay.
That's pretty appealing.
Yeah, that does sound cool.
MMO. But the game is actually akin to like Escape on Tarkov. It's like an extraction roguelite shooter with no progression. Dang. So it's like broken.
Yeah.
It was advertised for something it actually wasn't.
Holy crap.
An ex-developer came forth, like I said, and he was on X, and he basically said, yeah, the game from the get-go was never planned to be an MMO or anything like that. He said, in fact, the team is so small, they didn't even have a marketing team, so whoever put out the statement that it's an MMO onto Steam, that came from their publisher directly.
Holy shit.
So...
The people wow.
Yeah, right? The people who were, like, funding it, right?
Wow.
And then the ex-dev said, quote, anyone who complained too much, referring to when he worked there, was kicked off the team immediately.
Wow.
Yeah. And the last thing is it has currently an overwhelmingly negative score on Steam, which is probably what you just saw.
Yeah.
After 21,000 reviews, it has a 15% approval rate.
That's insane.
I looked at the first page of reviews, and the top one that was there, it said it said recommended, even though it said the game was refunded for the guy, and he spent like 19 or something hours on it, and it said the day before, buy, the day after, refund.
I like that.
Right?
That's how we make the best out of a bad
that's basically
situation.
the story, Josh.
Okay,
just
that's
kind
crazy.
of crazy.
So okay. The publisher is the one that kind of brought to light the idea that it would be an MMO, and the team had never said that.
Right. But they also didn't say anything against it either. Because there was a lot of fan hype for that concept.
Wow, dude.
Yeah. That
is insane. From what I'm seeing, it looks busted. Yeah. And people are saying it's just a scam. Right?
Yes.
The idea
for $40.
$40 is crazy. So what were they doing for 5 years?
Yeah. Great question.
That's the question.
It seems like allegedly they're just not very experienced, and so their ambition was too high, right?
Yeah.
And ran out of money, probably asked for more, and then like with the reception they got, they probably were just immediately shut down. I don't even know who published the game, but I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy because the game actually wasn't released.
Yeah.
It was literally the early access release.
Right. So the game is not available.
Oh, is that what it says on there?
No.
Oh,
I mean, that's what
according to I looked on the Steam page and on the news article. This is from Game Rant, by the way, the whole article. But this made like headlining news. You can access the game on Steam and buy it right now and play it.
The whole thing.
The whole thing. But it's just a extraction shooter. And again, like one of the big backlash points from the people who played it is like there's no progression system. So there's no point.
Right.
Unlike the other competitors it has, right? On top of it being broken. Right. Basically. I was watching a guy who like does news on YouTube. I can't even remember what channel it was. He was saying that he himself tried to get in on this hype and see if it was as bad as everyone was saying. Yeah. And he tried for 20 minutes finding a game and he couldn't get into a single game.
Wow.
So it just didn't work for him.
So he just couldn't play it?
Yeah.
Damn.
Right.
That's wild.
Wild. That's also a lot of seemingly shade. There was also accusations that it had a very slow kind of tutorial and startup before you actually got to play, which... You know, Steam has the 2-hour rule, right?
No way.
So people are, I mean, who knows if it's true, but people are making accusations that this game is intentionally wasting your time. Yeah. So you can't even get into a game to assess if it's good or if you like it before the 2-hour window's up.
Before you can refund it.
Yeah.
Wow. Dude.
Although it seems like the consensus is that anybody who asks for a refund gets it. So.
Damn.
Yeah.
That is... insane stuff.
Insane.
I really have not heard of a game doing something like that.
Me neither. Ever. And I don't really have much more to say on it. Sure. I just wanted to bring it to light because
it's very crazy.
It's wild.
It is wild.
And again, could you imagine working on a passion project yourself for 5 years and then 4 days later you're done?
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
I mean, who knows if they were even treating their people right? Cause
it sounds like it wasn't. Oh, you're not on board? Like, if you have any opposing opinions, you're off the team.
You're complaining? Oh, well, we're not going to listen to the complaints. You're out.
We love that. And you and I both know how, companies who have that approach towards their people, how well that goes for them.
I mean, I don't know them well enough to say, that I'm glad it didn't work out. So I won't say that. Yeah. But it just sounds like it was destined to not work out.
It sounds like it. It sounds like it was like from... whenever they first put out that marketing in 2020, when they first advertised it, it sounds like they kind of plotted their doom from that point on. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like, and they just really set it in stone. So.
Well, that's unfortunate.
And unfortunately, Josh, I have some more disappointing news here too. I do,
make me sad. What's going on?
You know, this is a sad cast. I guess this week. You know,
sad cast.
Yeah,
the tear
gotta
cast.
end it. Yeah, the tears of the cast.
Tears of the cast.
Like Joshy, it is that E3 is officially dead.
It's done.
It's done. We knew this was coming.
We did.
Right?
I thought they didn't have one last year, or they did.
Last year. I have all the data right here. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Let me see. It was 2021.
Mm-hmm.
Last one was 2021. Right. Last year was canceled, and it was digital only. And then the last actual E3 that took place was 2 years before that, 2017.
Wow.
Was the last actual in-person E3.
Well,
I'm going to dive into this real quick,
please,
okay?
Please.
And then let's discuss. So this story I got from Game Rant once again, and it says, the Entertainment Software Association has officially ended the Electronic Entertainment Expo, otherwise known as E3, citing a lack of interest from the gaming industry and the rise of alternative events. I think you can basically sum up everything in that one statement right there, to be honest, because I think that is the consensus that we know.
Well,
right?
Officially, it sounds like Nintendo murdered E3. Do you feel me? Because
it's funny you say that because I wrote.
Did you write that
as a piece?
Oh, really?
Yeah, okay, because of the directs, right? And because of the breakaway.
What started it. I mean, it was first the Nintendo Direct, and then they started pulling away from E3 a little bit, and then PlayStation did a very similar thing where I think the last time they just didn't have a presence there at all, and they just did their what is it called?
They have now they have Days of Play. State of Play.
State of Play.
Yeah.
Which is just a PlayStation Nintendo Direct.
Exactly.
And then I'm guessing Xbox is going to do the exact same thing. And there's not much.
Right. If anything, I'm pretty sure Xbox is the last one on board because Xbox is trying to, I feel have this approach and be friendly with everyone.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Take every opportunity that they can.
Put Banjo in.
So I got more to talk about here, Joshy, to get the whole story here. The decision to end E3 was influenced by the gamers' changing habits during the pandemic and the withdrawal of several former partners. You know, key figureheads like Nintendo and Sony. Summer Game Fest is set to continue in 2024 despite this, and has already confirmed the presence of major gaming companies. Have you heard of Summer Game Fest?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, right. So it's basically it's very similar to the Game Awards and put on by Jeff Keighley. I'm pretty sure, at least funded, but it's not just him either. It's a bunch of big guys who put on Summer Game Fest. So that it's hype, and it shows that it's not that big events aren't hype, that people don't want it, right? It's just the archaic nature, I feel, of E3 and what it was. This seems to be the nail in the coffin following the cancellation of this year's E3 and increasing disapproval and outspoken issues across the industry since its availability to the public opened in 2017.
Wow.
Yeah, so in 2017, what the article is basically saying is up until that point, from when it started when did E3 start? 1995. Okay, so 95 until 2016, it was invite only. You had to be in the industry to get that, and it was kind of this hype thing about it. You know, and I know tech wasn't as far along as it is now with especially with streaming and whatnot. But it was, if you wanted the latest and greatest, it was everyone gets so hyped for the big iPhone announcement.
Yeah,
that's what this was. Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
So I'll continue. Basically, since it opened to the public in 2017, in addition to big companies like Nintendo, for example, choosing their own alternative showcase instead of participating in the event.
That's what I said.
That's it, baby. Nintendo, and I have some data as well that I did a little homework on E3. So Nintendo's last announcements from E3 ever, or E3 2017. It started doing directs, but this was the last one it was involved with, and we got the announcements of Mario Odyssey, ARMS, Splatoon 2, and Metroid Prime 4.
That was the last one.
That was last E3, and those are all hype as fuck. Huge announcements.
One still hasn't even come out. Or
Metroid
we've
Prime.
seen anything about.
Literally nothing.
Yeah.
Also, the last in-person E3 event was 2019 with 66,000 attendance. Oh, I misspoke. I said it was 2017. It was 2019. And that had 66,000 attendees altogether.
Gotcha.
Okay. And it honestly, it usually had around that number after, I think before public access, it was around 40K.
Oh, okay.
Right. And so they added another 15, 20K there.
Yeah.
The last E3 to ever happen was digital only in 2021, and basically what So that was last E3 that took place.
Right.
The cost of like doing E3 with everything, it costed whoever puts it on, I forgot, $6 million. But the profit they got from it, or not the profit, the generated income was $3.4 million. Can you see the problem?
That's a loss.
That is
massive
that
loss.
Is like almost a 50% loss, and we're not talking a couple thousand. We're talking millions
of dollars.
And I saw some of it with my own eyes from the one time I went to E3.
Yeah.
You know, like they don't mess around.
No, it's
when Mario Odyssey was there,
Yeah.
right? That was the E3 that I went to.
Yep.
And they literally had the entire. What's it called?
Street.
Like the whole downtown New Donk City.
Yeah.
You walked into New Donk City.
That's so
just to hype up the game.
That is so
right?
hard. And they've been doing that for a while, where it's just a show.
Yeah.
I remember when, it's honestly, I mean, I don't want to say it's sad because it's not like I was that invested in it.
It's kind of just sad to see like a piece of history kind of die.
And it's understand we kind of saw it coming, but it's still unfortunate.
Yeah.
Like that's how it feels because I mean, even just seeing pictures from E3 or hearing about like shit that's going down at E3, it was always something to think about. You know what I mean?
Yes, man. I mean, some of the biggest, like best rated video games or consoles or anything ever announced usually always took place at E3.
Yeah.
You know? So it
Times
is, you know?
are changing,
times
my
are
friend.
changing.
That's how it goes.
It's going down in history.
Yeah.
And so, speaking of history, E3 started in 1995 and was well regarded as the most important convention in the gaming industry for decades.
For a minute.
There are several still remaining, though, as far as large-scale gaming conventions go, right? We got PAX. We have Tokyo Game Show. We have Brazil Game Show, Taipei Game Show, and Gamescom. And Gamescom is probably the biggest there is.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah.
Dang, man. I mean, it's just like, even like PAX, all those big names, nothing's got that hit like E3, right?
E3.
It just feels like
you
big
just
to
knew,
a gamer.
as a kid, like growing up, like you knew what E3 was and how hype it was, man.
Absolutely.
It was like a totally adult invite-only event that kids were hyped from just sitting at home.
Me,
right?
man.
Yeah, both of us.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's crazy.
Joshy, I have some footnote news here too because honestly there was so much and I wanted to get a lot of content in here because I think this is all important. So first was remember the big Blizzard layoffs we talked about a while back? That happened I think like it was last year or the year before, but it was like a huge portion of their staff.
It was like a massive percentage.
Yes.
Right?
There's a guy that is on YouTube, and he was one of those employees. Like he was like a pretty like big like I don't remember exactly what he did. I don't think it was program. I think it was like art or like something. Okay. He was like up there though with what he's working on at Blizzard at the time. Right. He explained what happened during the layoffs, like from his recollection.
Really?
And check this out. It is gross. It's gross. Okay.
Really?
So imagine, I'm gonna paint a picture for you in the audience.
I'm ready.
This is a room. Okay. I'm gonna paint a box right here. Actually, I'll draw on my notepad.
I'm seeing a box.
Okay. So this is it. So this is the main entrance to the building.
Yes.
So if you come in from the bottom through this door,
I'm with it.
You would walk in, and this is kind of the main commons area.
Yeah.
And also a place of workspaces.
Sure.
And then there was a door on the left and a door on the right, and each one leads to rooms of office spaces. Okay. And different cubicles. Okay. When the day of the layoffs was happening, when everyone walked in, there was a semicircle facing that front door of all the heads of Blizzard that they worked under. Okay? There was like 7 or 8 dudes in a semicircle. And they didn't say anything, and you would walk up and they would direct you to one of the doors. And what you didn't know at the time was which door you walked through meant you're staying or you're leaving. Right?
Shit, that's
crazy. So one door was you stay, and it literally just led right to your desk, right? And if you were staying, like they already like had it ready to go or like whatever. You went through the other door, you're fired. Okay?
So that's even crazy just for like a business to set up a situation like that. That's insane.
By the way, them telling you like you're fired, it was you went through the door and you were escorted out. Okay?
Wow.
So it was like a silent goodbye. Okay?
Wow.
But then to make it more complicated, there's also a big back parking lot, which most of the staff came in through the front, but sometimes a lot of people parked in the back and would come through the back door.
Yeah.
Dumbasses forgot about this, okay? So people came in through the back, and they would just immediately go to wherever their desk was. So then about halfway through the day, they realized this after getting rid of everyone that came through the front. So then they personally went around and had to silently escort out every single person who wasn't meant to be there.
Crap. That's insane.
Not nuts.
Imagine coming through the back, not even knowing, and them just coming up like, yeah, you got it.
Yeah, we're going to escort you out.
What? What are you talking about?
Yes.
Wow. This is probably some of the craziest corporate bullshit I've ever heard.
Yeah.
What is the reason for that? Was it too many? Is it like you had to hit a quota? Was there something that like...
Oh, I don't remember like the specificity here, like with like kind of the situation, what happened. I don't even remember like what they were working on. I remember, I think it was like after the launch of Diablo 4 or like right around the launch of Diablo 4. And there was like, just like a lot of, Blizzard had been under fire for like a lot of things too.
Absolutely.
I mean, and there was also like the acquisition by Xbox. So I don't remember the nitty gritty, but I would guess right now, 100%, it was money related, right? Because that's the big thing in the industry right now, and not just gaming. This is like everywhere. It's everywhere, like, hey, how can we squeeze every good person we have, get rid of the ones we don't need, and only give them the bare minimum,
the least amount of money, so we can grow,
right? That's just kind of
That's a damn shame, man.
Damn shame. Yeah. I don't know if there's much else to say on it, but I wanted to bring that to light because I thought that was fascinating.
One of the craziest things I've heard about a corporate firing.
Yeah.
Like a massive
and for as
one.
Big as Blizzard is,
that's crazy.
Man, that, I don't know if it made headlining news or anything because I only saw that in a little YouTube short that popped up on my YouTube. And I'm like, damn, this is nuts.
Even just the fact that they didn't even put into consideration that back parking lot. As big of a company and how big of a deal that is. Yeah. Jobs are on the line. Stupid. Seriously stupid.
No, dumbasses. Man.
Wow. Very disappointing.
To be
Jinx.
You owe me a kiss, bitch.
I owe you two.
All right, Josh, number 2 here is the finals that I mentioned earlier, that AI shooter, is currently outdoing...
AI shooter.
The AI shooter. Pop on.
AI generated
shooter. I'm really good at this game, bro.
Dude, I'm so good.
The finals is currently outdoing Call of Duty on Steam.
Wow.
Which is that's a monument. It just launched, first of all.
Damn.
Second of all, Call of Duty has been the behemoth of online shooters for decades, man. Currently over 155,000 active players.
Wow.
Playing the finals, which launched during the Game Awards.
Wow.
So
that's crazy.
That's nuts. Okay. This one, specifically for you, didn't know if you knew this or not, let me know. Canceled Spider-Man spin-off movie featured an unexpected team-up. So basically, there was some canceled Spider-Man movie that was going to come after Amazing Spider-Man 2. Did you know anything about this movie?
I know about all of them because it was the there are a couple.
Okay.
So there was a Sony leak.
Yeah.
If you remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is the Sony one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were a bunch of movies planned. There was a Sinister Six movie. There was Amazing Spider-Man 3.
Right.
And I think there was also Amazing Spider-Man 4.
Okay.
Was also planned. There was an Aunt May solo movie. Yeah.
Really?
Some crazy shit, dude.
Oh, shit.
It's wild. And then I think they were going to do they were going to do... I don't know. They were doing a bunch of stuff. But
okay.
I
don't know what... Yeah, let me know if this, like...
let me hear it.
Well, like, if this is one of those that you just named.
Yeah,
okay, so Spider-Man apparently was going to be featured riding a T-Rex in the Savage Land. Okay, which is a prehistoric area hidden in Antarctica.
Okay.
Did that ring a bell at all?
Not really.
This just came to light, by the way.
Okay.
So I don't know if this was ever... Okay, cool. So yeah, Spider-Man was definitely going to ride a T-Rex, which is ironic because that T-Rex was featured in Across the Spider-Verse, right?
Yeah.
And this was canceled years ago.
It was... do you remember his Peter... But it was spelled like I
don't remember.
It was they had his name because his whole lore is that
like
he's
Peterosaurus Rex. Or
no,
something like
it's because he's a what are those called? A pterodactyl. So it's like Peter, Pete Parker, but it's how there's a P in front of pterodactyl. So in the comic lore, that character is a pterodactyl that was put in the body of a spider enhanced. T-Rex with web shooters. Yeah.
Okay, that's wild.
Isn't that wild?
I have no idea.
So his name is, I think it's Peter Tarker, like that, but it's like done the way like
PT.
It's so funny.
That's so funny. I didn't know that.
Just a funny
okay, so this info came from leaked Sony emails, by the way. So apparently the characters that were going to be in the movie were going to feature Doc Ock, Vulture, Sandman, Mysterio, and Black Cat.
Okay.
And that's it. So I just wanted to bring that to light and see if any of that rings any bells.
Well, I mean, there was a Sinister Six movie planned.
Okay, so maybe
and all those characters. Name the characters one more time.
Yeah, Doc Ock.
Yep.
Vulture.
Yep.
Sandman.
Yeah, keep going.
Mysterio. And Black Cat.
Okay, so the reason that's interesting is because at the end of Amazing Spider-Man 2, post-credit scene, there's this hallway where they're teasing a bunch of villains that like Oscorp has been working on. You see Doc Ock's tentacles.
True.
You see Vulture's wings.
Okay.
And then you see the Rhino suit, which is then given to that character at the end of the movie.
Yeah.
And no, I was just interested to hear if it was the Sinister Six movie.
Yeah.
Because Black Cat was in Amazing Spider-Man 2. The character Felicia Jones.
I don't remember.
She was like some side character.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But they put her in the movie. And it just sounds like it was part of Sony's big old plan.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
So, very interesting
just want to bring
stuff.
that to light.
Yeah. I don't know if that is the Sinister Six movie, but that is crazy that they're trying to go that route.
Yeah, right.
So it makes sense that it kind of failed.
Yeah, it went wayside for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know how far that would have gotten. Last one here, Joshy, for the wrap is Florida. Oh my gosh, this is so funny.
No way.
This was the first article I found when doing. When looking up the news this week, bro, and the title is Florida Joker demands money from Rockstar Games
I've
after
seen
GTA 6 trailer. Yes,
I've seen this.
So he is asking $1 to $2 million for a quote. He first puts it on X, right?
Yeah.
And he says, "We gotta talk."
Yeah.
Right? And then he puts it on again with how much he wants from them. Right? And allegedly he hasn't actually sued them yet. This is all just kind of like threats.
Yeah.
But he says, for his reasoning, y'all took my likeness, y'all took my life.
Yeah.
But there's a lawyer that who's I guess pretty well known on X, and he's like got a verified account. He went on and he has fought cases for video games specifically. He showed a document from a case that he won for somebody being like unlawfully represented in a video game.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but my hunch was that it was Last of Us. It was because I thought that.
Oh, Ellen Page.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought that she won like a suing against them, but it might not be. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
But he said that there's literally no way that this guy's going to win.
No way.
Because nothing feature-wise resembles exactly what this guy is.
No, absolutely.
He's like, to be honest, this is just another dude who lives in Florida with face tattoos.
And it's so funny because there was actually a TikTok I saw.
Oh yeah.
Of the voice actor for Arthur Morgan, if you know that character from Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah, main character, right?
Yeah, works really close with Rockstar before, and he basically he was duetting a video that the Joker guy made, basically being like, they stole my look. This is like exclusively mine. I'm in this game. They didn't pay me any money. I deserve all this. I'm suing, right? And the guy who played Arthur Morgan, he literally responds. He's like, buddy, this is not even close to the first time someone tried to sue GTA, Grand Theft Auto, for some kind of likeness, for some kind of... Rockstar is lawyered the fuck up when it comes to GTA. They can't represent a specific car, but they know how to sneak brands in.
Yes,
they know how to fuck the entire system.
It's all intentional.
It's so intentional, and it's all a parody, and there is so much protection with parody law. You are allowed to do so many different things through parody law.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
Even like that one guy did that sketch, Nathan, not Fillion. What the hell am I talking about? Nathan.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's from a show called Nathan For You, and he does these. He's got this really dry humor. But he just pushes the envelope on what you can do.
Sure.
And he did this whole. You probably heard about. Do you remember the dumb Starbucks thing? There was a store that popped up called Dumb Starbucks. and it was just
No,
it looked
I have no idea what you're
identical.
talking about.
So check it out. Nobody knew this at the time. I saw this on the news before the episode of Nathan For You came out.
Okay.
It's an entire store of Starbucks. It's the exact same,
like layout,
everything the same, but they put the word dumb in front of Starbucks. And through parody law, he was allowed to do that because it was an art installation. Actually, he did get in trouble for it because if it was an art,
profit, right?
Yes. Yeah. And what it came down to was he was selling food and selling drinks, and that comes down to
you're doing this same. Yeah. Okay.
An art installation has to have different kind of ideas with it, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So he did end up getting in legal trouble, but parody law protected a lot of the shit that he could have gotten into. So
I had no idea about that.
So parody law is the reason.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
Because there's so many things that, like exactly like what the Arthur Morgan guy said. Like honestly, there's so many things that how can you not resemble something?
No.
So is everyone entitled to everything?
Yeah, exactly. Especially if you are making a joke on our world. The world is real.
Yes.
But guess what? Everything is gonna get shit on. So sorry, Florida Joker. You gotta take your shit just like everyone else.
Absolutely,
and that's the way it goes.
Yeah, keep living your life.
Keep living it, man. Hope
what
it's
you gotta
great.
do.
Yeah.
All right, brother. Let's drop into the game drops, shall we, man?
Game drop.
I only got a few here this week before we unpack our game of the year here. Again, this is for the dates of December 11th through the 17th. This week. First on the 12th, so that was yesterday, we got the God of War Ragnarok Valhalla DLC, right? Cool. On PS4 and PS5.
Which is coming out when?
Well, that was the 12th, so it's already out.
Oh, you're right.
It came out yesterday.
Fuck yeah.
That's baby. Cool. Yes, sir. I hope I hear from one of my buddies who's played it.
I was going to say.
Wait, have you played Ragnarok?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I think Gabe finished it though.
He did.
Yeah. So
maybe even twice. I want to talk to him.
We'll see what he thinks,
especially if it's free. Come on now. December 14th, tomorrow we have Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. That type. I kind of loosely follow the Grand Blue Fantasy versus series. Have you seen anything on that?
No.
It's just a big like Final Fantasy kind of Guilty Gear looking 1v1 fighter, right? But like pixel art and like hand drawn. It honestly looks
already.
Gorgeous. Because you've seen like Guilty Gear and stuff, right? Yeah. It's definitely in like that kind of vein, and very like fantasy.
Sure.
So you would look at it and straight up be like, "Oh, this is out of Final Fantasy." It looks. It might even have the same artist. I'm not kidding. Grand Blue Fantasy. It's GRAN Blue Fantasy, and Grand Blue is one word, by the way. While you're looking that up, we also have tomorrow. Palia is launching on the Nintendo Switch. And Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, The Hidden Treasure of Area Zero, Part 2, the Indigo Disc, is coming out on Switch tomorrow.
Dude!
How hyped are you?
So fucking hyped. It's crazy.
Yeah?
I am so into Scarlet and Violet. There is nothing I can do left in the original game and this latest DLC. I 100%ed all of it. Pokedex and everything. There's nothing I can do. No legendary to grab. And all my main party members are all at level 100.
Okay.
So I literally don't. I pick up the game and I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Right.
So the hype part about this is they're adding all old legendaries.
I saw there was something like 25, right?
25. I think it's all the main legendaries, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So they might be
each
skipping
gen?
a couple mythicals, I believe so.
Okay.
And I think trios as well. So the original birds are coming back because the Galarians are already kind of in it. And then they're having like the dog trio and then the other dog trio, whatever the fuck they call the difference. Excuse me.
But that second dog trio, it's like related to Keldeo, right? Like they're all like swords or something, or
it's
like guardian swords, like that.
Maybe that's what they're called. The guardian. No, I have no idea.
The guardian dogs
could be.
Yeah, we'll go with that. All right, but hype,
very hype. Brand new Pokedex, brand new. Also the lore I've been following since before the original DLC. A lot of mysteries. A lot of stuff we don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
And
so you think this is going to wrap it up?
It's the last DLC.
Right.
So, I mean, it's got to. Unless they plan for a sequel game, which they haven't done since...
Black and White? right?
Yeah, black and white, or I was even thinking like Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon.
Oh, true.
You know, like not a sequel game, but like if they want to expand on it.
Yeah.
But I don't see that happening because DLC is the new way.
Yeah.
And if you guys want to learn more about that, we have the evolution of Pokemon. Right?
Absolutely.
We talk a little bit about
sir.
the future
Episode
and
7,
what they've been doing this entire time, the trends and all those things. Yeah, episode 7.
Very in-depth.
Did you remember that?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, there's some. Don't you feel like you have like some favorite numbers and like some numbers just stick with you?
Yeah, absolutely.
That definitely. It's like episode 7.
Episode 7.
Evolution of Pokemon.
Evolution of Pokemon.
It's ingrained in my mind.
It should be.
Episode 1, History of Mario.
History of Mario.
Right. I forgot the rest. So
that's okay.
Joshy, I have a couple other things here. We have Harvest Moon 64, 1080 degrees snowboarding, and Jet Force Gemini are now all available on the classic on
the
Nintendo
Switch store?
64.
Nice.
Yep.
Or not the Switch store, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I don't even know what to call it because all it literally says is Nintendo 64, Nintendo Switch Online.
Nintendo Switch Online.
So I'm going to call it the Virtual N64.
The Virtual N64, Nintendo Online.
I feel like it needs a better name.
Trademark.
You know what I mean?
Nah, I'm just playing,
On the 64? Oh, you're going to get the 64? No, on my Switch.
No, on my Switch.
Oh, why'd you say 64 then?
Because I'm confused,
because
okay?
I don't know.
Last
thing here, too.
Yes.
There has been a major update, apparently, to F099. That just dropped.
Okay.
Version 1.1. Apparently adding more features and modes. I actually read mods when I saw it on the Switch, and I was like, no way they're adding mods to this. No, it says modes.
Modes. Fuck.
You know.
You got me excited for that.
Joshy, let's run some off topic real quick here, my friend. Shall we?
Yes, sir.
I have a funny question for you. This was the first question I thought of when I came up with off topic, actually.
Really?
And it is time for me to finally ask it. So, you're a man.
That is
true.
Man.
Yes,
that
sir.
That is true. Last I checked.
Yes. Growing up, did you ever like sleep in the same bed with the boys? And like, what was like, was that like so normal for you? And you're like so comfortable with that, like whatever. And if it was, did you ever have a time learning later that there's like other boys who think that's weird?
Think that's strange,
right? And they like refused to, or like was like no. You know what I mean? Or like sleep on the couch or like whatever.
Right.
On the ground.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So growing up, especially, when I was in 6th grade, like me and my best friends would sleep in the same bed.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
And that was just kind of how it went.
Yeah.
If like they slept over like at my house, I think I had a twin bed. And they just slept right next to me.
Yeah.
And that was never really something that I thought was weird.
Yeah.
Until probably like 7th grade when I started getting into like, that kind of like vibe of like, that's really gay. I feel like I heard that a lot in my 7th grade life.
Yeah, and that's specifically like what I mean. Like, did you get like flagged for it?
Yeah,
like,
I mean, like it was more of a thing where I was like, oh, I probably shouldn't do that anymore because I don't want people to think I'm gay.
Yeah, but
that was how I felt
not necessarily because you felt uncomfortable.
No,
right?
Not at all.
Yeah,
no. That's so funny you say that because I don't even think about that. I really don't. Like, I mean, like back then I probably did. I'm like, oh, probably shouldn't do that.
Sure. Yeah.
That's so
for
funny.
sure.
Yeah. What about you?
Yeah, definitely.
Same vibe?
Oh yeah. Like Reese and I, dude.
Yeah.
That dude and I have slept like literally next to each other so many freaking nights. So gone on all these trips together.
Yep.
Oh, like he's always like notoriously been like this like, oh, I'm a bitch sleeper, so I need like the most comfortable bed and like, oh, I by myself I need a king bed. You know what I mean? Like just one of those guys. And always like I'd be like, oh my god, I'm excited to hang out with Reese and stay over because I'm gonna get luxury sleep tonight. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, and it was just never weird ever. Like you know, and even when I stayed over at his place, like my first year here, I went over to his place. He only has one bed in his apartment. No problem.
Easy business. It's actually something I'm not even opposed to now.
Yeah.
When me and Dorian went to Sedona. Together, we got a little Airbnb and passed out in the same bed.
Yep.
No problem at all. But I think that is because of the way that I grew up and the way that I did sleepovers as a kid.
Right.
That's so funny.
Because don't you feel like the people who are uncomfortable with it, like, and I'm not trying to drag in anything that has to do with like challenging any kind of like gay or anything along the lines of like homosexuality or anything like that, right? Just keeping it like clean and being like, dang, like I felt. For me, like, it was so normal until I hit probably middle school. Yeah. And then I'm getting teased for it, right?
Absolutely.
Like, being like, hey, you want to come over? You know what I mean? Be
absolutely.
like, oh, we're going to sleep over, bro? Like, what are you talking about? Or like,
no, I'm same boat here.
Same boat.
Kidding. Yeah. And I guess it's funny because I don't even really think about it that much. like anymore even.
No,
I mean,
yeah,
like,
me neither.
Like once you like kind of, I feel like live in the adult world, and there's no like stigma even on the idea of like sleeping next to a man, whether you're gay or not.
Right.
It's like who really cares? It's like that's when I almost forgot that was a thing.
Yeah.
It was like, you know, kind of teased for it. That's
yeah,
so
definitely, and
that.
it kind of almost making me retroactively think and be like, is something wrong with me?
Did I do something
that I'm
wrong?
comfortable with this? You know what I mean? Like just growing up and it's not a big deal.
That's so fucking funny, dude.
Yeah, dude.
I'm loving
one of those random thoughts that I kind of like always had as a question in my mind from when I was a kid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Of course.
Yeah, because I think a large part of it stems from having so many guy friends now. That I've talked to over just the years and getting close and being like, hey, did you grow up like sleeping with the boys? You know? And a lot of guys being like, absolutely not. Yeah. You know? Like never.
Yeah, could not do it.
Could not.
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
Like even like
so
no sleeping in the same bed next to a girl unless she's my girlfriend. Right. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, you know?
Right.
And the difference of how people are kind of raised in that way.
Absolutely.
You know? Because I can imagine some father being like, no, you're not sleeping in the same bed as that fucking guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go take the couch. Yeah, whatever. No, that was my boy.
Yeah.
I'm sleeping next to my fucking boy.
Yeah, who cares?
Easy. Easy business.
Sweet. Joshy.
I'm loving that.
You know what time it is?
Of course I know the time.
It is main topic time.
Main topic.
Main topic. Do you need a break at all? We're about to break down.
Yeah, I'm going to grab some water.
Year. Let's do it.
That's cool with you?
Yeah, let's take a break. I'll take another leak. And we will come in and we will dive into Game of the Year 2023, my man.
Yes!
Let's get it. All right, we are back. Joshy, let's unpack the Game Awards, my friend. Yeah. And then we'll get into our own personal taste here on Game of the Year. But as we discussed in our... Excuse me. Ooh, a little burpee. As we discussed a few episodes ago for our predictions episode for the Game Awards.
Yes.
Not necessarily our picks here, okay? But big uncovering of this monumental event. And it went kind of crazy, to be honest with you.
Did.
Yeah, and it was very, well, I mean, we made our predictions, right?
We did.
Didn't quite go as I thought it would. So, why don't we unpack it, my friend?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm ready for it.
So let's, you know what's funny is I have all of the data here. So I have the 31 categories that you and I predicted.
Yes.
Plus, they added in a bonus category of player's voice. We didn't participate in that because that came out after our episode.
Yeah.
And then we got our bonus round, and then we got our score here. So
Beautiful.
let's work down the list, okay?
Let's work it.
We can pick apart a discussion for anyone you would like to.
Sounds like a plan.
For category number 1 was Best Game Direction, and the winner was Alan Wake 2, giving myself 3 points and you 1 point.
I got a point.
Yes, sir.
I got a point.
Any surprise
you guessed
there?
that one?
I did, yeah.
I'm honestly not surprised now that I kind of reflect on it.
Yeah.
Not just because it won that award, but because it's like, you know, game direction, I think, is kind of a special thing.
It is.
Because it's much more different than movie direction or the way that you would direct even a show or a book or the way that, like, it's just... I don't know. I feel like it has to be kind of a game like Alan Wake. Do you remember what I voted for?
I don't remember exactly what you voted for. I can pull up my phone though.
It's okay because I don't.
No, it's cool. I could pull up like the whole episode and like what we had on here.
Let's just listen to the whole episode right now.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna pull it up. We'll add that episode into this episode.
Oh,
so
yeah.
It'll be like a double feature.
Yeah.
It'll be perfect. No, you know. It's funny you say all this because where my head goes for game direction is it's kind of like reinventing the wheel in a way, right? Like kind of doing something in a specific way. It doesn't have to be necessarily new. Mm-hmm. It just has to be better than what's been done before. Right? Yeah, and kind of leaving a lasting impression that is different from the past,
Completely agree.
And so Alan Wake 2 and everything that I saw of it and a few reviews, really like that was the feature I felt this game had. Was and like I haven't played any of Alan Wake, but did you see like any review on this game or anything?
I haven't really checked into it too much.
Okay.
However, I do know a lot about the original, and I know a bit about like how people view that one.
Okay.
And so that's why I feel like, you know, I understand the direction idea.
Perfect. You know? Yeah, okay. So basically my understanding is that direction-wise, you can pick one of two characters. And like, I think it's Alan Wake himself and then another character, right?
Okay.
And then the story unfolds and ties together the same, if not like in a deeper way, depending on who you pick. But you get the full story playing, right?
Yeah.
And it constantly is kind of doing the Miles Morales and Spider-Man thing where it's switching back and forth between the two.
Okay.
However, they're both at very different places within the lore of what's happening in the world. Like, Alan Wake is supposedly in some kind of like dark dimension and kind of figuring out what's happening based on the first game. And so it goes deep in that, you know, this was a like 10-year development cycle for this game.
Absolutely.
And they even restarted once because the director said there's a very specific direction I want to go with this game and it's not hitting it yet.
Wow.
So they restarted, and when the game came out, he said he felt like he nailed that direction perfectly.
Okay.
And what I got from the reviews was that if you choose like the girl's path, that's for the people who are brand new to Alan Wake, and it will wrap up and introduce concepts and things better on that route.
Interesting.
Whereas if you've already are familiar somewhat, or you beat the original and you're hyped for this, your job is to pick Alan Wake's side, and it will tie in and have like things that only you would understand. Right. And I feel like basically the consensus was how it handled the duality of the stories was better than anything that's ever come before.
Wow. I'm very, very impressed and honestly interested.
Yeah?
Have you wanted to play this game since hearing about it?
I really do. In fact, Kendall brought up one time that like when it came out, she said, have you heard of a game called Alan Wake 2? And it was like release week. I'm like, yeah? Why are you asking? You know? Apparently her coworker, she was talking to her coworker about our podcast, and he said, oh, has your boyfriend heard of Alan Wake 2?
Alan Wake 2?
Yeah, and said, like, I really think you two should play it. I think you'd like it, because she played, like, the other horror games that we played, like the Quarry and... You know. Also, I have your prediction right here.
Yes.
Yes, so you guessed for best game direction, I think it was... Marvel Spider-Man 2 is what you put.
I'm kind of with that.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like to me, I think Alan Wake did that a little bit better. And honestly, it sounds like masterwork.
Yeah.
Because when someone is that devoted to it, like truly masterful.
It's like AOT level, right?
Exactly.
Where like
That's
everything is so
meticulously
thought out.
So I'm with that, but I mean, I'm
still holding to it.
I mean, I don't want to.
Well, hey, you know, personal vote is
beat it,
very valid.
Yeah, and I
you're fresh off the train.
I think if I played Alan Wake, maybe my mind would change.
Yeah.
But Spider-Man 2, it's really masterful, like directing. It really is, because that game is also another game where two main characters, two plots, two like real like points that need to interact with each other in order for certain sections to work, and it just felt masterful. It felt like I was playing two games that were the same game, which is exactly what it is. So I respect my vote.
Yeah,
but
I respect your vote.
I also respect Alan Wake 2
a
lot from what
I'm
I've
with
heard
you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Number 2 on here is best adaptation, and so this is an adaptation of something adapting to a game.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Yes, and the winner was The Last of Us.
Yes.
Show that came out on HBO. Right?
HBO,
that got me 1 point, and you got 3 from that. So you nailed that.
Knew it.
My guess on it was Super Mario Bros. Movie, which I haven't seen. The Last of Us show.
Yeah.
I've heard it's really good.
Yeah, I have.
And you've seen all of it, right?
I watched the first 4.
First 4. Okay.
Yeah, but I got the idea because I'm a huge Last of Us fan, and I think if they continued what I saw, no question.
No
in my
question.
mind. Yeah.
Okay.
But I never
deserving of the award.
Absolutely.
Okay. Cool. And to be honest, I think I might still hold on to mine even if I saw it because for reasons that I just felt like it was way better in all these surprising ways that I didn't think would be Nintendo or handled with a Nintendo IP. You know? Yeah,
Jack Black Bowser is still such a fucking fantastic.
Did you see like the recent
Bowser.
Performance he did where he
was
at a concert?
Yeah, I thought that was awesome.
So awesome.
Seriously,
you're so right.
But those are little things where it's like, how do you adapt a character like Bowser? We're making him like cartoonish, fun. And still like a fan favorite character while also being the villain. Yeah. And I just think Jack Black kills it in that sense.
Kills it. That probably my favorite Bowser ever. You know,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But doesn't it feel like Bowser?
It does. It's still very much Bowser.
It adapts it to a movie character, and that's all you can ask for.
Yeah, very animated movie character.
Absolutely.
Yeah, in the best way, man.
In the best possible.
Number 3 is Best Narrative, and the winner was Alan Wake 2.
Wow.
Earning me 1 point and you 3 points.
I guessed it.
Yes, sir. I think my guess on here was Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah. So I'm not surprised though. Like, to be honest, because I feel like for everything we talked about, especially with the game direction, like the narrative is the entire direction of that game.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Number 4 was Best Art Direction. Also going to Alan Wake 2.
Oh,
which I was a little shocked at. Yeah.
What did we predict?
Your prediction was Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
Okay.
And mine was Tears of the Kingdom.
Very good guesses, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, and I would attribute like all these to making the list. I think that they're all great.
Well, being nominated is already a massive achievement.
Yes.
In being a game, you wouldn't be on that list if you didn't already have incredible art direction. So those are both, I think, very valid guesses.
Same.
But I mean, I'm a little surprised, to be honest, because
Me too.
I don't remember from what I saw about Alan Wake 1 the art direction being a very like interesting part of it.
No, if anything, that is. Bless you, brother. If anything, what I've been reading about Alan Wake 2 is that the art direction is so different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And it's very like it's one of like the prettiest looking games.
Wow.
Which honestly, I remember looking a lot into Control, which is also done by Remedy, and that game looked gorgeous.
It does look really good.
So I have no doubt. You know?
Yeah, I don't have a doubt, but I don't think I could have predicted it.
Yeah, no, me neither. Well, you know, it's funny you say that because neither of us did, and we actually got 0 points.
0 points?
Yeah, no points for either of us.
Yikes.
Next category here is Best Score and Music, which went to Final Fantasy 16.
Didn't you?
Which I did not, so you got 1 point off of that one.
Nice. Well,
yes,
what did
sir.
I say?
For Final Fantasy 16?
What did I say? Yeah.
For your vote for... We both... No, we didn't. I'm sorry. My vote's not in there. I don't know. Wait. Yeah, mine, my main vote isn't in there. So I just forgot it. Oh, well. I couldn't tell you.
You want to give yourself a point?
Nah. I've already calculated the score and everything, so you know how it goes. I actually have a massive meme for you at the end about our predictions, by the way.
Yeah, I'm ready.
But we will get there.
Let's
get it. So you said for your top pick was Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
So,
which I still think has an incredible score.
I still need to listen to like the entire soundtrack, but I kind of want to save it for when I experience it in the game.
Just do that.
You know what I mean?
I will say, as a Zelda fan, you will absolutely think it's the game of the year score, because that is like some of the best parts about it.
Yeah.
Because I feel like with Zelda, one of the best parts is the reinvention of what worked before.
Definitely.
And that always goes with the music. There's always a reference to something.
Yes.
And I'll say the boss for the Gerudo section, just listen carefully.
Okay.
Because it sounds like
some classic.
I'm
so hyped for that. Genuinely, like, you're so right. Even I usually listen to lo-fi when I'm doing deep work or like editing the podcast or like yesterday, and I put on I got like a lo-fi playlist, and it finished the video and it just populated whatever YouTube recommended, and it was it was something along the lines of like Breath of the Wild campfire.
I love that one.
Dude,
so good.
It literally starts out with like Hateno Village, I think, or something, or Kakariko, and it's just so pleasant. I was like in the
Zelda
best mood.
Amazing.
It
really is. And
so
even
if
like,
Breath of the Wild is like that, I mean, I have no
doubts
question.
about Tears.
Yeah, no.
No,
we can say something else. Sorry.
No. I was not.
Okay, cool. Let's move on to best audio design. Kind of the same direction here, but like just I think specifically the award is about like how like the effects and the design and how it sounds.
I think
if
you're
wearing headphones, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember what you voted for?
I think it was Spider-Man. Yeah.
You did vote Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And I voted Dead Space, but the winner was Hi-Fi Rush, which had both of us getting 0 points.
0 points.
By the way, have you seen anything?
I still haven't looked into.
Okay, I did.
Did you?
A little bit. I watched a review video from IGN. Right, it was about an 8-minute video, and it actually looks really cool.
Really cool.
It's a very cell shaded.
Okay.
Kind of like Jet Set Radio like type vibe. You know what I mean? It's very animated. Almost looks like anime characters.
Okay.
And it's a rhythm based action game.
Okay, that sounds pretty lit.
Yeah, it looks badass and fun as hell.
Wow, I'm glad it made the Game Awards.
Me too.
It really did some numbers apparently, because it was nominated for so fucking many.
Dude, I know. I don't know if it won more awards than this, but cool to see it win one of those awards,
I like
to be
that,
honest.
yeah.
Because you're right. For how much it was nominated, it needed at least one of those fuckers, you know? Especially when Alan Wake and Baldur's Gate are taking every award on this list, basically. They're sweeping, bro.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, number 7 is Best Performance. This is an actor performance within a game. And the winner was Neil Newbon in Baldur's Gate 3, which earned me 1 point. Okay. And that was it.
And I voted for Yuri Lowenthal.
I'm pretty sure you did. You definitely did. And I voted for Cameron Monaghan from Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Yeah.
I still stand by Yuri Lowenthal.
Honestly, I feel I really feel that
more now. Like just this guy. He just puts everything into this performance. I don't think he could have gone harder, especially because of the range of emotions in this game. Because Peter's going through it, you know, and you really just learn about what's going on at his core.
Yeah.
And it is powerful because of his performance, to be honest with you.
No, for sure. And you need that. When you have like a narrative-based game and like the voice acting and stuff is there.
Absolutely.
Dude, I mean, that's why like Final Fantasy X, like Titus is like, that's a meme because like people felt it took them, instead of being
that's
into
guy?
Yes, they're almost taken out of it because they felt like the acting wasn't very good.
Absolutely.
Whether it was good or not, whatever. Sure. But it's important. It's
sometimes
really
important. A performance can change the game.
Yes.
When it comes to like actually like conveying a story or even what a character's all about.
Yeah, man. So actually, you know, like I'll even tie it into like AOT. You know, if the voice acting wasn't as apex as it was,
oh my God,
would you be as sucked in?
No,
probably not.
Some of those quotes from Aaron would not be as hard if it weren't delivered so well. Yeah. But like that whole thing, I literally been quoting it the entire. Damn you traitors! That is such a good line, but it's like it's the way he does it, and it's all about that.
No,
shout out to Bryce Pappenbrook. I actually met him. He's a really
have
cool
you?
Guy. He is so involved with like fan interactions.
That's so cool.
Yeah, I didn't even I didn't buy anything from him. I just wanted to say hi.
Yeah,
and he was super.
Was it like
cool.
Comic-Con or something?
Yeah,
yeah.
It was Phoenix Comic-Con.
Yeah,
or whatever they call it now, Fan Fusion. They got sued. Did you hear about that?
No.
San Diego Comic-Con trademarked Comic-Con, so Phoenix Comic-Con had to change to Phoenix Fan Fusion.
No, I didn't know that. But to be fair, I also thought it was done by the same guys.
I assumed too. Yeah, but it's not.
Well, that makes sense.
So Comic-Con, the comic convention, is its own thing.
Sure.
San Diego, I guess.
Sure.
Fuck those guys.
Let's call it Dumb PAX.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Dumb Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be perfect.
And then my older sibling also introduced themselves, and then they talked about Bravely Default.
Bravely Default.
Yeah, because he plays someone in there. It's voice acted, right?
It is, and he plays the main character.
Yeah.
One of the 4 main characters.
So they started talking about like the plot, and they were like, what'd you think of the sequel? Like, what'd you think of it? And they talked. So just
That's
really like down to earth guy.
Yeah.
Super cool to meet people. Nothing but good things to say.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. I love it when it's like that. Instead of like, you know, like if it was like seeming like they didn't give a fuck about like the industry or gaming in general.
That's
or something.
what I hate the most.
Same.
Like it really is.
It's just
or
a job.
even just being a job, or even like I'm a real actor.
Yeah.
I don't want to be like called those characters. It's kind of disappointing. That's what the actor for Trevor did in GTA 5. Do you remember that character at all?
No.
He has the best performance in that game. He plays a crazy guy named Trevor, who's one of the characters you can play, and he is the most entertaining, like one of the most entertaining performances in any video game.
Wow.
And he hates it. He doesn't see video games as like a real medium. Michael and Frankton, the other two, it's so disappointing. They're also give an amazing performance, but they love it. Literally, the guy who said Michael, he's like, dude, I'm Michael forever. Like, I will. Like, I love this game. I love everything it's brought to my life. I love that people like come to me on the street, say, hey, Michael. It's like, oh, I'll respond. Famous thing about that guy, it's so funny. I can't remember his name. It's Steven something.
Okay.
The guy who played Trevor.
Yeah.
If you call him Trevor, he will
lose
get
his shit.
pissed at you.
That's so crazy because I would think that you have to like be in the character's mind to actually be the character.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is it's like I understand it because he even he made a video and he was like, people are coming to me on the street being like, hey man, tell me to go fuck myself, like tell me to go kill myself and all these things. He's like, can I just say hello? And I get it because it's a rough character to be known as, because he's a psychopath and he's crazy and all these things. But I just
okay, all right.
I get it, but
I get it.
Come on, you got to have some respect on
you do.
Where if people are recognizing you for something, you got to be proud of your work.
Absolutely.
And anyway, no dog on him. I get it,
but a little bit. All right. Number 8 is innovation in accessibility, and the winner here was Forza Motorsport.
Did he
and
get a point?
You and I both got 3 points on this.
3 points?
You and I both guessed it right.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
I honestly, I think we were kind of just voting out of.
I think we were, but if I remember right, it had some fighting games on here.
Yeah.
Okay. So it had Diablo 4, Forza Motorsport, Hi-Fi Rush, Spider-Man 2, Mortal Kombat 1, Street Fighter 6. And I was kind of like, okay, it could be... Oh, yeah, my secondary votes were both on the fighting games. So I thought, like, if anything, like, okay, what would be this accessibility? Like, who designed it? And then you and I talked a little bit about Spider-Man, and you felt like it was, like there was improvement in the controls and things, but not necessarily towards an accessibility side.
Yeah, it wasn't really like making it super different for anyone who has not played the first one. And if anything, they're not reinventing the wheel.
Exactly,
you know
exactly.
I mean?
And I kind of in my head, I just kind of envision like, what is if somebody has like a difficult time actually like mechanically controlling something or playing something, would they rather enjoy like a really, really like fast-paced like fighting game or like a car simulation game? Like everyone loves cars, right?
Absolutely.
I just thought that would be like the most popular.
Well,
and that was
like
kind of my mindset. Looks like we did, baby.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Number 9 was games for impact. So something that elicited a major emotional response.
Okay.
And the winner was Chia. And if I remember right, we didn't know any games on this list.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
It got me 1 point.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay.
So that's where we're at. I'd recap, but honestly, I don't know any of the games on this list.
That's all right.
You guessed Goodbye Volcano High.
It just sounds like
I know
a game
that
that would give some emotions.
Yeah. My real guess was Chance of Sinar.
Okay.
So there you go. Yeah. Next up, we got Best Ongoing Game.
Oh.
And the winner surprised me. It was Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah. A lot of people felt this was undeserved.
I've heard a lot about this already.
Specifically in terms of compared to the competition on the list.
Yeah.
But I'm really happy they won this award because
too.
I felt like this is like proper redemption for themselves for all the years of hard work, especially free updates, right? Free major updates for atoning for their mistakes. Really, they felt like for the community.
Absolutely.
I really feel like I'm happy.
Did we get any points?
You got 3 points.
I knew that I voted for that one.
You got it, baby.
Because I really hope the best for CD Projekt Red. I don't think they're a bad studio.
Me neither.
And I think they've made incredible games in the past. And I think they were kind of fucked because of the release date and kind of the state of gaming at the time.
Definitely.
And just what was going on. And I hope the best for them. Did I also vote for Fortnite? Was that one of those on there?
Let's check it out. Best ongoing game. You did? Your secondary vote was on Fortnite?
I've heard a lot of people kind of say that Fortnite deserved that because we just talked about it earlier in the past. Like they are consistently changing, consistently adding, and consistently making new free game modes that are a major part of the game forever.
Yeah.
You know, and that is admirable at the least, and really, really respected by both of us, I believe.
Absolutely.
Man.
Yeah, no question. But with that being said, again, like I feel like both of us are kind of in the boat of like, like everyone should win.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
like if the devs are winning and the companies are winning, we're winning.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I completely agree.
So I'm with it. Number 11 is Best Community Support, and the winner here, first of many, Baldur's Gate 3.
Was it?
Yes, sir. You and I both got 1 point on this one.
Okay, I'll take it.
And then we had a Best Independent Game, to my utmost satisfaction.
No way.
Sea of fucking Stars, baby.
I did not know it won.
Dude.
Wow.
I was so hyped. So I actually, I looked up a list for the announcements, and I only watched trailers. This is like a side note of everything that happened at the Game Awards, right?
Yeah.
But I watched an actual video summary of about a half an hour of every award getting announced. So I didn't like have any spoilers on the list.
Right.
I watched it all like in a recap, right?
Right.
I screamed when Sea of Stars won this
That's
award,
so hype.
bro. So deserved.
I'm really happy for it. Did we both get a point for that?
We actually both got 3 points.
Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I mean, everything that I saw from it, I'm extremely impressed. And To be honest, if I'm looking for a game like that, I'm going to go to Sea of Stars from everything you've told me.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely, dude. They just nailed it. I actually have a lot I want to say on that later for my own personal kind of Game of the Year topic. But Sea of Stars, I'm so happy that they won that award, especially because, like, really these guys have only put out 3 major games.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know? Wait, 2. 2 major games. It's this and The Messenger.
Yeah, The Messenger.
They've made other things before, but I feel like these are, like, The Messenger put them on the map.
Absolutely.
And this is, like, even more so.
Absolutely.
You know? Number 13, best debut indie game.
Mm-hmm.
The winner was Cocoon, which this was another list of games you and I hadn't really heard of.
Knew too much
but
about
you got a point off of that one.
I'll take it.
Yes, sir.
I'll take it.
Number 14 is best mobile game.
Oh, yeah.
The winner here was Honkai Star Rail. And it was another list of games that we really hadn't heard of.
Didn't know too much
aside
about.
From there was like Hello Kitty Island Adventure.
Did I go for that one?
I think.
Did I?
I think you actually did.
I think I did.
Wait, no. Are we on mobile game?
Yeah.
No, you and I both said Ever Crisis.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Shit, I'm kind of surprised
Me
to be
too.
honest, but probably because I haven't really heard of Honkai Star Rail. You had a secondary vote on Hello Kitty though.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. Number 15 is best VR/AR game. And the winner here was all you, bro. Resident Evil Village VR.
No
mode.
way.
Yeah.
Let's
I was
go.
shocked to see this, to be honest, but you got all 3 points on that one.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you, my friend.
Which I'm not surprised, really, because I remember how well received the last VR Resident Evil game they made was, because of like that scene with like
the chopping
the hand and like how if you were really invested in it, like a lot of the reviewers said like it was an unreal experience.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised.
Me neither.
At all. Number 16, best action game. Armored Core 6, Fires of Rubicon. You and I both got a point on that one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Happy about it.
Yeah, hell yeah. I think it's From Software, by the way.
It is From Software. And Donkey did a whole video on it and said it was incredible.
Incredible is
Yeah,
what
I mean,
said.
he didn't say it was like
perfect?
or changing the game of state of games, but it was extremely fun, and he got really into it.
Oh,
yeah.
that's so cool. I wish I cared more.
Well,
honestly.
it's a series they did before Dark Souls, and they had not
right.
released,
Armored Core is
one.
like, I mean, that's the 6th one, but I think there's even spin-off games.
Yeah, there are. And so he just said from everything he experienced, he just thought it was really, really good.
That's fucking awesome.
Really solid.
Well, solid, man. Well, number 17 here was best action adventure game, and the winner here was Tears of the Kingdom.
baby.
You already know. You and I both got 3 points
Let's
on this
go.
one. You already
Come
fucking
on
know,
now.
baby. Number 18 was best RPG, and you can probably guess what won this one.
Let me guess. Actually, I don't remember.
Best RPG.
RPG?
Yes.
What came out this year?
I'll give you the list.
Give it to me.
You give the list. You make a second prediction right now.
Right now, live.
It was Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 16, Lies of P, Sea of Stars, and Starfield.
Baldur's Gate?
It was Baldur's Gate.
Yeah.
That is absolutely right. I just when Zelda pulled up, I'm like, wait, what?
Wait, Zelda won too?
No. And you had, not only did you predict it right now, you also predicted it correctly last.
Got 3?
That episode. So you got 3 points. I got 1 point on that. My prediction.
Sea of Stars?
I think it is Sea of Stars purely out of bias.
I love it.
I do. I just wanted it so
Classic.
bad. Best fighting game, Joshy, number 19 on here. That went to Street Fighter 6. Good on them, too, because I think Capcom needed this break.
They definitely needed to, because I think Street Fighter 5 got a lot of shit.
It did.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of, I felt like a big, Hayden, right, Dusty.
Yeah.
Pardon me, he, one of the biggest Street Fighter fans I have ever met.
Oh, yeah.
You know? And it really just felt like Street Fighter 5 was a lot of promise.
Yeah.
And the execution was there, but really left people feeling like there's so much more.
More they could do.
Right. And I feel like, from what I've gathered about 6 kind of is that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that makes me happy.
Me too.
Yeah.
And you and I both got a point in that one. That also makes me happy.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, bro.
I like having a point.
Number 20 was Best Family Game, and we have Super Mario Brothers Wonder, which makes me ecstatic, and you and I both got
got
3
a point.
points.
Yeah, let's go.
3 points,
3
baby.
points,
We
baby.
had it.
Yes, sir.
Good, correct. There's a few that both of us predicted correctly.
Correctly.
It's perfect.
That's what I like to see.
Number 21, Joshy, is Best Sim Strategy Game.
Okay.
And I remember specifically voting Fire Emblem on this one because I think it was the only time it made the list.
Yeah.
The winner was Pikmin 4.
Oh, yes. I saw that
sir.
just today, actually.
So you got 3 points on
Let's
that
go.
one. And I got 1 point.
Let's go.
Yes, sir. Number 22 was Best Sports Racing Game. You can already probably guess what won this one.
Forza?
It sure did, and I got 3 points, and you got 1 point off that one.
Boy.
And the next here is best. Wow, we're kind of going through the awards, kind of like the Game Awards.
Yeah, we are.
Just back to back.
Not even 30 seconds.
Keep
it going. Come on.
No speech.
Fuck no.
Yeah, what do they say in the teleprompter? Please wrap it up. Wrap it up. Number 23 is Best Multiplayer, presented by Discord.
Okay.
And the winner was Baldur's Gate 3, you already know.
Oh, yeah.
I scored 1 point for me and 3 points for you.
Let's go,
you
Joshy.
already know, baby. Joshy is on one,
on
bro.
this.
Most anticipated game.
Yes.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
Incredible.
We both got that one, right? Yes, sir.
Yep,
3 points there. Then we have Content Creator of the Year,
Ooh.
which we didn't, I think, if I remember right, you and I didn't really know
too
this
many.
list. Yeah, a lot of these esports questions we get into, like we were kind of
a little
stabbing
in the dark.
Yeah, definitely. So the winner was Iron Mouse.
Okay.
0 points for both of us, so we didn't get that on there.
Well, congrats to Iron Mouse.
Congrats to Iron Mouse.
Really cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's something cool to get.
Number 26 is Best Esports Game, with Valorant taking that winner.
Did I vote for that?
You sure did.
That's
so you
right.
Got 3 points,
Yes.
baby. And I got 1.
Nice.
And we got Best Esports Athlete was Lee Faker, Seong Heong. Hope you know what? I don't know how to even pretend I pronounced that right.
Yeah.
This guy was like
best.
my favorite League of Legends player.
Yeah.
When I was really into esports, I saw this guy no, I didn't see him like live. I went to like a live thing at PAX, but I watched this guy like stream and like during Worlds. And this guy, he just like if everyone else at their best is here, this is this guy.
He's just over.
Unreal. There's this one. I'll go into a small tidbit.
Yeah.
There's this champion in League called Zed, and he's a ninja.
Okay.
He's notoriously extremely difficult to play. And also, I'm talking very old League now, so I haven't played League in like 7 years, I think. So this is like, 7, 8, 9 years ago, somewhere around there.
So you've been watching this guy back then, and he just won the award?
Yeah.
Wow.
Isn't that crazy? He's won awards before. So this guy apparently is still a legend, right?
Going hard.
So this guy played mid lane, which is in professional league.
Yeah.
Mid lane is like the shot calling highest pressure lane, okay? And so usually the best player in the team is usually in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And this guy took this ninja character, his name's Zed, took him to mid lane, and normally you play mages in mid lane for not just damage, also kind of like you bring a lot of crowd control and kind of like because you're the shot caller. Yeah.
I feel like that makes sense.
Yeah, right? So the Zed character, what made him kind of unique is he had this ability to send forth a shadow, aka a clone of himself, and the clone is stationary, but it will mimic any move you have. So he's got a move that throws shurikens, he's got a move that spins like blades, and it copies it. So as you can imagine, the skill ceiling of this is super high because you're kind of controlling two characters at once. Yeah. And after you send out the shadow, you can teleport and switch your body with the shadow if you're within like a large radius.
Yeah.
His ultimate ability will make a third shadow. So it's this whole mind game of fucking
Dude, you gotta be really good.
Yes, and I remember when Worlds came out and this guy was competing and he took this in the mid lane. It was like, it was like a pocket pick. It was like, this guy's playing Zed in the mid lane. What's happening? Yeah. And he fucking destroyed.
Really?
Like single-handedly just carried that match to victory. And it was one of the coolest moments I remember.
That sounds fucking lit. Even just like, I love games where it's like, Smash, I think, is an example that we can both relate to.
Definitely.
Just the idea that every character is very different. And sometimes you will find, like, people, especially, like, professional play, where it's like they pull out a character and you didn't even know that character was as crazy as it was.
Right.
Maybe they're
or
not
even viable.
Yeah, maybe that character's not even that good, but the way that they're played by that person is incredible.
And because you have never seen it before,
it's unpredictable.
It takes you on it's a whole new level of gameplay because you're used to playing who everyone plays.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? It's kind of like Melee because only the last couple of years there's this guy in Japan who's like the best Melee Yoshi player. And before this guy started climbing in tourneys, Yoshi was deemed very like unviable.
Yep.
He has high level play, but it's so like tight in his gameplay.
Yep.
Like this crazy tech where you like grab ledge and then you fall below ledge and throw your egg and just like do all these things like frame perfect.
Yeah.
And this guy like is an example of like, he's viable.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
No, top player.
I love that shit, to be
Me
honest
too, bro.
with you.
Let's move on here, though, Joshy.
Yep.
Next on here is Best Esports Team,
Yes.
which was JD Gaming, which is actually the team that Faker is on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I got 3 points for that one. You got 1 point. I can't remember the team that you voted for, but I'm pretty sure both of us didn't really recognize a lot of these esports teams.
I think I just like the name.
You heard of this name on one. It was oh wait, I'm not on my list yet. Yeah, you put Fnatic.
Fnatic, because it's Valorant, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly right. Yeah. Next on here was Best Esports Coach, and Christine Potter-Chi won, and that just got me 1 point there.
Nice.
And,
congrats to them.
Yeah, congrats.
Love it.
Absolutely. And the number 30 Best Esports Event was the 2023 League of Legends World Championship. I got a point. You got 3
I got 3.
I should have had more faith, to be honest.
League is still viable, man.
It's so viable.
People are still going for it.
I voted... What did I vote for here? It was Evo. I can't believe League beat Evo.
Impressive.
That's kind of crazy,
Very
to be
impressive.
honest. All right, Josh, and that brings us to the last 2 categories here. First being Game of the Year.
Game of the Year.
I have a massive meme for you.
Okay.
When we were doing the episode for predictions,
Yeah.
at the very top, I had Game of the Year prediction.
Oh, yeah.
And then I said, Joshy, let's skip this and come back to it.
Come back.
We never went back. We never predicted the Game of the Year.
Oh, fuck. I'll predict it now.
So funny.
No, that's crazy.
Huh?
So who won Game of the Year?
So the winner, as we've been alluding to,
Yes.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Can we talk about it for a second?
Let's talk about it.
Just because I can see that. I really can. And honestly, with everything that came out, with what other developers said about Baldur's Gate 3, which is something I've never heard other developers talk about, which is this should not be set as the standard of development of a game.
This shouldn't be?
Yes. There were developers basically saying, do not have expectations this high for other developers or other games in the future.
I see.
Did you ever see that story?
No.
Plenty of developers came out, and I watched this video on IGN of this guy, or maybe it was, I think it was IGN, to be honest,
or another
of this guy basically being like, that's embarrassing that anyone would have to say that in the first place. Like, the whole point and the whole reason that, like a game this large should be seen and respected is because of what it does for the industry. Not looking at it like it's some kind of
standard.
That is seriously, if you're looking at it like, fuck, we're going to have to go harder in our development. Good. Seriously, good. There is a level of true, I'm going to say masterwork that's done for this game from what I've heard. Haven't even played it myself. And to
I'm
be
in
honest,
the same boat as you, and I've heard largely the same things.
From what I've played, it is not my game of the year, because I didn't play it. But I absolutely understand the winning of this because it is a game-changing game. This game has things that you do in the first 3 hours that'll come back in hour 16. Little tiny details, little tiny things, relationships you have with other characters, the way it affects the plot, ways that literally has other developers scared.
Yes.
That is a Game of the Year winner.
That is a statement, man. It is.
Seriously.
Because, no, you're so right, man, because that is literally how innovation happens.
That's exactly how it happens.
100%. And
it's the only way.
I feel like it's worth pointing out, too, that these guys made the first sequel to the series in it was 20, 25 years, right? Amazing. Yeah. Amazing that they went through all this and through just direction and so much hard work and that amazing team. I don't even know the team behind it, to be honest with you. I don't even know who published it. But the fact that it came out and did this well off gate without off gate.
Baldur's Gate.
Baldur's Gate, bro.
Did you not get that?
Why did I just get it?
I thought you said that on purpose.
Isn't it funny how it goes? You know, sometimes it just comes out, right?
It just happens.
But off rip, it does so well without the need for any kind of major update. I know there's been updates, but not this need for a major update. Like not looking at Cyberpunk and being like, I see what it's supposed to be and it's not. Baldur's Gate, off rip, man. So much critical acclaim.
Yeah.
Unreal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, in a record-breaking way. I think they deserve it. I really
completely
think they
agree, and that's my thing. I if I were to vote, I would have gone Tears of the Kingdom because for some very similar things, there has not been an action adventure game with that much control and just creativity that's given to the player truthfully right off the gate.
Yeah.
And in this playground filled to the brim, literally like this map is stuffed with things to do. And yeah, they're reusing the same central map, but we're dealing with 3 maps in this game.
3.
And that extends to the way that you play the game too, where Breath of the Wild, it feels like it's this map and it's almost like a tank, right?
Yeah.
A little piece of a sliver, massive map, huge for the time too, still, and jam-packed with just as much stuff. However, what they did was they just extended that completely upward, and that is so interesting to me because one thing I love about the game too, just to talk about one of my favorite games that I played this year, the layers, the way that the Sky Islands work, some are way higher, some are a little bit lower. It's not like here's the map, here's the map above it. It's like it's just layers.
There's depth to the added layer,
and there's even a depths. That's what the underground is called. There's an entire underground. Beyond the main world, there's cave systems that you can find. But beyond that is this place called the Depths. And it's a whole brand new map. Not even talked about at any trailer.
This is the first time I've heard about it. That's crazy.
You will find so many things. It's just as big as the original map. And it's jam-packed with stuff as well. And that kind of stuff is how you like really build on a sequel Breath of the Wild, and just giving you that creativity and then expanding on that every time you do something. And in like
the best ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There were moments when I was feeling like there were shrines that felt like real Zelda puzzles. Zelda puzzles. Yeah. And that is also something. And also bring back temples. That's beautiful. I love it. And it's still the same kind of vibe where it's like, but it's different. Yeah. I don't want to say too much, but the whole appeal of a shrine in a temple in Zelda is that you are given this brand new tool, right? And then that is how you learn to use it in this controlled space.
And usually you get it like halfway through
too.
Right?
Yes,
so
exactly.
You're figuring out,
so
you
realize
within the dungeon you can't go certain places.
There's certain things you can't do.
And now the whole dungeon's unlocked. And, along with like some parts of the game.
And so a huge complaint with Breath of the Wild was these divine beasts are all tools that I've already been using this entire game. They changed that in Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah.
There is something you get and something you use to explore these temples. I'm not going to tell you personally what it is, but it's so much more Zelda than it could possibly feel.
Which, honestly, and you know me, because you know I'm hyped as fuck for that. Or the concept of it.
Absolutely. And they're called temples too. So
hell yeah.
And it's got the vibe. It's got the vibe. It's got everything that you could want. So, sorry, I just wanted to talk about.
No, dude, no, that was probably the perfect time for it. I'll even add in here,
please,
the last vote on here, right, which was player's voice. So this was a completely community-driven nominees with completely community-driven vote for the winner. Okay.
Yes.
The nominees for it were Baldur's Gate 3, of course. Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty, Genshin Impact, Marvel Spider-Man 2, and Tears of the Kingdom.
Yes.
And the winner was Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah. So rightfully so, because I feel like,
we've already
to be honest with you, if the players voted and it matched what, because do you know how the voting and stuff works for this?
Not so much, not really.
Let me give you a small tidbit of what I'm pretty sure I know from it. Okay. A lot of people think this is put on by one guy. It's the first time something like this is put on by one guy within this industry.
Right.
So it was kind of this is rigged, or this personal bias, or all these things.
Jeff Keighley
it's thinks. Literally nothing like that.
Yeah.
In fact, there's so many checks and balances in place to make this a fair thing.
Yeah.
This has input from 120 different games, not just game studios. It's certain people from all over in the industry, right?
Absolutely.
And they all come together, and Jeff himself doesn't know until we know.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like that.
So it's not biased in any way. It's from all over the world.
Yeah.
The votes come from.
Love it.
So I feel like if that is the way that Baldur's Gate 3 was voted in, and that the players voted the same, we're aligned.
Absolutely.
It obviously deserved that to win that title.
Completely agree.
Joshy, I have a little bit more here, and then I want to dive into our own personal game of the year. But do you mind if we take a little break real quick? Because I gotta pee.
Let's do it.
Real bad. Okay.
Let's pee.
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm ready.
All right, we are back. Joshy, so I have the bonus round that you and I both did last week. So we both made... I keep saying last week, but you know what I'm talking about. Prediction episode. Yeah.
Prediction episode.
Yesterday, basically.
Might as well
yeah, so I have what you and I had for our 3 predictions and where we are at with them. And so first was you, and this was... our bonus round, to clarify for our audience, was these were announcements and reveals that we were predicting was going to come out during the Game Awards. So Joshy predicted Metroid Prime 4, a new Cyberpunk anime, and God of War Ragnarok DLC, which did come true, nailing Josh 3 extra points. I guessed Grand Theft Auto 6 trailer. Unfortunately, was spoiled. It wasn't even meant to come out, though. So I bet Rockstar just was like, nah, we're just going to do our own thing. You know what I mean? As they usually do.
Of course.
And then there's a Switch 2 announcement trailer. That didn't happen.
Did not get that.
But we did get a new Persona 3 remake trailer, baby.
So we both
got 3 extra points.
3 extra points.
So with that all being said, I know you were... Yeah, I got the results here. Who do you think won based on everything that you just heard?
I think with what I heard, I think I won.
Yeah? Do you think it was close?
I would say it's close.
Close.
Just from what I heard.
Okay. I have the results.
Okay.
Joshy.
Okay.
I had 44 points.
44 points.
And you had 56.
What?
Yes, sir. You won by a landslide, my guy.
I thought it'd be much closer. It felt like it was close.
Yeah, no. And even if I got that one category I completely missed, like at most I would have been still 10 behind you.
Damn.
You know? Yeah. Yeah, you scorched me, buddy.
So I should be now. People should respect things I say online.
Yes.
And when I make a prediction, people should absolutely listen to everything
I'd say so. That sounds like the logical and smart thing to do.
Sounds like what would happen.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm going to do. Until next year when I challenge your ass once again.
Back to it.
Yes, sir.
You're right.
That was so fun, though.
Yeah,
I'm glad we did that.
I'm not kidding. I was literally thinking while we were doing it, I was like, what a fun way to do the Game Awards. Like, that was fucking so much fun.
Yeah.
Great ideas. So fun execution, too. I love it.
Fuck yeah. I'm so glad you liked it, man. I want to kind of like make it spicy like year by year. So I'm sure we'll think of some new ideas by then, too. And other ways we can have fun with other kind of like predictions throughout the year.
Absolutely.
So Joshy, let's dive into, to wrap up our main topic today, our own conversation about Game of the Year.
Let's talk about
which is going to be the title of this episode. I know the Game Awards is important. I think it's also worth noting and mentioning that the Game Awards is not the only indicator or any like award system for games. Like there's the DICE Awards, that happens in January. There's several other things here. There's the Golden Joystick Awards. There's GameSpot, Polygon, IGN, obviously, like other big publications, Time Magazine, Giant Bomb, which I think it's Europe or Japan. I can't quite remember.
Okay.
But I have the results of several of those, and several of them are still not available. You know, IGN still doesn't have their Game of the Year yet.
They're waiting.
Taking
their sweet time.
Yeah, as they should, right? It's a big decision. But I think you're going to like how this ended up. So I'll start with the Golden Joystick Awards. The winner this year was Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3.
And info of the Golden Joystick Awards, it's the second oldest gaming awards ceremony.
Wow.
And it's been going on since 1984.
Wow.
In London, Berkeley Square.
Golden Joystick, huh?
Yeah.
Just been going on for a minute.
Yeah, I didn't realize how old it was.
I didn't either.
So that's pretty cool. And then GameSpot
GameSpot
gave Baldur's Gate 3 also Game of the Year. Yes, sir.
Sounds like
Polygon. Tears of the Kingdom.
Let's go.
You fucking know.
That's what I want to hear.
Time Magazine. What do you think Time Magazine Game of the Year?
Probably Baldur's Gate.
You think?
That's what I think.
They actually gave it to Alan Wake 2.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Kind of nuts.
That is nuts.
Yeah.
I like that too.
Me too. I like the variety pack in here.
Game of the Year.
And Giant Bomb gave it to Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Yes, sir. I was really happy to see Tears of the Kingdom winning like more than one like Game of the Year here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because they deserve it.
No,
like, truly. From everything that you've said and everything that I have taken in on the game and like, you know, largely only playing like I've spent like 5 hours in the game.
Sure.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm so happy that this game has turned out to be what it is.
Me too.
You know, even in all the ways I still don't know. Like, it's so hype because we've had conversations about this before, both off and on cast, but like, you know, it's so tough to make that sequel experience like Spider-Man 2
completely
really feel like a deserved sequel experience.
I completely
without
agree.
Being too over ambitious or like just not executing it well.
Not executing it the way, you know, that works with what the original game was trying to do.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And I think it's it's very admirable for the 2 sequels that I just fell in love with this year.
Yes, bro. You know? Hell yeah. Admirable. So I wanted to dive into now, just you and me. Do you got like a list here of the new games that you've played this year? I
have a list of games I played this year.
Or any contenders you have for your game of the year.
I would say yes.
Cool.
I do. I have kind of I guess technically only 2 big ones that came out this year.
Okay.
But I have a list of the games that I played this year.
Yeah.
That I thought really deserved a Flash Bros game of the year.
Hell yeah.
But not even some of these are games I played this year.
Yeah.
They didn't come out this year.
I understand. Yeah. Like, and that's kind of my struggle as a game. I feel like a lot of people are in this category.
Yeah.
Where I'm not always playing the newest games that have come out.
No.
I have a huge backlog, you know, I chunk out like with a seasonal kind of life where, you know, life has so much it throws at you. But like just with like my bartending, like there's half of the year where I'm so busy that unless I set aside time for gaming, I'm probably not gaming.
Right.
And other half of the year where I have August, I spent 120 hours gaming. You know what I mean?
Of course I do.
So let's talk about it though, because I'm down to like whatever award that you personally want to give Game of the Year. I think it can be whatever kind of like qualifications we want to have for it. It's valid.
I have a couple games that I played that I also did not beat. I have those a little separated too. So you want me to give you my list of games that I played this year and beat? That I feel like are contenders for Game of the Year. More like a Flash Game of the Year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You feel me?
Flash Bro Joshi Game of the Year.
Game of the Year. Which could be a game from any time.
Yes.
To be honest with you. So I'm going to get started with the 2 games that I played that came out this year.
Okay.
Tears of the Kingdom, of course.
Of course.
And Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 I just beat earlier this week. This weekend, I guess, or last weekend, I guess.
Not that. Oh yeah, it was about a week ago, right?
Maybe it was Monday too. I don't.
Sometime between last episode and now.
Yeah, I just beat it though. It was pretty recent.
If I remember right, last episode where you were at was you had everything done except the last boss. Yeah.
And that's where I was.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and then I beat it.
So that's like the most fresh on your minds. Really.
Seriously, the most fresh.
Yeah.
So that one's up there, big time.
Okay.
Another one that I almost came to the memory of it came to me because it was earlier this year.
Okay.
Was Kirby and the Forgotten Land.
Dude.
So
I forgot about that.
That was it didn't. I think it came out last year, I believe. But I did not get into it or play it.
No, you're right.
Until this year. And that game is incredible. Seriously,
incredible.
like if anything, they do this incredible ability of making Kirby feel like it's always been a 3D platform. It does not feel like the first 3D platformer Kirby.
Sure.
They just take everything they got, go balls to the wall with the story, with the gameplay, the mechanics that they have are introduced that are new. Instead of doing traditional Kirby but 3D, they did non-traditional Kirby with new ideas that would work in 2D in 3D. You know what I mean? And by that I mean like upgrading mechanics and having that ability to unlock new upgrades to your powers and your abilities, and being able to choose between
which is
the
so
3 levels.
Badass.
It's so sick, dude,
It
really does bring this progression feeling that you have even going through old levels. You know, because it's kind of got that not Collectathon vibe, but it's like
kind of like Metroidvania.
Yeah, you got a
vibe, right?
Absolutely, and I love it. I think it's seriously. It's a contender for Game of the Year that I played this year.
Yeah, dude. Fuck yes.
Another one was and technically this didn't come out this year as well. It came out November last year. But Scarlet and Violet, and then I said Slash the Teal Mask, which I did play to completion this year.
Yes.
But I was hooked this year, the beginning of this year especially, to Scarlet and Violet.
Yeah.
And I seriously
which is an attest to it too, by the way. If you've been hooked on it since the beginning of the year,
and I'm still excited,
and you still are, and you're still on board,
can't stop.
Yeah,
no, and that's something that I'm so unbelievably happy about is just I think the execution of this game, because no matter what, I really am a massive Pokemon fan, but I think there's a level of fun that I haven't had in a Pokemon game in a long time that I had with this game. And I think that, not just it being on the Switch and being so accessible, in that sense, but just I really enjoyed the world and the Pokemon variety and everything that I felt the new Pokemon brought to it. But also just, kind of making me appreciate the Pokedex a little bit more in a way that I hadn't in past games. So,
like, what do you mean by that specifically?
Well, just the Pokemon that they give you, and appreciating every Pokemon for what they are. And then I'm also a sucker for any time they add new evolutions to previous. If anything,
or even like the forms, right?
Yeah, absolutely. The forms are like the gameplay mechanics too. It just feels like they just added a lot. I really like terrestrialization. I think it's
you mentioned that,
one of the most fun since like Mega.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Where it's like, instead of it being basically a big move, it's a way to change the game.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like to change the battle in a certain way.
In like an exciting way.
Way too. Absolutely. And I was gonna say as well, the one of the things that like the new Pokemon evolutions that I think are so fucking necessary. It feels like, how the fuck did these not... Number one, King Gambit, the evolution to... There's Pawniard, Bisharp, and I literally look at those two and I'm like, how the hell did they do Pawniard, Bisharp, and they didn't do like a King? It's like a pawn character, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So, that was one of those where I'm like, this is so necessary.
Yeah.
I will talk a little bit about Teal Mask. I've talked a lot about this game already, but Teal Mask just is just for even what it brought back to the world. I absolutely adore everything that it brought to Pokemon and everything that it's trying to do for this kind of like 3-part story that's going on, and I love it. I really do love it. I think that, like we said in episode 7, remember that number?
You got it, baby.
Yes, sir. I feel like they really are mastering their DLC, and they're figuring out what they want to do
for sure
with each one. And this is the first time they've kind of done a continuous story that kind of evolves.
And a 2-part DLC.
Yeah, 2-part DLC where the characters are changing. Your rival starts off with this kind of like timid nature, and over time he's upset by the fact that you keep beating him. The Pokemon like you more, and it makes him jealous and upset, and he has these fits of rage, and then he is changing over time, and in the end he's like, I don't really like you anymore, man. And he kind of has this turn on you, and his sister's like, yeah, he'll probably come around, and he's like, I'm not going to. And then that leads into the next, and I'm just like, whoa. I just want to see where this goes.
Yeah. As
a Pokemon rival, already having that is so fucking interesting.
Yeah, it is. Especially compared to past tropes.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Because those tropes are, the character kind of starts a way, and he kind of stays that way. Even if it's I really liked Hop. I really liked him because he kind of goes through something similar. He wants to be as good as his brother. And then even Sword and Shield, I thought they did some really funny ones, like with Bede too. You remember that guy and how he turns into the fairy type leader after being the most edgy dude the entire game.
Big edgelord.
Those are fun and those are great, but I just haven't seen a dynamic like that.
Like this,
that evolved and changed. Evolved. So that was super fucking awesome, and I love both of those so much. And then another one.
Oh yes.
Who I would absolutely put up for Game of the Year is Astro's Playroom.
Astro's Playroom.
I had to put this on here and talk about it.
For how much you've actually talked about it already? For real.
It's one of the most fun 3D platformers and one of the most PlayStation history celebration of what has been before, while also celebrating what the PS5
is now.
Yeah, right. And I just adored it. I was hooked. It's really sometimes it's tough because Nintendo has this, kind of history to it, where it feels like this huge family, and all the consoles that came before are remembered and loved, and the games that even come before, even if they won't fucking bring Mother 3 to a fucking localization, there is this feeling of love. Smash Bros is huge. All these characters feel like a part of this Nintendo family. And to be honest, it's sometimes tough for other companies to get to that level. And this was the first time when I just felt like I was a part of the PlayStation family.
Wow.
And it literally, like, it brings up every
like
console.
A Nintendo-like way.
It felt like a Nintendo game for the PlayStation, because there's even, like, there's references in every level to every single big PlayStation game. All the little... Did you ever play it? You didn't play it, huh?
No.
There's little robots that you see along the stage.
And that's, like, on the cover, right?
Yeah,
like those little, like, cute robots.
The little robot guys, they are like wearing costumes, and they reenact all these parts just on the side of the stage. And the music is amazing. It's fucking free. And I've listened to the soundtrack. I pulled up songs from the soundtrack, and it's incredible. It's CPU Jungle. Look up that song. It is fucking so good.
Jungle.
It's got lyrics that are in it, and it's this like catchy tune that just is like, it's not annoying.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Wow.
I would play like a full blown Astro's Playroom if they made it like just the way that they did, and the way that they take every piece of the hardware. Kind of reminds me of Tearaway.
Yeah.
In the way where they use every piece of hardware.
Yes.
So yeah,
to be honest, I feel like the biggest interest I have in all of what you said is the fact that it was PlayStation that executed this.
Absolutely.
Right? And
promise.
A modern, very well designed and fun to play 3D platformer is not the norm these days.
No.
That's the old style of like gaming.
But it's a collectathon too.
Right.
So it's got that feeling.
But even like I'm thinking of like things like Hat in Time and stuff that like have tried to execute kind of that formula, or ukulele, right?
Yeah, ukulele.
And it just misses, right? For reasons, right?
Absolutely.
And this just sounds, because I have not just heard glorified reviews from this game from you. I've heard it from everyone online who's ever played this game.
I promise it is, and it is not long. And it is not hard to 100%. It is not hard to platinum. You will, especially you and what you enjoy.
Oh, yeah.
There's so much to love about that game. Like, there's so much. If anything, the more I talk about it, the more it goes higher on my
your
list. Because I was obsessed, and I was so sad when it ended. I just wanted more, and I would boot up the game even after I 100% and platinum it, just to go through my little like history stand and look at the whole thing. The game feels alive. The whole hub world has this interesting theme. It feels alive too. The whole thing is it's supposed to take place in your PS5, and it just does it. It makes your PS5 feel alive. It just
so
does.
Cool.
It's incredible.
Yeah.
I've been talking about it a lot, but
hey, whatever you want to talk about. Yeah, it's your Game of the Year award.
And then I have a couple honorable mentions, which I will not give off, but I played this year. Did not beat, though.
Okay.
But I genuinely feel...
Do you feel like you need to beat it for it to be a Game of the Year contender for you personally?
I would say...
Because that's a big kind of point of argument out there.
I would say no. Okay. Because my Game of the Year I technically have not beaten.
Okay.
But I these games I haven't gotten further enough to really like sink my teeth in and just like grab for everything that it has. But I mean, maybe. Like I put Half-Life 2 Episode 2.
Okay.
I played earlier this year. Seriously incredible. Like it just is like the most fun dynamic shooter, single player shooter.
Yes.
And it never feels like a horde of enemies.
Sure.
It's like okay, how am I going to take these guys down?
Yeah.
And I'm not a shooter guy. I did not think I was.
No, and I know that feeling. And that feeling like it
I gotta,
like,
yeah,
like I gotta versus I wanna.
Oh my god,
right?
I can't wait. If anything, there's like moments where I'm walking around, I'm like, I can't wait for the Combine to pull up on me because I am going to fuck their shit up. And it's always, they always just give you little areas for shootouts in ways that are so much fun, especially Half-Life 2 Episode 2.
Oh yeah,
they introduced this car that you can kind of drive around in, and it's cool. It's just so much fun. Yeah, another one that I really loved was Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart.
Oh, yes.
Some of the weapons in that, so much fun. Insomniac,
I forgot that you started that this year.
Yeah, I started that this year. So I didn't play enough to really say that it would be my game of the year. But I will put it on the list because that's a game that I could just get lost in.
Yes,
you know
man.
what I mean?
I'll add on too that that was what I was hoping was going to be my game of the year last year.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty sure it came out last year,
I think
right?
It did.
Whatever year it came out. It was last year or the year before. And I got it and I was like so hyped to play it and really like, I'm like, okay, this is like a PS5 experience I want, especially because I love the first remake so much, you know?
Absolutely.
But because I didn't beat it, it was like, all right, I guess it won't be my game of the year.
Yeah.
You know? But
absolutely.
it will definitely be on my list when I get around to it.
It is just as the fun experience that you had. It's a sequel to that.
Yeah.
And it just adds more. And I feel like it's got good vibes.
Hell
and I
yeah.
love it. Another one that I really enjoyed this year was Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, yeah.
Which I have only good things to say.
The one by Square?
Yeah, Square Enix.
Wow.
Right? Yeah. So much fun.
Okay.
And seriously, I did not expect it to be as much fun. The characters are always like saying something to each other, and if anything, it never feels like the game is empty. It feels like you're with your friends.
Whoa.
But it's a single player experience,
Yeah.
and there's no multiplayer to it. And the way it works is you play as Peter Quill, and you have your blasts, and you have ways to like jump around, and it's you got like flips and shit you can do, and like you can kind of fly for a second. He's fun to play, but the real fun is strategically using your teammates because you're the leader. So you literally like you hold down a button and you can send your people to do something.
Yeah.
And I beat the first boss, and it was just so much fun. And I really want to get around to play it, but it's kind of hit the backlog a little bit, which is unfortunate. Sure. But as games I played this year, I'm like, that's up there.
Stood out.
No question.
Hell yeah. That's great. I forgot that game existed, to be honest.
I'm telling you, it is a diamond in the rough. Like, there's something super special about it.
That makes me happy, especially after like everything that went down with kind of their last...
The Avengers game?
Yes.
Well,
and
that
I didn't
game
like
was
the direction it went.
Dog shit.
Right.
It really does feel like Guardians of the Galaxy is like redemption from that.
Yeah.
Because instead of focusing on any kind of like microtransactions or costumes that are made to be bought, every costume, there's no microtransactions. Every costume you just find throughout the worlds. The plot is interesting. It's funny. It really is funny. Like, it makes me laugh. The situations are quirky enough for it to feel like a Guardians of the Galaxy movie. And I seriously love it.
Okay.
That wraps up my list, though.
Okay. Yeah. So with that all being said, you got a personal pick you want to announce? Or do you want me to give you my list first?
I think I'm down to pick my
Let's
favorite.
hear it.
Okay.
What's Joshy's pick this year?
So this is really tough.
Yeah.
It really is, because I think I played some bangers of games this year.
Absolutely.
And I think any of these could be, anything that I mentioned already.
Okay. But you kind of mentioned that your game of the year you hadn't beaten yet, right?
That is true.
Or hadn't completed yet.
Yeah.
So
that was my game of the year, I said, for the ones that they gave me.
Oh, yeah.
But I think I'm going to have to go with Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom.
It really is a once in a lifetime gaming experience. Just playing it for the first time, getting it day one, and just like exploring everything it has to offer. If you ask me on the year, what game of the year is for 2017, it would be Breath of the Wild, no question.
No question.
And if you can recreate that experience and expand on that more with new mechanics that open up exploration even more, it's a no-brainer. Like, I've had some amazing games. Spider-Man 2 would be my second choice if I could, to be honest.
Absolutely.
That experience was incredible. But Tears of the Kingdom is amazing. They fix everything that really was kind of half-assed, and not even half-assed, but just a little undercooked in the first one.
Sure.
Dungeons absolutely fixed the memory system, where the memories are kind of like just not that interesting to watch. I was hooked on these memories.
Really?
In Tears of the Kingdom, absolutely. It's like a...
Because that's kind of how I felt with Breath of the Wild, too. Like, it was like, the memories are like, whatever.
I'll get them all. You know what I mean? If I get around to it. But Tears of the Kingdom, I had to know the order in which they went in, which they give it to you in-game. There's like this temple you go to, and there's these, like, signs on the wall, and you have to find those signs on the ground, and then you find like the section that you get it.
Oh, shit.
So fucking compelling.
Yeah.
It literally was like a movie, and I wanted to know what was going to happen. And that just culminates into this incredibly emotional moment that made me cry, that leads into other like parts of the main quest, that just like things that happened that I didn't think would be possible with the format that Breath of the Wild has.
Sure.
If you know what I mean.
Yeah. I think you're picking up what you're
picking it up. So
absolutely
incredible.
Yeah.
Seriously incredible.
Fuck
Game of the year for me.
Game of the year, Tears of the Kingdom. I think that's perfect, man.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, dude. Let me add my tidbit, and
please,
let's make a joint decision here.
Let's do it.
Okay, so for my list, I pre-wrote this list when I was planning out the episode, and I put on my list every game I had played this year, whether I beat it or not, that came out this year. All right. So I don't have any on there besides, well, actually, you'll see. So first on my list here is Mario Bros. Wonder, okay? And as I've discussed extensively on cast, incredible game. Yeah. I was actually really considering this game to actually be my game of the year.
Were you really?
Yes, and a big reason for that is because of just the feeling. The feeling I had starting in the thick of it and finishing it, you know? And I still want to go through and almost go for a 100% run, and there's like a challenge world in it that I haven't beaten, so I want to do all the things. I feel compelled to, but even if I don't, that was an amazing experience that was better than like the last rendition of Mario. Yeah, to be honest, like that's not like a 3D mainline like Odyssey, for example, you know. For the Mario Bros series, I just felt like this was like it's a great example of Nintendo and like how far they've come, you know,
and what they're doing now too.
Yeah, I mean, and instilling like the feelings like that. They just get it. Yeah. In ways not a lot of devs or companies or people get. There's some special people and leadership at Nintendo. Absolutely. And honestly, most of my list is Nintendo. So, I mean, I think there's a testament to that.
It has to be a testament, bro.
Next is Tears of the Kingdom. And granted, it's on the list because I did actually play it. Yes. Even if I only played like 5 hours.
You got to the surface. You did.
Yes, I got to the point of freedom. Okay, yeah, where I can freely explore and do these things. Bless you, brother. We got a sneezing.
I know we're
sneezing. I don't know what's happening. Oh, we got the window open. That's probably it.
Could be.
Letting some allergies in. You know what I mean?
Just
so I do not have as much to say to like the audience really about like about this game as much as you. Yeah. But the impact it had on me in the small amount of time was very positive, and it definitely left me wanting more. I would have much more of a discussion here if I had played it, and I know that for a fact.
And I was gonna say also, even just a little bit of time, and the fact that it can even have an impact on you is a testament to how good that starting intro is. There were moments that felt like I was playing Breath of the Wild again for the first time.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
And that specific statement is, I think, what makes this so special. Yeah. Is that feeling of playing Breath of the Wild for the first time. Feeling. It's so powerful. It's along the same lines, I think, of Xenoblade and AOT. Like, you know what I'm talking about. Like, the emotional impact it has. And for Zelda, it's this unlike, you know, like even, like you just described an amazing experience with Astro's Playroom. Yes. But the feeling that I know that game gave you, it's so different from Breath of the Wild and Zelda. It's this feeling of, like, absolute freedom, like, and everything tying in such a perfect way with the music, story, even if you don't really like the story that much, you know, like even if like the memories didn't quite grasp you, right? Like in Breath of the Wild, like the feeling of exploration and true Zelda that they wanted you to have, they nailed it. And the fact that they do that again in like the same engine, like how?
I could not tell you.
Right.
I don't know how that game is possible.
No idea.
But and I think that also it takes back some like kind of parts of Zelda, like the kind of the creepiness of it. Yes. I mean, that intro is like genuinely so good. Like I mean, even like, how do you do a sequel where you get 1,000 hearts at the end of the first game, and where you have the most powerful weapon, all those things? Yes. They just do it perfectly, and it's just executed in a way where not for a second did I have a feeling like, okay, this is kind of bullshit. Yeah. It was like, I want to get back. Yeah, I want to get in this. I need to get in this.
Yeah, what the fuck is this enemy?
That's what I'm saying. I mean? Yeah,
like this is.
It feels darker too, a little bit more, and
off rip,
right off rip. And I think that there's a testament to that, just to having the kind of cojones.
Yeah.
To just start a game like
You're absolutely
that,
right, man. And again, like, fucking balls for Nintendo for pulling that off, man. Next game I want to talk about on my list here is Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed, because this DLC did come out at the beginning of this year.
This year,
yeah. A lot earlier than we thought it was going to come out. It was pretty much like, hey, it's coming out. Here's this crazy trailer. Remember, it was like 7 seconds long or something, and you literally showed me the trailer first, and you're like, Sam,
dude,
watch this fucking trailer. Insane. Yeah, and I like just woke up and I'm like, what? It was on some direct or something. Yeah. Man, so, I did not beat this, so I am not completely wrapped up in this lore. And the irony is I want to so bad, right? But I do struggle, as I've said on and off casts, like DLC is a very weird thing for me because for me to like get the most out of the experience, I got to be like in it. And I usually don't stay in it for very long, especially if I've completed my experience or as much as I can, So I was so into Xenoblade 3.
Right.
Until I beat it, know? And then the DLC came out not too long after. Because I stopped playing Xenoblade 3 probably like the end of last year. Probably around December, November.
Because it didn't come out until like, it was January this year that the DLC came out?
Yeah, it was like January. Was it March?
Might have been.
It was somewhere around there. I think it was March because I think Fire Emblem came out in January and I was trying to beat it before the DLC.
Yeah,
you did make that happen. Yeah, okay.
Right.
Timeline's coming back.
It's coming back.
So what I want to say on this is that for everything that this is and that I've seen and played, it well deserved to be on this list.
Yeah.
Because it's just like the other DLCs from Xenoblade.
Yeah.
Specifically, really like Torna, and how much they kind of like... They really made you feel like in Torna, like this is a mini Xenoblade game. Because it has so much new mechanics right off rip. Like you're like, oh wow, character switching and like all these things. The way that the combat's faster, like it just feels so good. And they really like wrap this up and have every piece of Xenoblade throughout the series and DLC and what makes you love it. It just like Tears of the Kingdom, it truly makes you feel like, oh my gosh, this is like the conclusion, best conclusion I could have asked for.
Absolutely.
So I'm missing the last bit of story on there, but it might have won my game of the year if I did.
If you did,
to be honest,
that experience already is worth talking about.
Yes,
and it's worth considering as a game of the year.
Absolutely.
So, I'm with you on that, Brad.
Hell yeah. Thanks, bro. And then next on here, I just mentioned it, Fire Emblem Engage.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and this was a game that I started off the year, I think it came out in January, but I don't think I picked it up until like a month or so later. Okay. I remember I was delayed a little bit. Then I started it, and I was really, really hooked for a long time. Ran into I kind of like run into this issue sometimes, I feel like, with Pokemon and Fire Emblem, with myself specifically. Sometimes I'll get too heavy into the meta of things, into like micromanaging everything to be perfect, that it will begin to take away from the game itself.
I totally
do you know what I mean?
I really do.
Yeah, and like it always begins with me looking up like things like what's best or what, you know what I mean? So Fire Emblem Engage definitely has that because the level of customization in the game is truly like bigger than it ever has been, which is already crazy because Fire Emblem is very like customizable and like always has been.
Absolutely.
But it just had like a couple specific things that honestly, a lot of things that I really, really loved, and I thought this is a great direction of the series. Really, like what I mean by that is combat. I felt like the combat, I felt like the features and customizability and everything along those lines was amazing. But then in a lot of kind of the wayside of extra things, and I guess it's just kind of the direction they took in the game. It feels very, I told you this before, characters feel very tropey and anime-esque.
You told me that on cast.
Yeah.
And we kind of talked a little bit about why that was like a little bit different than even like past games and the way that they've done it.
Yes, and a big part of that, I think there's a certain draw to... It's kind of this medieval era has always been a thing within Fire Emblem, and it reminds me a lot of AOT, especially at the beginning. So it's kind of that time period, right? Where it's like civilization isn't that advanced.
Yeah.
Like, they're not driving cars or anything like that. But they got magic, swords, there's war.
Right.
You know, that's the setting, right?
Absolutely.
Animals, whatever.
Absolutely.
And the dark tone that kind of goes with that era fits Fire Emblem so well. And that's what they had been doing up until the recent entries, pretty much since 3DS. And this one just took it a step further. Because the last game, Three Houses, was all about like the school academy, right? And all these things. But it was still same era, still dealt with the same things, and it gets really dark halfway through the game.
Right.
This game, it definitely is dark. Do not get me wrong.
Yeah.
But there's something about the voice acting with, and I played it dub, but voice acting with the way the story is told and then how the characters really are. I could not get fully invested into the story and characters.
Interesting.
And that, I think, is a big takeaway for me.
Is it not in the same era?
It's in that kind of era.
Okay.
But it's just very, like, I want to say, like, almost like it's drawn out and it's much more animated. Like, it's much more loud. It's hard to even explain. Do you understand what I'm saying a little bit?
I really do.
It's like how the characters are, how they communicate with each other, the tropes. It's more anime-esque than, I don't know, maybe Lord of the Rings.
Sure.
Does that parallel kind of? It's hard to explain, but I can't.
I think I'm with
put
you.
my
I think
finger
I
on
get
it.
what you're saying.
Yeah, there's something about it. I couldn't take it too seriously.
Too serious.
As opposed to previous Fire Emblem games, and I've been a huge Fire Emblem fan for years. Like Path of Radiance, the story with Ike, like that is one of like the most amazing stories that I was so sucked into, and the whole world and everything that's happening. I'm on my phone on the wiki trying to like get the lore, you know.
Absolutely.
And it was just not like this for me. My favorite part about this game was gameplay decisions that were advanced from previous games. You know? But it definitely, I felt like I felt it really early on, but it was not going to win my game of the year, and I'm still standing on that.
Yeah.
So great game, but I'm more excited now to see what the next Fire Emblem is.
Yeah.
And to be honest, if they continue down this anime trope route, I think I'm going to like this series less and less.
Wow. You know, I mean, is it done by a different director? Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about the director, but I do know that the same studio has done all the Fire Emblem games.
So it's just like a brand new
intelligent
entry.
systems.
It's not like in any way changed or done by a different like.
No.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well,
same team.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how Fire Emblem works, and I don't know if it's the kind of series that expands on each entry in a way where it's like one can be a style, and then the other can be completely different, kind of Zelda-esque, you know?
Yeah.
Where it's like that's something I think about where, you know, if you were to look at Wind Waker and say, if it goes down this route, I would not be a Zelda fan because there's a level of darkness and intrigue that is in Ocarina that is not in Wind Waker. You know,
you're right on that.
And then
you're
Twilight
so right
Princess comes out.
That's a great example.
And you're like, this is the same studio, same people, same director, same all this.
Yeah.
But there's something fundamentally different about the story it's trying to tell.
Yeah, and the tone.
Yeah,
you know?
Which can make you, in part, appreciate Wind Waker better. I'm not going to say that that's how it is. I don't know how Fire Emblem is. I don't know what direction they want to take. But I think it's always worth, you know, thinking about.
I think you're right.
When it comes
you're
to
right.
those
And I might have different thoughts going into the future.
Sure.
And looking back, like you said, you know. But my takeaway from it is it's almost like it's this close to being like what I would want for the future Fire Emblem, but there's certain things about it that it just
can't miss
do it for me personally. Moving on though, next game on here, so excited, Sea of Stars.
Sea of Stars,
yeah,
baby.
You already know. And this game really, like, I think I was kind of half balancing Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I was, because I was like trying to be engaged, and then I was kind of going back and forth between Xenoblade 3, Future Redeemed, and Engage. And then Sea of Stars was announced coming out, and I forgot about the game for years. And then I remember it was announced, it's coming to the eShop in like 2 weeks. I told you about it. And then I ended up picking it up like that day it came out. And I could not put it down.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I remember it was pretty close to the first episode that we recorded.
Yeah.
And I feel like Sea of Stars kind of has like that really big part of Flash Bros history.
I think you're right. Yeah, it's kind of an origin. I will remember kind of like Sea of Stars. I played that and how I felt. I was literally developing the structure of the podcast while playing the game.
I know.
Yeah.
So it feels like an important part of our story.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm glad you said that. And you're absolutely right, man. And I have talked extensively on this game. And so a quick little recap here is I feel like if anyone, especially nowadays, is trying to take on the approach of let's make a classic JRPG like Final Fantasy VI, like Chrono Trigger, like the classics, and doing it right, like so right, that it's almost impossible nowadays. You know, there's so many claims over decades of games trying to replicate this. And I mean, like, there's a reason that Chrono Trigger back in the day, the team behind it was called the Dream Team, because like no one had ever executed it like that before, way they did it. Truly, and explaining time travel and all these things. And this game just executes everything so right, in my opinion. I do recognize some of the flaws that some people point out, but truly, I felt like everything from difficulty to music to design to just heart in the game, it was all there. And there's no spoken dialogue, like at all, right?
Yeah.
But I was so sucked into the characters and their story that it hit, you know, and that's hard.
I think that is a testament to how good it is.
Completely.
And I think that there's some games that can just pull it off perfectly.
Yes. You know? And to give it even further kind of bonus points for me is the fact that this is the studio's first attempt at a JRPG.
Killed it. That's so
unbelievable.
Impressive. Yeah, that's so impressive.
Truly. Especially coming from the previous big game they had was literally a side-scrolling like Ninja Gaiden style game. Right. Like, wow.
I mean, that also has to do with, I think, the amount of passion that they have for that style too.
Yes.
And I think you can tell when someone just loves a game. It's like what we talk about. You know, a developer doesn't need an insane amount of money. They need a large amount of passion.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And so
absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel like you can truly like draw it out as much as you possibly can if you need to. If you really want to, you know? I'll move on here though. Next up, I got a few games on this list I just want to briefly talk about. The first one is Star Ocean, the second Story R. Technically, I didn't actually play the game yet. I don't own it yet, okay? Because I'm thinking about waiting for a sale, because usually Square Enix games do go on sale periodically. But I did play the demo for 3 hours, right? Which as long as the demo would let me play. And I had a blast playing this game.
Yeah.
So this is hot on my radar. Probably hot, baby. I would probably have a Game of the Year conversation about this game if I beat it. That's how I feel.
Had it,
yeah. That's just kind of like my first... I don't know, kind of like impression off of playing the beginning.
Once again, that's an amazing testament to the game already.
Absolutely.
Is the fact that you played the demo and it's made the list.
Yes, yeah. And speaking of demo, I don't play demos much, but I did play the Sea of Stars demo, and it made me feel basically the same way. And it turned out to absolutely love it.
There you go.
I think you're right, buddy.
I'm loving it.
And then next is, I think you're going to laugh at this one.
Which
Pokemon trading card game on the Game Boy Color.
Right. Oh,
do you remember?
Yes, you played that game
I don't think we talked about it on cast.
We talked about it a little bit on cast.
Did we? Okay, yeah. So, to reiterate then, the Pokemon trading card game hit the eShop on the Game Boy Color, the virtual one. Earlier this year, as a total shock. Like, it was during like a Pokemon event, and they just shadow dropped it. And this was one of my favorite games as a kid growing up. Like, I loved this game just as much as I love Pokemon Red.
That's
like,
so hype.
So hype. And I got so into it. I beat it like when it came out, and I played this game I was playing it all the time for a couple of weeks when it first came out. And I dropped it because I've probably beaten the game like 14 fucking times in my whole life.
Make it 15.
The fact that I still like played this game and it holds up so well, man. This game is it's a gem.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially if you love Pokemon.
And if you like the card game too, if you're a massive fan. I mean, sounds like a slam dunk.
It's a slam dunk. And to be honest with you, if you ever like want to get into the Pokemon trading card game and just like experience actually playing it, the cheapest way to do it is this.
No question.
Playing it on the eShop. Because it's such an expensive game to like buy those cards and whatnot.
What really interests me, I mean, I love the gyms and I love all that idea, but I think one thing that stuck with me with what you talked about is the game exclusive cards that wouldn't be possible with the real game.
Yes.
And I think that is so fucking interesting because that just opens up a lot of potential for
it does.
What you could do with the Pokemon trading card game and what is only truly possible with a digital version of that card game. And I remember you showed me a good couple, and I remember thinking that is probably the reason why I would get into it because I don't really play the card game that much. Yeah. But I think there's something interesting about it. I don't know.
Very special about it. And
I love it.
I almost bet that if you actually gave it a chance, anybody out there, you would be like, wow, I get it. I'm interested in the card game.
Absolutely.
For sure. Also, I want to add another tidbit just to really kind of talk about the technical marvel of this game. The fact that they have the first 3 booster packs of actual cards, and they were able to take those and put them into this is not like a modern like Switch experience, right?
Yeah.
This is a emulator of a Game Boy Color game. Yeah. And if you think back to that time, it's so limited on what you can fit in that cartridge.
Absolutely.
How you can make it look on this tiny little screen. How do you make a card game against another person like readable and playable and fun? They somehow do it. There's shortcuts.
Yeah.
There's ways that they just display everything where you see everything you want. And the pixel art is also gorgeous.
Good as fuck.
It's like pixel art cards.
Love it.
And they're beautiful.
Of real cards.
Of real cards.
Which is so cool.
It's so cool. Even the holograms. Like it has like little pixelated little stars.
I love it.
And it's gorgeous.
I think it's so sick.
And the last game on here is Theatrhythm Final Bar Line. And I talked to you about this offcast when the game first came out and maybe even showed you a little bit. But this was a series that I absolutely adored on the 3DS. One of my favorite 3DS games ever was the Final Fantasy Theatrhythm series. And this is the third one in the series. They had one and then they had kind of a best of, like kind of just like an extra version that had more songs. And I think it added, the first game was touchscreen only, and then they added like the ability to play with just the joystick in your hands, right?
Nice.
And I played the shit out of that game. And then later it came to mobile, and I played it a lot on my phone.
Yeah.
But it kind of seemed like this whole series was on the wayside. Like,
really?
Like eShop shut down. Yeah. So you need a physical copy.
I think I remember you telling me something about this.
Yeah. Okay. So the Final Bar Line was announced, I think, at the end of last year, maybe even the last Game Awards, and it came out at the beginning of this year. I bought it because I just am such a huge fan of really, really good rhythm games, and the music in Final Fantasy is, I mean, it won Score of the Year, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Final Fantasy music, and it covers all across the series. It even has in the like all the DLC of this. There's so many songs in this, it's unreal. It has music from Chrono Trigger, has music from like all these other like Square Enix spin-offs.
Wow.
It's awesome.
That's so cool.
With that being said, it is still more or less the same game. It's just kind of the definitive edition on Switch. And I love it for its novelty, but it doesn't really do anything. I don't know if it could do anything beyond what it already
did, which is what you love.
Right.
But, as
it's
a game.
It's like a retried formula. And I'll put it on my list.
Yeah.
Not a winner, though, for Game of the Year.
I'm interested.
Under the sun.
I want to know
So with that all being said, Joshy, what do you think? After everything I said, what do you think I'm kind of leaning towards here?
With what you said now, it really does feel like maybe I'm biased because I've heard a lot about it, but Sea of Stars
is definitely my Game of the Year.
Is that the one?
Yes, Let's go, baby.
3 points?
Good fun. 3 points to Joshy, getting some bonus points off the rip. It has to. It absolutely has to because of everything that I said, and I just really feel like these underdogs deserve this because I'm not a random like casual gamer, okay? Like I'm pretty hardcore. I put 500 fucking hours into my Switch this year.
That'll do it.
You know, I'm a big appreciator specifically in this genre, and I've played a lot of games that try to do what this game has done and failed.
And just don't do it
bigger
right.
studios, longer development time, you name it. And the fact that these guys just hit every note right for me in the best ways and innovated in ways I've never seen before, that you can look back at the other episodes and hear me talk extensively about it. I had a blast playing this game start to finish, and it felt like truly, I don't know if you ever feel this way. An experience where you pick up a game and you're like, oh my God, I can't put it down. And then when you finish it, you really feel like a little sad, but you're like, that was complete.
Yes.
That is how I felt.
Totally.
Beating this game. So definitely my Game of the Year winner.
I'm really happy to hear that because of everything I've heard. I'm really impressed with it in general. I'm happy to hear that's the winner.
Hell yeah.
I'm happy.
Hell yeah, brother. So with that being said, Joshy, the final point I want to make here is let's come together and decide the Flash Bros game of the year. What do you think? And I want to say for the Flash Bros specifically, let's make it a game that did come out this year.
Okay,
yeah,
let's do it.
unlike
I'm with
personal
that 100%.
picks.
Yeah.
So,
I'm with that 100%.
Of all the games that we talked about,
yes,
what I'm kind of thinking, just to get it started, Tears of the Kingdom,
yes,
Spider-Man 2, and Sea of Stars. That's kind of what I'm feeling is kind of a good mix of
I'm with that.
From both of us.
I'm with that.
Unless you have any others you want to throw on that list there. But I feel like those are kind of our top 3.
No, I think that's perfect.
Together.
Yeah, the top 3. I mean, I know you didn't get to play Spider-Man 2.
Right.
But I really do feel like that is such a big contender for what you and I both appreciate in a story.
And you also really know me as a person and a gamer.
Absolutely.
And I agree with you. I feel like...
I can't wait for you to play these games.
Me too.
Because Spider-Man 1 alone is such an incredible one, but I can't wait for you to play...
I want you to play the whole series,
I want you to play Spider-Man, the DLC, Miles Morales, and then Spider-Man 2. I promise.
And I do too.
It is so worth it.
And I'll be so hyped too if they... I have this crazy kind of like back of the mind thought. If they announce DLC for Spider-Man 2, right? And like in the same way they handled Spider-Man 1, and it has a release date, and I'm available, I want to start my journey to play through, because I struggle to come back, right? I would want to play through the entire series, and I feel like that would be an amazing experience.
I agree. To be honest, my vote for the Flash game of the year is still Tears of the Kingdom.
That is also my vote.
Are you really down for that?
Absolutely.
Okay, because I feel like it hits the marks of what you and I appreciate as a game, and what we can recognize as a game that is so rare that it deserves to have that award given to it during the year that it happens.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
No, 100%. And it doesn't get a Zelda pass. It really doesn't.
No.
Because there are... We've talked on the Zelda episode. Like, there's Zelda games I don't like. Yeah. Okay? And there's direction Nintendo has gone that I don't like and don't agree with.
Absolutely.
And I've already talked about it in this episode, like about Fire Emblem, right?
Absolutely.
But... with everything that you have told me, everything that I've already known about the game, everything, the reviews I have seen, and me intentionally withholding myself from going too deep, those are all very specific reasons. And it sounds to me like every small gripe I had with Breath of the Wild, which was my game of the year back then, by the way, it is everything I want.
And I agree completely. And with what you said from my perspective as well. Because I did have some gripes with Breath of the Wild. But it just takes it and runs with it.
And just runs with it in like the best ways.
Officially,
the Game of the Year winner for the Flash Bros podcast is The Legend of Zelda.
The Legend of Zelda.
Tears of the Kingdom.
I'm loving that, man.
Yes, sir. I'm going to type it in here.
Makes me so happy.
And I want to give it a review score in it. We're going to have a full episode about this once we both finally get it all unraveled.
Oh, yeah.
Perfect. I got it in our document here. Joshy, are we ready to move on and wrap up the episode?
Let's wrap it up.
You down? Okay,
I'm
bro.
So ready.
So first up, I got Telegram here.
Yes.
Which I have one question, and then I didn't get that.
I sent you over text.
Did you?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I completely
Do you want me
missed
to read it? Because I could.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Read that for the second question. For the first question, I got 2 questions today then.
Do you want to choose one of them with me? Because she sent me a couple.
Why don't you pick one?
Okay.
Yeah, pick whatever you want. Actually, start with that.
Okay. You want to start with this one?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
We'll start with Katie.
Alright, these are some good ones. Alrighty.
Yeah, pick one on there. One juicy one.
So this one, okay. I think we'll enjoy this one because I think we'll have a good little hot debate.
Yeah, down.
What's your opinion on Dragon Ball versus JoJo? What's better and why?
Ooh. Okay, this is fun.
Yeah,
because I have little Dragon Ball knowledge.
Yeah.
But I love JoJo.
JoJo is one of your faves, right?
Oh yeah. JoJo was one moving into this house where I was begging you guys to watch it.
I remember. And we watched the finale of part 3 together.
Yes.
And
bro.
I remember being worried, but the hype of it was so good I couldn't not.
Yes. Dude. That was one of my favorite memories. Yeah. Just watching anime.
You're telling me, dude.
Yeah, bro.
That was honestly, and that finale, to anyone who hasn't seen it, is so sad that it's like you are just so invested. It's the culmination of the entire series. Yes. It feels like, you know?
Yes.
I'm going to say right now, I think being someone who's seen both.
Yeah.
And I have a lot more nostalgia for Dragon Ball in itself, not just from the show, but Budokai Tenkaichi 3. was one of my favorite games. One of my favorite GameCube games was Dragon Ball Z Sagas, I think.
Okay.
And I just have this appreciation for Dragon Ball as a media so much. However, JoJo is one of my favorite anime experiences I ever had. And being a JoJo fan never stops being fun.
No.
And I feel like there's so many connections you can find being a JoJo fan more so than a Dragon Ball fan.
Like with other people, you mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I think about it, it's like someone's like, "Oh, you seen JoJo?" Yeah, man, I've seen JoJo.
Yeah.
And
almost even like the Xenoblade response, you know, where you're like, "You've seen JoJo?"
Absolutely.
Fuck yeah, I've seen JoJo. Yeah, and you go ham on a conversation right away.
And so it's actually really tough for me. That's a tough question.
Yeah. Because you already know my vote.
I will say, yeah.
I mean, like, I guess, like, if I was going to add any input on Dragon Ball, it would be that I've seen a lot and heard a lot growing up from people who watched it, right?
Course,
and I think Reese watched some too, and and him and his brother both, like, and they would kind of share things with me. Caleb, big Dragon Ball fan, so he's always told me a lot.
Caleb,
He told me about Ultra Instinct before I actually watched it with you. Yeah. And then upon watching it with you, that really was like, I felt the Dragon Ball love in that moment. Like, that was hype as fuck.
That's some of the hypest stuff too, because I was watching that week to week when it was coming out.
Yeah.
And it just, that shit blew me away.
Yeah.
Too. I will say though, I have a lot of disappointments with Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Super especially.
For sure.
Because they just have not handled things in a way that make me excited for what Akira Toriyama is really doing with the series.
Yeah.
And I think that
correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, please.
In that one news piece you said about Dragon Ball with the kids, is that a continuation of Super, or that's like some new thing?
Some new thing.
It's a new thing, right?
So
but that's an example of what you're talking about.
Yes, and you know, that's a great example of not really knowing the audience and not really knowing what a Dragon Ball fan would like to see.
For sure.
You know, and maybe Akira Toriyama wants to see it, and I want an artist to do what they want to do, but it just feels like backpedaling for a story that is already at this point struggling to continue its story in a medium that works.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So
completely.
So you know, I'm of the opinion where it's like when you're into Dragon Ball, you're into it.
You're in
you know,
it.
And I think JoJo is more of like a watch.
Well, I'm kind of this opinion where if you get into JoJo once, you're always in JoJo.
That's kind of what I'm with too.
You know what I mean?
And you're totally right, and I think that it's such a tough question. But to wrap up my answer,
I want to know.
I think because of everything I've been through, I got to go with Dragon Ball.
I get it.
And you know what? It's no testament to how much I love JoJo. And I already feel nostalgia for JoJo. Like, us watching that together feels like such an important part of my life.
Yes.
Like moving into this house. I remember I would watch JoJo like on when I would get off from Dutch Bros. I would be watching it on my phone, and I would just it's such an important time to me. So Katie, it's a tough call.
It is.
I'll tell you what. It's a tough call, but I think I'm going to have to go with Dragon Ball because of what I experienced as a kid and the way that it kind of changed my experience on what media could be.
For sure.
Because it was my first anime.
Yeah.
And I think that has to be just a testament to that.
I think it's a testament to like you too.
Yeah,
because,
to me as well.
Just on hitting on such a personal level that it hits the nostalgia tick, because I know what that feels like.
Yeah,
you know,
and
it's powerful.
I gotta say it. I gotta say that.
I get it. I appreciate it.
Great
you know
question.
What I'm gonna say,
by the way,
to expand a little bit
Please.
from my end, because my vote is definitely JoJo. Even if I feel like I would feel that way even after seeing Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
And I think a big part of that is just because of the uniqueness of JoJo.
Absolutely.
In so many ways,
Absolutely.
right? It never takes itself too seriously. It literally one of the best MCs ever, right? Fucking Joseph, right? Joseph fucking Joestar, and how crazy and unpredictable not just the series is, but like season 2, season 3, and you're right, like wrapping up the end of season 3 JoJo. Honestly, like I am only halfway through season 4 and I fell off years ago.
Yeah.
But just experiencing season 1 through 3 of JoJo in tandem, it is such a ride you are like, hooked.
You're hooked,
man.
yeah.
And everything that happens and the characters, and there's also this sense of like camaraderie, like in brotherhood, that just feels so raw, and how they handle characters.
Yeah, and humor that you wouldn't really expect to see. Not even like humor like laugh out loud funny, just like
just ridiculous.
Level of ridiculousness that is really hard to come by in like anything. Anything
that's trying to make it big, it's not going to take those kind of risks.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? And JoJo is a big risk taker, and I fucking respect him for it.
Respect it too.
Kind of unlike what you're saying about Dragon Ball, I feel like everything feeds into the fans, whether they want it, whether they knew they wanted it or not. Right. It's received so well.
Yeah, I agree.
He gets it.
I really do. I really do agree. I forgot his name. I'm sorry.
Does he do anything else that's big, or is JoJo like the biggest thing?
Nah, JoJo's his big thing. It's his baby. He's been doing that for Iraqi.
Iraqi?
I'm gonna look it up.
Okay.
Ask the other question.
Thank you, Katie, so much. Yeah,
thank you, Katie. Yeah, seriously, such a good question too, because those are basically the two godfathers of like most manga.
And I don't know what your answer is, Katie, but if it's Dragon Ball, it's okay to be wrong. I just want to say that
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Yeah, no big deal.
Iraqi, I believe. Araki?
Hirohiko Araki. All right, my man, the legend himself. All right, next question on here, Joshy, the last one.
Yes, sir.
From Johnny. He asks, what is your favorite game within a game?
Wait, what?
Yep. What's your favorite game within a game? I already have an answer, so I want you to just like think about it. I want to know what comes to your mind.
That's an amazing question. That's such a good question.
We were hanging out on Saturday, and he asked me in person, and I'm like, dude, this is such a good question. I want to put it into the show.
Fuck, wait, give me a second.
Yeah.
Do
you want me to say my answer?
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
please,
okay.
Please.
Donkey Kong 64. Have you played?
No.
I forget.
No.
Okay. So for those who haven't out there, because I widely consider this a very nostalgic heavy game for me too, and in my just childhood and growing up and what Donkey Kong means to me, like Donkey Kong 64 is such a classic for me, despite its many flaws that I recognize now older. And in that there's a forced quest you have to take in beating the game. You go through it twice. The first time is probably right before like the halfway point of the game. The game literally forces you to step up to an arcade machine and beat the original Donkey Kong.
Oh, that's
the original. You literally have to beat it. And you know how it's not Peach up there, right? It's
Pauline.
It's Pauline, right?
Yeah.
They replace Pauline in the final level of it with a coin, a silver Nintendo coin. It has like the big N on it, like the 64 logo.
Yeah.
That coin is what you need to progress. So they literally replace her character with the coin. So Donkey Kong steals the coin. He's climbing up and shit, and you got to get up there. And it's brutal. So like I can say I've at least beaten the game within the game, right? But then you go to the end of the game, and before the final boss, you have to beat a segment of that game again, and they introduced this other arcade game that I'd never played before. It's like a jetpack game.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of like or seen this jetpack game like an arcade? You're a little guy. He just looks like he's like an astronaut, and there's asteroids like coming through, and you shoot a little ray gun, and wherever your character is, the ray gun just keeps going, and you're trying to like shoot everything while not getting hit.
Right.
And as you hold A to kind of float, and you like let go to like decrease because you're like on the moon. Right. So if you hit classic arcade style, if you hit the edge of the screen, you just appear on the other side. So it's this really fun like game of just like dodging really cool. shit, and you're like you're kind of have control.
Yeah.
That is a huge example to me. I instantly thought of this when Johnny asked me, and I just remember playing those and really thinking as a child, like as like an 8-year-old, like, wow, this is such like an amazing experience. Like I never got to experience this in the arcade, like as a kid or an adult, right? But I get to experience it within another video game.
That's so sick.
Yeah.
I would say, for me, there are a lot that come to my head. In the game Celeste, you get these little cartridges that play levels.
Is it the cassettes
of your game? Have you played that?
I've played Celeste a little bit.
Yeah,
and I remember like in the cassette Type A and Type B or something.
She has a little game system.
Yeah,
that plays like a 2-bit version of Celeste. that you can
No,
play.
I don't know if I got that far.
Dude, it's so fucking funny because it's got its own mechanics, and it's just this tiny little game inside already a pixel art game.
Right.
Just with, like, much less bits, right?
That's so cool.
So cool. I wouldn't say, I don't know if that's mine.
But that's what's, like, coming to your head?
That's what's coming to my head right off the gate. But then I'd say one that I didn't really get to experience, but I have the most respect for is Animal Crossing, the original. Have you heard about this at all?
No.
You get NESs with different games on them. And so the reason that Villagers Upbeat is Balloon Fight is because you have access, if you can get these in the game, you have access to the original Mario Bros., Duck Hunt, like all the classics.
The full game?
The full game. You just walk up to the console and you start playing.
I've never heard of this. That's wild.
It's one of the. It's why he's got the balloon.
It makes sense.
Fight Upbeat because he played the game, so he knows, and you can play the entire game to completion, I believe, from what I've heard. And then I also have an Animal Crossing New Leaf.
Oh, yeah.
They have, if you go to your Wii U, if you have the console Wii U, the physical thing, you can play a game mode from Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival on the 3DS, and they just ported it. This game mode, which is really fucking fun, by the way, to the fucking Animal Crossing as like a promotion for the game. And it's just this fun game that you get to play. You don't get any reward for it, really. Yeah. But it's just a ported version of that game, which I loved on Amiibo Festival.
Yeah, we've talked about
I think I'm going to go with that one, actually.
Yeah.
I think
that
was so much fun.
Yeah, that's a great answer, man.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, dude. That was such a great question, Johnny. Yeah, thank you so much, man. We are going to skip pop trivia this week, Joshy, as we wrap up just our game of the year. I just felt like, you know, like there's so much going on, and I felt like it's kind of largely unnecessary.
That
you know,
right.
we honestly already answered a lot of questions.
I think we got some good questions in.
Yeah,
we did.
And all the discussions we've already had about all these games. We'll take a little break. We'll come back to trivia once we start off the new year.
Start off that new
year,
sir.
Baby. So I got a quote here from Uncle Iroh.
I love
and we'll send everyone on their merry way
sir.
this beautiful, beautiful week.
I love connecting with Iroh every week. It feels
too.
special, you know?
Actually, this is a special quote this week, Joshy, because this quote actually sounds like it's from Iroh, but it's not. It's from Avatar, though, so I want to see if you can tell me who said this in the show. You down? So the quote is, "When we hit our lowest point, we are open to the greatest change."
That's not from Iroh?
It's not, but it sounds like it is, right?
It does. So wait.
Yeah, I'll say it again. When we hit our lowest point, we are open to the greatest change.
Did Aang say that?
Aang did say that.
Love
Do you
Aang.
remember when?
Not really, to be honest.
I don't remember the exact scenario, like where they're at plot-wise, but I remember him saying, I remember him, like, standing out, and, like, it was, like, I think it was at the beginning of Book of Fire, or the end of Book of Earth, when depressing shit is happening, right?
No question.
And Aang's also going through it, you know? But I think he just healed from everything that had happened, his anger from everything that happened with Appa.
Yes.
And it was either Zuko or it was, like, someone else in the party was down bad, and he said, hey, when you hit our lowest point, we're open to the greatest change.
That is a beautiful quote.
Beautiful.
Aang is a top-tier character.
Dude, he's the wisest kid
ever
in that series. Like,
kid's like 12.
Me? It's like Aang's over here, Iroh's over here. The wisdom that those two have, man.
Oh yeah,
nuts.
Incredible.
Joshy, that wraps up.
I love it.
The episode this week,
brother. That was a fun episode.
That was
man.
so fun.
That
bro.
is fun.
Yeah.
I hope you guys had fun too.
Yeah, man.
We had a blast.
We had a blast, bro. No,
and,
I really did. I really hope they had as much fun as we did recording.
It feels
this.
like a sequel episode too.
Yeah,
it really does.
Yeah, I love that kind of vibe.
Yeah,
I'm excited when you like wrap up Attack on Titan too.
Yeah, buddy.
Get the sequels in here.
You're gonna be good.
People feel like they're involved. You know what I mean?
Man,
Which it's all about the community, guys. So I'm gonna plug one more time. I just wanted to say, invite you all to join the community. Check us out. Our website, patreon.com/flashbrospodcast, or just send us an email if you want to get one of your questions read on the air. We'd love to do that. We got flashbrospodcast@gmail.com.
That's right.
And this wraps up our show for today. We super appreciate you guys all joining us today, as you do every week. We love you.
We love you.
And I'm super grateful for you, Joshy. Thank you so much for joining me, man.
I'm grateful for you. And to everybody, I hope you're enjoying the holiday season. I hope we're all feeling festive and ready for ready for Christmas. It's coming up quick.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and I want to give actually a special thing at the end of the episode real quick. Just a recap for kind of how we're handling the holidays this year. We will be having an episode dropping every Friday. Yes. Joshy and I are recording a special episode tomorrow for us to post next week because Joshy and I will not be in contact with each other.
Well, we'll still be in contact.
Yeah, well...
But we
with a microphone.
Yeah, we won't be in the same room.
Yeah, I don't think I want to call your ass for 5 hours. I'm like, I don't really want to talk
to you anymore, dude. It's like not
No, dude, no. So we will have an episode dropping every Friday, and I have a very special episode planned for the last episode of the year. Fun. We'll have a special guest on there because I will still be away from Joshy, and so look forward to that. I think it's going to be great.
I think it's going to be great
too,
man.
With that being said, I love you all.
Love you all so much. Have a beautiful rest of your week. Peace.